What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Ham Radio Crash Course. Welcome to Saturday. Today, we are going to do our once-a-year ARRL Teachers Institute fundraiser. So note the button below that says Donate Now, and we're going to explain all about it for many, many hours. But don't get me wrong, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're talking about ham radio and other tech stuff as well. So enjoy the memes, and we're going to get started real soon. Woo, we already got one. Already got our first donation on the live stream. Thank you for $50. That's amazing. How's it going, everybody? I am Josh K5ATA, and if you caught us last year, same time, same day, it was the Saturday after Thanksgiving. We figured everybody's at home. They're hungover from all the turkey. Let's go ahead and ask them for money to support one of our favorite groups, which is the Teachers Institute. And if you remember the story of all this, right, this led from a live stream that got started with Mike. He's with us. Ham Radio Tube's here, and Steve Goodgame. It was a number of really great people that we had talking, and it's just kind of grown from there. Last year, thanks to your support and the generous donations at the ARRL, we raised $20,000 last year on this live stream, and then we had matching from the ARRL generous donors, and we got that to $40,000. And man, that was amazing. Had to go for a long time to make that happen, but we got there. Really quick, I will drop the link so you guys can check it out. Particularly, we're always looking for teachers, right? Teachers that want to learn this information so that they can actually go to the Teachers Institute, learn this stuff, get all the materials and everything that goes into it. And I'm going to have Steve on, of course, here to kick things off. But I want to mention, to make this more fun, we have a whole bunch of giveaways. Big thank you to Seed Studios. We're going to be giving away an L1 Pro, actually two L1 Pros, two T1000s. Also, big thank you to Rady Oddity. They provided 5 handhelds, which you actually get to pick the handheld you want between two, either going to be the GS10 or the Baofeng UV25. And the big prize at the end of the night, or, we'll figure out some kind of a donor level to do, is a G106, which we're very excited about that. And let's see, where is a Boondock Echo as well as here, and they have some Boondock Echoes that they're going to give away on the live stream, which is going to be amazing. And then last but not least, we have Modern Morse, which if you're not familiar with Modern Morse, the nameless key. You've seen this on many YouTubers' videos. Absolutely fantastic key. We've got 2 of those that we're going to give away, and Aaron is going to join us when we get there. So let's go over and say hi to Mike and Steve and kind of kick things off here. How you doing, guys?
Fantastic. How are you, Joe?
Howdy.
Let's see. Make sure audio's good. Everybody tell us our audio's good. I want to make sure that they're all good to go.
Audio.
Yep.
Hello.
Yep. So we're gonna have a great show. Steve, what is all this about? How does this all work? How does it help the teachers? How does it work? How does it help ham radio?
So this is all in support of Teachers Institute, as I'm sure most of us are aware. It's completely donor-funded program. It doesn't draw money from dues, revenue, or anything like that. This is completely based off of money that you and your subscribers and everybody help raise. What it is we train teachers for 4 days on how to use amateur radio in the classroom with their students, and equip them. We give them, for Teachers Institute 1, which is the introduction, we give them about $1,300 worth of equipment, everything from directional antennas, Foxes, handheld radios, electronics kits, all the basics they need to get started in getting their kids interested. And then we have elective courses that they can come back for. A lot like kids, teachers are the same. If we don't keep them engaged and keep them coming back and learning more, we lose teachers, just like you'll lose kids if you don't keep them engaged. So we've got like our Teachers Institute remote sensing and data gathering. Think in terms of, putting some hardware on a buoy, throwing it in a swamp somewhere, and then your kids can monitor that data by using APRS, which we know Mike loves. We've got Teachers Institute balloons, where we launch balloons and kids learn how to track them around the world, looking at weather patterns, all the cool science you can do with that. And the teachers there take back everything they need to launch their own balloons short of the helium. Um, then we've got Teachers Institute Space Communications and Radio Astronomy, which we have a partnership with MIT Haystack Observatory. So we work with them and we train teachers on how to use satellites, some radio astronomy stuff, eavesdrop on the sun and Jupiter. And we're actually beta testing this year a brand new course, which is Teachers Institute RF Security. And that one's we already know it's gonna take a couple levels. We'll have like an RF security part 1, and then we'll develop RF security part 2 to get deeper into the weeds. So, but everything that this includes, airfare, lodging, food, the equipment, everything is paid for by donations. So
That's fantastic.
Yep, each teacher that we teach, I use the ballpark number of they impact probably 100 kids a year. And so if you look at it from the standpoint, if we get a teacher who's got 20 years of teaching left, that's 100 kids a year for 20 years for that one teacher.
Mm-hmm.
So
Carlos had a good analogy when he did the talk with Everett, which was, what was it, a signal amplifier? Was that the term that was used, I believe?
I think he was force multiplier, I think, if I
Force
remember right.
multiplier, even better, even better. Yeah, so every teacher turns into lots of young minds that learn more about STEM. It's not just radio; it's an inclusive kind of thing. So amazing. My wife is actually in the chat. She asked the question: is there a waiting list for teachers to attend the Teachers Institute?
Historically, there has been. Unfortunately, I do generally have to turn teachers away because of space. This year, we've increased the number of institutes we have every year. I started at the league just over 4 years ago now, and time seems to fly. That first year, I think we had 2 teachers institutes. The next year, we ran 7 of them, then 13. And this next year, we're shooting, assuming we can raise the money, we're shooting for 21 of them.
And then each one has roughly how many teachers?
It kind of varies. It's for the electives, we usually try to cap those at 10 to 12 teachers because they're so into the weeds.
Yeah.
The introductory course, we have a brand new beautiful classroom. We can actually take 22 teachers for that.
Oh, wow.
So typically we land 17 to 20 in a class, but the new classroom that we built, we can accommodate 22.
Interesting. This is actually a really interesting one from Ham Radio Experience. Another question: is the Institute K-12 only, or also for higher education?
Nope, it is higher education as well. I would say probably 21.3% of our people are collegiate level higher ed people that attend.
Wow.
So
Wow. Well, reminder for everybody watching, that donate now button, which you can see over there, we're keeping track of the total. This is all 100% of the money that's raised from this live stream goes straight to the Teachers Institute. YouTube doesn't take anything. I'm not touching any of it. Mike is not, he's over there. He can't touch it either. It's all going to Steve and
the money.
it's all going to Steve and the great work that they're doing. So this is the time. If you were saving up to give to support amateur radio, this is definitely the one. Steve, do we have matching this year like we did last year? And what can you tell us about that?
I know we have $5,000 matching committed.
Okay.
I'm not sure what else. Kevin and I have been going back and forth. I do know that we have some people popping on the stream to hopefully we can properly motivate them to.
Okay.
So
Okay,
we'll see how that goes. But
now, while we like the kind of money that jingles, we prefer the kind of money that folds.
If you get
Just
that
throw
reference,
that out there.
If you get that reference, that's good. That's a funny joke. That song.
Steve, I have a question for you, if I may.
What's up?
So you spend 4 days with the teachers, and then they go back to the classroom. What kind of stuff, equipment, whatever? What are you sending back with the teachers to kind of show in school and have kind of hands-on learning and stuff like that? What do they get?
So they get a directional antenna. Where we've moved to using the AMSAT South Africa antenna, which we actually are going to sell in our store as well because we're so pleased with it. They get an electronics kit, they get a Bionics Fox, obviously, so that when they get back, that's one of the keys is when we get them back to school and they're pumped and they're ready to go, they have something that's easy to get set up, throw out there. They program the Fox while they're with us, so they can go out there and immediately start doing fox hunts with kids. Nobody has to be licensed other than the teacher to do that. So it's a quick way to get them engaged. They get a basic electronics kit, Arduino kit. They get a couple of handheld radios. They get a Yaesu FT70, and then they also get, right now they're getting, I think it's the Redivus knockoff of the UV-K5. We went with that one because the firmware is hackable, and that's the other thing is we want kids to nerd out how they want to nerd out. It's important to say it's not necessarily a ham licensing class. Like Josh referenced, it's all about getting them interested in everything STEM. And most things in STEM careers, you really have to be familiar with radio to some degree or another. Everything to like your biomedical engineering kids and whatnot. Odds are I'm getting strapped up with a pacemaker at some time in the near future, and that's Bluetooth. That's, people have to understand radio for that.
Yeah.
So I personally hope that person understood it well, because that would kind of suck if I turned off because somebody Bluetooth something wrong.
Just a 433 megahertz pacemaker.
Yeah. So
now, to a follow up, if I may, are there, as far as equipment goes, are there things that you guys need that? So say maybe someone isn't capable of making a financial donation, but they've got like 20 UV5Rs or something laying around. No. Are there things that you guys need that would help out that they could just send to ARRL? Or would that be more of a problem than a solution?
It's not necessarily more of a problem than a solution. I can certainly use a lot of that equipment, and I do. I don't necessarily use it in our TI unless it's an exact match for what it is we're giving away, because part of it is we want everybody to have the same stuff, because we also have a Teachers Institute Discord where they can hop on there, and if they're planning lessons or they have questions, they can figure out answers among each other. But I very much I'll give equipment to schools, so if somebody sends me, and people have, if somebody sends me, like you said, 20 UV or whatever Baofangs or whatnot, I can absolutely find a school that can use those. I've got Everton School down there. I was just down there again about a month ago, I guess, and I took a bunch of Meshtastic units. Some of them were given to us, some of them we bought, and those kids are down there nerding out with Meshtastic stuff now. So we can absolutely find
with that Seed Studio T1000, and it's everybody's chirping away in the hallway.
Yeah. Yeah, but in fact, that's one of them that we took down is some of the Seed Studio stuff. So, but they also get a Zoom spot, a digital hotspot. So that's the other thing is we want kids talking to other kids. So we've got a Yaesu Fusion room set up so that teachers across the country, if somebody in New England wants to talk to a kid, they may be talking to a kid of a teacher who came through TI who lives in California, and that's the reason we went with the FT70 in that. So all of those
that's
things
really cool. Because that, I was talking to my mom earlier before the stream today and telling her what we were doing and all that stuff, and kind of explaining just the broad scope of what the ARRL does, but spectrum defense was one of them. And I'm like, we're talking on radios right now. Well, that digital hotspot is kind of the similar thing as what a cell phone does. So that could potentially seed, future, antenna engineers and whatever, just radio engineers or just radio dorks in the professional life, because of just having, I can use this walkie-talkie that talks to this thing, and then it goes over the internet and retransmits over there. It's pretty much exactly what our cell phones are doing.
Yeah.
So that's just, it's so cool what you guys are doing.
So, well, it's good for teachers. It's great for kids, and it's good for our future because, while I say it's not designed to be a ham making program, it ends up making hams, out of the
Mhm.
kids that are interested. So, we like you said, we plant the seed. There's no doubt a lot of kids are getting licensed. I mean, just Everton School alone is licensed like 500 kids now. Um,
Wow.
we've got, and he's obviously the kind of standout, but I've got schools all over the country that are getting 40, 50, 60 kids licensed.
That's
And,
so
you
cool.
start seeing these little pockets of kids, show up, and, it starts growing. Um, we're also having to take TI on the road, which is a new thing. We experimented with it a little bit last year, and so this year we're full bore into that. Obviously, I've only got 10 weeks of summer. If you look at the whole school year,
Yeah.
10 weeks of summer, one classroom, 21 TIs. It doesn't
That's a
take a
lot.
mathematician to figure out that's not going to work. So we're taking TI out to communities. Like, we've got a partnership with Johns Hopkins University. They hosted us last year. They're hosting us again this year, in their applied physics lab. We've got one in Seattle, a group in Seattle um, donated the money for us to hold a TI, and their only condition was it needs to be in the Pacific Northwest. So, in fact, the Muckleshoot Indian tribe has graciously offered us facilities there. Um, it looks like we're confirming one, if not two, sessions in Atlanta. The idea is we want to go out to areas that are populated enough where we can easily draw in that 15 or 20 teachers from a variety of schools.
Mhm.
In the long term, it ends up saving us money, because I don't have to pay travel for everybody, and I can ship equipment in Wayne or one of my other instructors out to them, and it saves us money in the end. There are some trade-offs there. There's no doubt. It's a lot of times teachers, if they get to travel somewhere to do this, they go all in on it. They're not distracted by stuff at home. If they're in Atlanta and they live in Atlanta, they tend to get distracted by home stuff. When they're up here with us, it absolutely, they're 100% ours for that week. We've got teachers that are hanging out in the parking lot of the hotel at 2 o'clock in the morning to catch the satellites that come over,
That's
and
awesome.
stuff like that.
That's
So,
great.
there are some trade-offs, but we'll do what we have to do to make it go. So, until we can build the TI annex onto headquarters and I can have a suite of classrooms, then this is the way. So,
Yeah, so for everybody joining us again, this is not just a 1 hour live stream. This is going to be, well, right now I have 10 hours allotted, with multiple people coming on to talk. It's going to be a technology live stream, a technology expo, if you will, but you don't have to go
It's a
anywhere.
it's a hamathon.
It's a
Can we call it that?
hamathon. It's a hamathon. That's right. Yes, I like it, Mike, as always. Very, very well said. So, yeah, it is going for a very long time. We have in the past had teachers on, and people who have attended in the past have been on. In fact, we have teachers who will be joining us, I think, or part of participants of the TI,
yeah,
right?
there'll be some teachers. We don't have any of them actually on stream. Several of them will hop in and out of the chat. And so if you see one of them in the chat that says, hey, I attended TI, please ask them questions, ask me questions. Um, we're more than happy to discuss with you.
Yeah. So
You-
we will be having different talks go on throughout the day, and it'll be a surprise. You don't know who's going to be on yet, but there'll be faces you definitely recognize talking about cool things within our amateur radio space. But of course, we'll also be hearing more about TI.
Josh,
Yeah,
let me jump in real quick.
yeah,
We had
go
a
for it.
question from the comment, and I think it's good to reverberate this a lot.
Hmm.
This is a fundraiser. We're going as long as we can.
Yeah,
Every dollar you donate is 100% tax deductible. You will be emailed a receipt from Google, and 100% of the funds go directly to the ARRL Teachers Institute. Nobody is taking a cut. YouTube's not taking a cut. We are not taking a cut. All your money goes to Steve Goodgame to help further our wonderful hobby known as ham
Yeah,
radio.
in fact, Google even reimburses the credit card processing fee. So,
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow.
every bit of it goes.
I didn't know
Um,
about that.
yeah, I do want to point out, if you're interested in your donations and stuff being tracked through ARRL, if you're working towards some of the different giving levels and whatnot, when you click the button, um, there's a way to make it anonymous, and there's a way to post your name. If you post your name with it, then Kevin and his team in our development office, they will track it down and give you that credit on our end of it as well for that giving. So um, a lot of people I think click the boxes or don't click the box that say allow to show my name. So if that's important to you, then please make sure you get a name in there so we can get you that. So
Oh, hey, Ham Radio Tube locked in with $200, and so did Lee. NA5T just donated 500. Thank you, everybody. Thank you
awesome.
very much. We
Thank
hit
y'all.
$1,000. There you go. We hit We're $1,000 in. That is amazing. We should almost come up with. Maybe we should do a giveaway since we got to 1,000. We'll figure out new, interesting other ways of doing it. But yeah, why don't we do that? You down with that, guys?
Let's
That sound
do it.
good? All right. So the way this works, let's go with it. Yeah. The way we're going to do this first one is we've got Radioddity here. They, being so gracious, gave us 5. Your choice. It's the winner's choice. GS10B or the Baofeng UV25, which we have affectionately labeled the Big Chungus. That's the Big Chungus HT. It does 10 watts output. It is actually a pretty big radio. It comes with a number of accessories. Yeah, it is pretty cool. Then the GS10B, just, traditional, nice-looking HT. You only have to be in the chat, but we gotta figure out how do we want to do this. Let me pull up my giveaway bot here. I think we're gonna do. What's that? Wow, Bradley, thank you so much. So I think Bradley, where Batchick? Batchick? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yes, thank you. Mm-hmm. All right, what do we want to use for the keyword here? All right, K5ATA. So everybody in the chat, you can't spam it. It's only uniques. So K5ATA. All right, let me go back here so we can hear you guys. K5ATA is the word. Type K5ATA in the chat. There we go. Somebody figured it out.
Is it case sensitive?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Up to
And then
16,
now, if you got your call sign, well, we're going to find the winner, and then I'm going to ask you to give your call sign because that's going to be the easiest way for us to get the address so we can get it to Radioddity to take care of you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
KM7COJ, thank you. Much appreciated. Because there is no doubt I'm probably the most expensive person in headquarters. So, so especially this year, trying to do 21 of these suckers.
Well, the cost of your expenses have had to have gone down dramatically with the level of coffee that you've dialed it back to. You've been off the sauce a little bit for a while now. That
yeah,
must
I've
have
been forcefully removed from the sauce, but
he's got to replace it with something, though. I'm wondering what he did.
Al, I haven't really replaced it with much of anything yet. I did warn Josh, though. I'm going to have to break the cardiologist's rule, and my wife's in the other room, so she doesn't have to know this.
Oh yeah, she might be watching though. I don't know.
I actually woke up at 2:30 in the morning to see Jerica off.
Oh
and,
wow!
So I've been up since 2:30.
Oh,
so it is
buddy.
It's gonna take some caffeine for me to make it through the day.
If you need to take a power nap through the live stream, it's totally
understandable. I'll make it. I've got. I dug out some old K cups I can make in a pinch.
He's cutting into the survival
He's got a
stash.
secret stash.
I've got that, and I snuck some of these Arnold Palmer things, iced tea, lemonade, and I was expecting more caffeine. And I Googled it before the stream started, and I was disappointed to see it only has like 14 milligrams.
That's
I was
not
like,
bad,
you know how many of these?
I love Arnold Palmer's.
Yeah, but that's not a lot of caffeine. I mean, I may feel 14 milligrams now.
Is it the liquid death ones? Because that's actually pretty good Arnold Palmer.
No, it's these. these little, if you can see it on stream.
Oh yeah,
the
yeah,
half
yeah.
and
Oh, yeah,
half.
the
That's the Arizona.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, they taste good, but 14 milligrams. This is coming from somebody who used to drink thousands of milligrams a day. So,
That's a lot of coffee, man.
I was at like what 6 or 7 pots a day sometimes. So
Wow, that's I think
6 or
most
7 pots.
I got through 2.
I'm not there anymore, Mike. I mean, the cardiologist told me no. Now the interesting thing will be I actually have a cardiologist visit Monday at 6:35 in the morning. So we'll see what happens with this
See if
because they're
it
doing another echocardiogram on me. We'll
falls
see
out of
if
your
it like
blood by the time
it,
you get up to the
so
cardiogram
we'll
machine.
see if it says your echo is doing funny things. Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Bradley Batchick in the chat's a cardiologist. You might need to
Oh,
watch what you're saying.
Hey, you know what? I don't like my cardiologist, Bradley Batchick. Give me a call. I need a new one.
He's
I've,
good on
I've
the
spent
Zed.
I have spent a year and a month with this wonderful thing, and they have no answers for me other than quit drinking caffeine, quit eating anything good, and
sounds
you
about
know,
right. That sounds what they would do to you. So remember, it's
Why are
K5ATA in the chat to get in on the giveaway for the first giveaway. We already hit $1,000, so this is awesome. Keep going. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike. What were you gonna
why
say?
are all doctors' advice to every time there's a problem, their answer is always stop doing the things that are fun or taste good or feel good. You have to lead just a very boring life. It's terrible.
yep.
I
That and
don't like it.
please spend a lot of money is what they
Yeah,
want. So,
yeah. It costs you a fortune for them to tell you that.
yep.
The same guys that close up their doctor's office for the day, and then they hop on their Harley with a big fat stove out of their mouth and drive out of there. I knew a
Yeah.
bunch of doctors
Yeah.
that were Harley riders. So did Leia. We were
So,
joking about that one day. Leia thought she didn't understand until she watched Sons of Anarchy that like she's like, why was everybody so scared of bikers? All I knew was bikers, they're just doctors. She didn't realize that, like,
other
that
people
biker
might be.
gangs are a thing. She just thought it was old doctors on Harleys.
What was that movie with Tim Allen and Martin Lawrence and where they were bikers?
Oh, I never
But they were
watched it.
exactly that.
Yeah,
It was not a very good movie, but
no.
yeah, they were like doctors and lawyers or whatever. They went on a road trip and ended up getting in trouble with like a real biker gang.
Wild
Hogs, there
Hogs.
it is.
There, yeah.
All right. So I see Dennis is asking, is the dollar to dollar match active now? So we have, and Kevin just texted me, we have a confirmed $5,000 match. So when we hit $5,000, then that match kicks in. So
Okay.
it's not a dollar for dollar necessarily. It's a
We got to hit a
$5,000 for
level.
$5,000.
So
So
there's a button, whether you're on your phone or your computer, tablet, whatever. If you scroll down a little bit while you're watching us, there's a button that says donate. And it's going to look very similar to the thing on the far right of the screen. Donate now, help the Teachers Institute grow STEM education. If you click that, that's how you donate. So there you go. All right, we have about 80. So your odds are pretty good here for the HT. So let's pick a winner. Interesting. Okay. So Neon 541, you won the handheld. Do you have a call sign? Can you drop your call sign? Because I think this will pull it out, so I'll see it. Are you there?
meanwhile, we are almost to $2,000.
If we could do $4,000 an hour like we're pacing.
Yeah, just like a contest, right? Let's treat it like a contest.
Yeah.
What's our rate? That's another cool thing that we're doing with
Okay, let me see.
young people. We're encouraging trying to
Ah.
revise some of the contesting stuff to get more kids into contesting because right now it's not very kid friendly. So
Mm-hmm. And for Neon, are you good on QRZ? Because that's how we're going to have to find you. If you can do that, you're good to go. Okay. Got you locked in there, buddy. Congratulations. Nicely done.
Nice.
All right. Very good. Well, that's cool. That little app works pretty well. I'll have to show you guys when we get around to it, but that first one worked out pretty okay.
We are over $2,000 now.
Yeah.
Sweet. Thank
So
you guys.
We got a couple other people in here as well. We'll pull in the rest of the group. We've got Carlos, Life at Terminal Velocity is here, and Mark from Boondock Echo. How are you doing?
I'm good, Josh. Great that we're doing this for the ARRL Teachers Institute. As I keep saying, I really hate that Steve has to spend any amount of time fundraising instead of all of his time teaching, but that's the world we live in. And we can help him out by donating now.
Yes, indeed. And Carlos, you're going to be talking later today as well as Mark. Mark will be hanging out too, but how you been?
Yes, sir. Pretty good. How about, I hope everybody's having a great time. Everybody had a great Thanksgiving. Understand that Mark hates odd numbers and I love them. So if you donate in odd numbers, make sure that you do it in such a way that we always end up with an odd number at the end of the tally. And that drives him insane.
I was trying to keep my mouth shut.
Myself.
I was really trying to keep my mouth shut about that this year, Carlos, but it just bugs me to never end.
And then next to Carlos is Mark from Soda Plus. How you doing?
Hey, real good, Josh. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm excited to support the Teachers Institute. It's really good work that they do for all of us.
Well, yeah, indeed. And Mark will be talking later today, too. We've got a little segments put together for everybody. So, yeah. Yeah. We are waiting for our first guests for their segment, but we can kind of work through some other questions. Or, Steve, if you had anything you wanted to mention up front.
Question.
Oh, what you got?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, because we're still early in the stream, we've talked a lot about what you and the Teachers Institute is doing, but how would a teacher get involved in this? How do they start? How do they contact you? How do they even embiggen this further? I know some guys are doing this remotely, kind of in their own schools, in their own states. But how does one get involved in this?
So as a teacher, they just go to ARRL.org/TI for Teachers Institute. And there they'll see the schedule. Not sure how many we have listed there right now because we're still firming up the plans for a lot of the road shows. But applications are open now. We actually opened applications for this summer last week because, teachers start planning their summer staff development stuff early, especially the ones that are really into doing this. We tend to share a lot of the same teachers with people that do different space programs and other STEM programs. These teachers they're not, the teacher that sits behind their desk all day. These are the ones that spend their summer literally going most of their summer to different staff developments and PDs to take stuff back to their kids. So we opened it up last week and we actually already have several applicants for TI. So go there. There's the applications there. If this is your first Teachers Institute, you've never been to one, you'll apply for a Teachers Institute 1, Introduction to Wireless Technology. You do not have to be licensed to apply for that. You will very likely be licensed before you leave. This summer, I think we had one teacher not finish their license in time, which that's not a huge deal. We'd make it so that you can't take anything back with you that transmits, basically, unless you're licensed. So, if they come and they don't quite make it to get their technician license before the end of it, we just pack it all up in a box and we keep it in the back with their name on it. So when they do get their license, we ship it to them. But that's it. Apply there. I would say apply early because even though we're growing to 21, I have spent a ridiculous amount of time on the road this last year. I think I have 104 Marriott nights for this last year.
Wow. You got some points.
That's crazy.
I got some points. In fact, I'm using a huge chunk of points. I've been on the road a lot, and my lovely bride is so kind. She travels with me, and
oh, that's great.
Well, it's an expensive endeavor to man these shows. So she volunteers her time and she comes out and she mans the booth with me. So, a lot of people give me the props for, spending 10 hours a day standing behind a booth trying to get people, but she's right there with me raising money. So I'm using, gosh, some ridiculous number of points, like 600,000 my Marriott points, to go spend a few nights in New York City on at the JW Marriott overlooking Central Park, because her being the nerd that she is, she wants to go to some cool used bookstores, and I was like, well, that's an
Oh,
expensive
that's
way to go to
cool.
some used bookstores, so let's
That's
do it.
cool.
So, yep. So we're gonna
Try some
go.
amateur radio books in there too.
So, yep, probably. So, but
Now, so what happens? We go through the 4-day course, and they go back to their classrooms and do their thing. Are there subsequent kind of teaching sessions? Are there follow up? How do they? Is it just kind of one and done? What happens after they get through TI?
no. So, like I said earlier, we do have a Discord channel for them set up, and it's actually very active. We have a lot of teachers. The only people in that Discord are people that have come through TI. It's not just for teachers in general. They have to be TI grads to be in there. So they're regularly engaging with each other there. And then we also have those elective courses I talked about earlier. Right now we've got 4 electives that they can come back for.
Okay.
So they can keep coming back through, and we're going to keep developing these courses as we go. Like I said, the RF security course, I already know that it's going to be a 2-part course. So that we've got 5-6 years of teachers coming back and getting re-engaged with them. Some of the clubs out locally are doing a great job with reaching out to these teachers and getting them engaged and hosting fox hunts and inviting the kids and stuff to do field day activities and stuff like that. So the big thing is we want to hit them hard. We want to hit them early to get them engaged. Which is why, I mentioned earlier that we're really working hard to get kids more engaged in some of the contesting stuff. Kids like to win. And so if we can get them engaged in contesting, then that's another way to keep them hooked. The problem is kids typically, I guess for lack of a better phrase, they're kind of treated as second-class citizens in a lot of contests. A kid doesn't have big station money.
Right.
So we're creating a lot of and working with a lot of these other groups to make sure there's a youth overlay or a youth category for every contest. Kids historically haven't been eligible for plaques on different events, and so we're starting to host and sponsor so that kids can get a plaque too. If just because I'm 27 years old and I get to have a plaque, because they fit into a certain category, why shouldn't that category of 26 and under or whatever have the same perk? So
yeah, you'd think that'd be something that would be more focused on. Like,
you would think so, but
let's include them.
It hasn't been, and I don't want to say it's anybody's fault, because it's really, contesting is a huge thing, especially among those that do it, and they're very much, they're used to doing it a certain way. But I will say
that should be the last thing in the world that matters is age. Just from myself personally speaking, when I'm doing a POTA activation, like, when you're talking to a kid, and it always excites me that, like, I just talked to a kid. It's there, and they're on the radio. That's just so cool to me.
Yeah. So I'd been trying to work out some ways to do this over the last year and a half with our contesting folks. And then, I guess it's been about 8 or 9 months ago now. I hired, I'll say the word kid, but he's not a kid. I hired a young man who is big into contesting, Max N4ML.
Oh yeah.
He's in fact, he's going to Bouvet.
Oh, nice.
Oh man,
so
that's crazy.
And
how old is he?
21, 22,
Okay.
I think. He's a youngster. He counts in that youth overlay category. So
sure,
I basically have my own subject matter expert in-house, and an incredibly bright young man. But he's really helping us to really understand what young people want in contesting, and we're working to make some big changes there. So it's pretty cool.
Great.
We're even looking at ways to make kids a mult in some contests, where if you work different kids, then you get different mults, and it's in its infancy, but there's a lot of work to do, but we'll get it done. So
all right. Mark, how you doing? You got your audio sorted out there. We heard you earlier. We saw the cat. How's Ormu?
Oh, audio should be working. Ormu is good. She's currently actively hunting. She's actively hunting kibbles. This is for those who haven't met Ormu yet. This is Ormu the soda cat, and she goes hiking with us.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you, Ormu? Do you want to say hi?
The
She's pretty
exact
focused on the
opposite
bird.
of my cat.
Yeah, yeah. And any cat I've ever owned, for that matter. Steve, to go back a while ago, you had talked about like a syllabus, like a standard syllabus or so along those lines. How's that going, or what did we learn from all that?
Oh, the STEM curriculum.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is done. It's we're actually hosting it currently on a Moodle site, and it's actually being tested by a group of teachers just to make sure everything's tweaked exactly right. And we're looking at ways to, in fact, that's another thing. I'm looking at ways to get some grant funding to get the equipment required for that STEM curriculum to teachers as well. So it's done, like I said, and we've got some test drivers out there testing it, and it seems to be solid. So we'll be announcing where that is, but it is completely free. As far as the actual content itself, we worked with a company that created it. It's nice. Having worked in schools,
Mm-hmm.
it's very well done. It's got some video elements, a lot of hands-on activities, and so you can look for that to become more public here. In fact, I showed it off for the first time at the National Science Teachers Association. When was I there? 3 weeks ago, whenever that was. And the feedback from teachers, they loved it. So
What will that look like? So any teacher will just be able to go get the syllabus, say they're ham radio adjacent or they're science teachers, STEM teachers, all that.
yep, it'll be completely open. There will be a slight process to it where they'll need to apply for teacher rights,
Mm-hmm.
so that they can fill their own kids in there.
Mm-hmm.
But it can be completely run online, where that teacher can make assignments to their classrooms and whatnot. The kids can complete it. The teachers can log into the same system, see their grades. Um, and like you said, it's very STEM focused. Yeah, there are some radio components in there as well, obviously, but it's very much just we don't think kids get enough real STEM learning in class. They don't get enough hands-on stuff. They get a lot of iPad drag and drop stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of the code.org feelings, pseudo STEM, I guess, is a way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
Where they kind of learn. It's kind of the difference, I guess, if you're familiar with like Tinkercad. You can build Arduino circuits and stuff by dragging and dropping components, but it's not quite the same as if you have the components and you actually see the light up and whatnot.
Yes. Yes.
So
That's why I like those snap circuits. That was kind of like the first thing I gave to my kids. It was a really easy way to see how, the current flows and
yeah,
everything like that.
I used those with my third and fourth graders when I was doing this stuff with them, and snap circuits are great.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically a little Arduino kit or electronics kit without the parts being quite so swallowable.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah, you mentioned too that it'll be fully online. So this was one of the things you mentioned was a priority, is that you also had something that was workable for the homeschooled, those that are going through homeschool,
Yep.
and that whole. So it'll support basically any type of teaching scenario you've got potentially, right?
Any type of teaching, and once they have as a teacher,
Mm-hmm.
I also understand not every school has great internet or one-to-one devices.
Mm-hmm.
So they can download and print materials if they need to. So there's that option for them as well. The video stuff, sure that they're capable of playing it on a screen and have handouts. So it's workable both ways.
Great.
But yeah, homeschool teachers. That's another thing I want to point out for TI. If you're a homeschool teacher involved in like a homeschool co-op, you teach a group of kids, you are absolutely welcome to apply
That's
to come to TI.
fantastic.
So
Yeah. I will go back to the website just so everybody can see that. Let me go back up here. And it's off of the Teachers Institute page as far as where to go to find out more about it if a teacher wants to sign up.
About the STEM curriculum
No, like if
or
people
the
just
TI?
a teacher just wanted to submit to come to TI, what would they do?
Yeah, just ARRL.org/TI, and then the schedule will be down there, and you'll see a link for click here to apply. And like I said, if you've never before, you're applying for a Teachers Institute 1.
Mhm.
And fill out the brief jot form. Keep going. There we go. So you've got
Perfectly fine.
application for all 26 TI1s, and that's the schedule that you just rolled past currently.
Mhm.
And that will grow to be 21 of them before I'm done,
Wow.
which is why I have no hair.
Look at
So.
that. So yeah, everybody, the link is in the video description too, so you can find out more about it in case you want to know where your donations go. So we need your support. We are going to be running for a long time here to support the Teachers Institute. Hopefully you were there in the beginning for that whole thing, but we're out here trying to support them. So thank you, everybody. Don't worry, we're going to be going for a long time. So if you're sitting there back thinking, okay, I bought all my Christmas gifts from Black Friday, I got to go figure out what your balance is. Any little bit helps. We really do appreciate it. It gets more.
Yeah.
It allows for more TIs, right? That's really what this is allows for more teachers to come get the education to help out kids. So.
Donate lots, donate often.
Yep, and
Yes.
you need that end of year tax deduction. Just to do it. So.
That's right. Yeah, every year I look at all my little donations and go, okay, well that's going to help me out because it can get kind of crazy out there now.
Yep.
Questions in the chat. We're waiting for our first kind of segment. Our person to hop on, and they're working on their side. But if there's questions from the chat, I think we got a lot of them, but I might have skipped some. So if I didn't answer your question, I wasn't able to post it to Steve. Repost it, or if anybody here, Carlos, Mark, or Mark, want to add thoughts, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't want to turn this into a boondock marketing event. That's not why I'm here. But I was going to say, for anybody who gives in any amount, I will give you during the stream, I will give you a 20% off purchase at our site coupon code.
Excellent. And you also have offered to give away some boondocks later, Mark, right?
We're going to give away however you can use them, buddy. However you can use them.
Yeah, we'll figure out a way. Be thinking, Mark, what kind of challenges we want to come up for, but
it needs to be even, Josh. Why are we even discussing that? It has to be even.
Okay.
God.
Okay.
Mike, Mike, I can't talk to him.
I was slightly mistaken on something I said earlier. I said we had a $5,000 match. We actually have apparently two $2,500 matches. So
we've already hit one.
Yeah, so we already hit one. So we hit the $2,500 match. So we are actually over 5,000 now. So
nice.
Sorry, this is what happens when you try to do things over Thanksgiving break without enough caffeine in my life.
I say it's the lack of caffeine that's the problem here.
I went and got another Coke just for you, Steve.
Thanks, much appreciated. It looks like it's got a gold top though.
So there was a question.
Gold? No.
Whom would I contact about hosting one if it seemed feasible in my area?
That would be me. So shoot me an email. It's just my call sign at ARRL.org. And
K5ATA at ARRL.org. Okay.
And really all I ask is that we get a venue. I try really hard not to have to pay for a venue because everything I have to pay for costs. I think in terms of teachers. So, if I spend $5,000 on a venue, I just took a teacher out of the loop because it's, roughly, to have a teacher at headquarters, it's about $4,500 or so, give or take, depending on travel and whatnot. So I need a venue, and then it needs to be someplace that's populous enough that we can draw in 10, 15, 20 teachers to be able to drive in daily, because we don't pay lodging and all that stuff for the local ones. So, but if you think you've got a spot, then I would love to talk to you. So.
Excellent. Well, if you think about it, we paid for one teacher, right? Everybody, that was kind of what we hit with the first match. So congratulations, everybody watching. We'd of course like to send more though, so keep those donations rolling in if you can. We'd very much appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Aaron. See, already, man, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Definitely the time of giving here, and hopefully everybody has had a good week so far. Got to meet with the family and all that. I cooked the best turkey, I think, of my life this Thanksgiving, bar none. And that's not. I enjoy the turkey. Normally, I'm very hard on myself, but I had multiple people say, "This is the best turkey you've ever done." And I've been smoking turkeys for Thanksgiving for 8+ years. No, gosh, it's got to be more. It's before my kids even. I was doing it. So yeah. Oh, there it is. Best turkey of his life, confirmed from my wife, and she's my greatest critic, my toughest critic in the chat. So thank you very much. What did you guys do for Thanksgiving? Anything amazing?
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
What's the secret to the turkey?
Brining for the thaw period. So you get a frozen turkey and you put it in. I normally just use a cooler, but I copied the Alton. If you watch, Alton Brown is back making videos, and he revisited his turkey video, and he brines it in the football Gatorade container. You know, the dispenser. Most turkeys will fit right in that sucker. It's perfectly sized. So you just throw the turkey in there with a lot of sugar, well, a lot of salt, a little bit of sugar, a lot of water, and you let it thaw in that thing. I used a temperature probe to make sure the water never went above 40 degrees and let it sit for a couple of days just like that. Then dried it completely dry, like bone dry, paper towels all over it, had a fan, multiple fans blowing on it. That really helped in the smoker. Then hit it with some Cajun seasoning I got, which had exactly the blend I wanted, all over the bird. Little bit of oil, a little bit of the stuff, and then put it in the smoker. Set it to 250 until I got about 2 hours in. That was the heavy smoke period, just lots of cherry wood smoke. And then just less wood, didn't need really the wood, and brought it all the way up to 150 on the breast temperature. And that was it. That was all that that I needed. It's great.
Nice. Have you ever tried smoking with avocado wood?
No, I haven't. That's an interesting wood.
My neighbor swears by it.
This is the right part of the country to be doing avocado smoke. We got a lot of avocado trees out here. I guess you'd have to let it you'd have to let the wood mature for a while though after cutting it down. I don't think you want to do green
Oh yeah, no,
avocado.
you'd want it dry. Yeah. Next time we get some, or next time I see a neighbor cutting down a tree, I'll send you a text.
Okay. Yeah, let me know. All right.
So you were asking what we did at Thanksgiving.
Mhm.
The fire station invited, I don't know, I think there was 45 firefighters, community members, all at the firehouse for Thanksgiving. We all, brought a dish and hung out and they got to know the people they're serving and we got to know them. And I met a kid that's really interested in radios, a firefighter. He's a firefighter.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
really interested in radios. So
Mhm.
he was asking me all sorts of questions and you could just see the excitement on his face. He loved the stuff.
Oh, that's
So
amazing.
yeah, it was a great experience.
Was this a sorry, you were hanging out with firefighters or they came to your event or you went to an event?
Oh,
What was
no, I'm sorry. So I'm part of it's like a neighborhood watch for fire or fire watch.
Mhm.
And, we just keep an eye on the community, look for potential burn hazards, make sure if there's a hydrant that's inaccessible, whatever, we'll report it to the water department. Just stupid stuff. But we work with them. I put up a radio for them this year at City Hall, so they have an emergency backup. Just stuff like that. Nothing big.
Mhm.
But it kind of fosters this relationship so that when things do happen, they know they can call on us. You know, we had to do when we had rains a couple of years back, we had to go do patrol the streets and we were looking for spots where the roads were inaccessible, washed out, reported those back to the EOC. We're not doing anything dangerous. In fact, if anything bad happens, you're going to see a cartoon cut out of Mark headed across, the nearest mountain to the county line.
Mhm.
We're not doing anything of that, but it just gives them a little extra manpower, so they can worry about other things. There's a community member and I who learned how to run the evac software. We're not authorized to evacuate anybody. We'll never do that, but we can be at the EOC and tell the chief, well, no, you need to move the mouse here and click that and now do that.
Mhm.
So we're just mouse monkeys, but with a small department like ours, and it is a volunteer department, right? The
Mhm.
only people that get paid are the chiefs and the paramedics. All the firefighters are there for free. It's just gives them a little help.
Good. Excellent. Carlos, you fixing to Just to talk about something there?
No, we're talking about turkeys and things, so I figured I'd just share my turkey from this year. That way, I can throw my hat into the mix.
Yeah, leave that up for 1 second. I'm trying to find. There it is. Okay, hold on, and I'll pull it in right now. You talk while I get this going.
That's
I'm gonna switch over
so
to the
what
screen now.
what I have sharing that it will come up eventually is this 22 pounds of turkey goodness that spent an overnight in my big green egg smoking something like 23 hours, I think it was, all told. That's a kind of labor of love kind of thing. And yeah, people say, "Do you like bacon?" I said, "Yes, I love bacon." And every once in a while, I make my own turkey bacon, and people go, "Ugh, turkey bacon." I'm like, "Yeah, if you brine the turkey right, if you dry it right, and if you smoke it right, the skin becomes crunchy and
Yeah.
it's like bacon. It is delicious."
So is this spatchcocked?
Nope, that is straight up.
Oh, okay. Very good. Looks good.
So I season it. I brine it. Let's see. I started the brine on Sunday. Took it out of the brine on Tuesday. Tuesday? Yeah,
Mhm.
Tuesday. Seasoned it on Tuesday, and then right back into cold environment and cold dry environment until Wednesday afternoon, to then smoke until cooked.
Excellent. That's
Delicious.
fantastic. Yeah, you have a well-seasoned big green egg there too. That has seen a lot of meat through there. It looks like.
It has seen an awful lot of meat. It's I bought that thing back in 2010, I think it was,
Wow. Yeah, they have been
and
around for a while.
it travels or it travels with me to deer camp. It travels with me to the drop zone every once in a while. If people see it in the back of my vehicle, they go, "We're about to eat good."
I love it. My wife has a question for Steve. Is there an info packet we can send to our school district admin to encourage teachers to apply for Teachers Institute, or what do you recommend is done there?
Absolutely. Yeah, we have a little packet we can send out. So again, drop me an email. I'm happy to send those to you. We also have, I forget who it was, somebody was asking about doing the road shows. We have targeted flyers, like if, for example, the Atlanta one, we have the set dates for it, and we create a custom flyer to send out to local schools for them. So the key is, as long as we get a teacher or two who can find those other schools, they have relationships with these other schools where they can get the flyer to them to hang up in teachers' lounges or whatever it is they need to do. We can create a custom flyer. I've got an amazing team of people with me that can whip that sucker up in no time and get it sent out. So yep, I'm happy to send brochures, flyers, whatever it takes.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do I just have them email you then? I guess K5ATA at ARRL.org, or
Yep, there's actually a form for it somewhere online, but just shoot me an email. I'll get it out to you.
okay, perfect, fantastic. I love that. Actually, my wife is sending me questions in the background. I don't. You can just post them, Lana. Do you have questions more than that? You can post them here. But so far, what has Steve, from your feedback? What has the kids? So this would come back from the teachers, I guess. Been the most excited about? Like, is there one thing that kind of really draws
S-
interest?
Space.
Space. Yeah.
Yep, space is cool. Space is the last real unexplored thing. The kids like the satellite communication stuff. They like the possibility of, you know, talking to an astronaut. Um, a lot of times the teachers that come out of TI, they end up applying for an ARRS contact, another great program. Um, and but even then, the fact that every now and then they get an astronaut up on the space station who just likes to spend a little time on the radio, the kids love the thought that they can just go in their backyard potentially, and you never know, maybe they can work an astronaut.
Hmm.
If not, they get to, talk to somebody else who's in the footprint of the repeater there. So
Indeed. Yeah. Well, we do have our guest here, one of our first guests. So let me get
love how there's an odd and even donation battle going on now too.
Okay, but it's really, look at those numbers, Mike. They're upsetting. It's really
Team
upsetting.
Odd is the winning team. People, make sure you're donating in odd numbers. Every time you donate in odd numbers, you're giving Boondock over here a seizure, and we might see him have an event live.
Yeah, they're saying in the chat.
Well, it's like you could give $50 or $100, but you could give $51 or $101.
Mike,
Now,
you shut up.
shame on me. I should
You
donate
shut up.
another dollar.
You shut your
I
mouth.
donated 200. I only
Mike,
donated 200.
No.
I should have done 201.
No. You, oh, dude. Not cool, Mike. Not cool.
Well, when you have odd numbers, you have a middle. You have more balance in the world that way.
Yes.
You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put you on my Christmas list, and I'm gonna kick you right off it, Mike.
That's fine. Would you believe that Christmas is not that important to me?
Your birthday is.
My birthday? Well, you didn't send me anything for my birthday, which, by the way,
well
today
earned.
is my birthday.
Well
everyone
earned,
watching.
Mike.
So I know you were all planning on sending me birthday presents for my 46th trip around the sun. But I would like to ham that forward and just ask for all those generous gifts you were going to give me, just use that money to donate now to the ARRL Teachers Institute. It's 100% tax deductible. All funds, every single penny from this fundraiser today, what did I call it? A hamathon, is going to the ARRL's Teachers Institute. YouTube does not take a cut. Nobody takes a cut. All money goes in there. You will get a receipt from Google when you donate, so you can use that when you file your taxes next year and screw the government a little bit. So that's
Santiago.
my spiel.
Santiago sent me a message on the side. For those of you that are outside of the United States, if for some reason YouTube is not taking your money, because it has happened to some, just you can send it direct to the Teachers Institute link. For those of you that just can't send direct through the YouTube process, right?
There we go.
So be aware that there is a way if you're outside of the United States. And thank you, Santiago, for sending that information. Appreciate that. If you're in a position where you want to give and for some reason it ain't working out, just go to the link. The other one.
Am I back?
Is that Santiago and DR?
Yes.
Oh, good fella. Great
He's
group.
a fantastic
Great group of guys down there, and girl.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm actually one day I would like to find a way to get funding to take TI international.
I know a guy that can translate to Spanish. I'm just saying.
So actually, Santiago and his crew have been working on doing some of our learning center stuff, translating some of that into Spanish for us. I would just love to find a way to, like several people have asked if we can go to them. I mean, several South America, and I meet these folks at conferences, and just the way I'm funded right now, I can't really do it. So we have to find that magic number to figure out how to make that go.
Can you guys hear me now? Am I back?
We can.
Yeah,
okay.
You're back now.
That was weird. I didn't get the weird crunchy audio. I just died out completely. So that was fun. Yeah, we've got George here. Sorry for all just cut in here because this is his preferred time slot. So, George, how you been, man? What's going on?
Hey, Josh. I've been great. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all.
Yeah.
Hi, George.
Hi, George.
Hi,
So
George.
We brought George in to talk about his awesome station controller, and we've now tried to do this like twice. So, George, why don't you give everybody kind of an idea of what it is, and I'll pull up some links for you, and we'll go from there. Okay?
Yeah, sure thing. Well, first off, it's really a blast to be able to hang around with you guys. So it's great to see you all, and especially for such a great cause. So, Steve, I hope you knock it out of the park with everybody watching today. So, wish you the very best. So the station controller. So we make a couple different control system products in my company. The company is Sierra Radio Systems. We also make the PACTENA antennas, and people have been known to jump out of airplanes with them from time to time.
Yes, indeed.
So on the control system side, we started before we did PACTENAs, we started making repeater control systems, and we still do that. In fact, we're coming out with a new one next year. But in the meantime, in the last couple of years, the big focus has been on building what we call a station controller. And the station controller basically is a control system that makes it easy for you to set up a remotely operated base station. So the most common use case is to remote your HF radio while you're traveling, or maybe you across your house, across the world. It doesn't really matter. That could be any kind of radio. It could be a Flex, an ICOM, a Yaesu, whatever you got. And when you go to solve that problem to do a remote station, there's two big problems. One is, how do you control the radio and pipe the audio back and forth? And the second problem is everything else that sits around the radio. So the manufacturers pretty much solve the how do you control the radio problem. And there's also third parties that do that as well. And so since we make control systems, we focused on the everything else problem. So our station controller lets you do things like remotely turn the power on and off, switch antennas, measure RF power, take the temperature of your room, your power amplifier, measure the battery voltage. It does a whole bunch of stuff. And so that comes together with a variety of different hardware modules that all talk to a central PC, usually a Raspberry Pi, that serves up a web page. And that web page is written in Node-RED, which is a very popular ham radio control environment. And that's basically the idea. So you can remotely control and monitor your HF station, your VHF station, your repeater system. I've got an electric fence to keep the deer out of the garden. I can turn that thing on and off remotely. So, I mean, you can use it for other stuff too.
Very good. So what do I do? So I have some stuff here that I've so you kind of donated it to take a look at. I have the station controller and some other equipment as well, and I think we were going to go through that briefly. Or is there anything else you wanted to hit before we took a look at this?
I think that'd be good if you want to. Do you want to show your workbench and we can go from there?
Yeah. So can you see it? You should be able to see it. Let me know when you can. Oh, am I? Okay. Mm-hmm.
Raspberry Pi computer, which is what hosts the Node-RED dashboard. That's the web page. You can actually run that on any computer. You can run it on any computer you've got kicking around the house. The nice thing about the Raspberry Pi is it's small, low power, and our Raspberry Pi module has a built-in 12-volt power supply, so you don't need a wall wart. You just plug it into your 12-volt battery or DC power supply, and it boots and runs the Raspberry Pi. All you got to do is plug in Ethernet into the Pi. You plug in a patch cord between that board and whichever modules you want to control, and plug in power, and that's it. And the thing is up and running in a minute.
So I cheated a little bit and I connected Wi-Fi because I don't have an Ethernet here. So I did jump the gun a little bit to do the Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
I have access now to it. So what would be the next step?
Okay, grab one of the modules, either the GPIO module or the antenna relay module, whichever is handy.
All right. Well, I have a couple here. Let's take a look. The GPIO module is right here, and there's a little installation kit. So, okay, let's go with the GPIO module.
Okay, so all you need is the little Cat5 cable that will connect between the two boards.
Okay, and that's in this little installation kit, it looks like.
So the way we hook these things up, there's a RJ45, a little what looks like an Ethernet connector on every one of the modules. And in fact, on the Raspberry Pi, there's 3 of them. It's a hub. Mm-hmm. And you plug the little Ethernet cable between one of those 3 jacks on the Raspberry Pi and the 1 jack on the module.
Okay.
And that Ethernet cable provides both power and data between the Raspberry Pi and the module.
Okay. So I'm going to do that.
So you only need to power one module somewhere. And by the way, all the modules have power jacks, so you could really stick 12 volts in any of the modules, and all the modules wired together will be powered from that one.
Oh, I see.
And you can plug it in hot. You don't have to power cycle anything. So plug the Ethernet cable into one of those 3 jacks at the top.
Okay, I did that.
And then plug the other end into the modular jack on the GPIO module.
Okay, I have it. Can you see my video? Is it not showing up?
On my screen, I see me. So
Oh.
I'm not sure if that's what's going out the stream or not.
Do me a favor and just refresh your browser really quickly. Sometimes it only needs a quick refresh and you should be able to see everything. Got a hot mic there, Mike.
Okay, there we go. Now I see. There we go. Now I see everybody plus you.
Okay.
So you'll notice that when you plugged in that little blue cable, that the GPIO module came to life.
Yeah.
And it a couple seconds for it to boot, and once it boots, it's up and running. So just a quickie on what's in the GPIO module. What's on there are 18 I/O channels to measure and control stuff. So there are 4 single pole, single throw dry contact relays, the 4 little white cubes there. So that comes out to terminal strips. So that's just dry contact switches. There's 4 open collector outputs, which are basically transistors that pull to ground.
Mm-hmm.
There are 4 opto-isolated inputs, which are active pull to grounds for essentially a switch closure input. There's 4 DC voltmeters that measure from 0 to 50 volts. And then there's 2 digital temperature probe jacks up at the top.
Is that
so
these guys here?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
And so those use temperature probes that are usually encapsulated in little cylinders, little metal cylinders, and they can have a wire that's feet to 20, 30 feet long, and you just plug those in. And every time you plug something together, what happens is the GPIO module is constantly reading all the inputs and waiting for a command to come from the Raspberry Pi. So if you point your browser on your computer to the Raspberry Pi, we can see what the dashboard looks like.
Okay, and we've got a fun little experiment here. This mat that I'm working on is a heated mat from Quirky QRP. So when we're ready for that, I'm gonna hook up the temperature probe to the mat and see if we can see the temperature go up.
Perfect.
I think that'd be a fun experiment. So let's
sounds great.
Yeah, let's pull up the website. I've also by your recommendation, I went out and I got the those coax, the HF1 sensors. So I have one of those hooked up as well,
Cool.
in line through the coax. So we should be able to get power reading from that too, right?
Yeah, if you have the watt-meter control module.
Yeah, I think so. We'll find
I think
out.
you do.
Yeah, so let me see where I hid that.
So when you, if you already know, do you know the IP address of the Raspberry Pi offhand?
I do. In fact, I already did pull that up because I thought that might be important.
Okay.
So let me see if I did this right.
If you don't know what it is, when you boot the Raspberry Pi, it takes about a minute for the Raspberry Pi OS to load. Once it loads, it gets an IP address from the network, and then it displays it on the little LCD display for about 20 seconds. So every time you boot it, you can see what it is if you forget it. So what you're looking at there is the dashboard that we supply, and it's built so that if you have one of each of the control modules, you get the panels for each of those control modules. And with Node-RED, it's all open source. And so if you want to add a module or change a module, you can go into the Node-RED editor and make whatever changes you like, or add another GPIO module or another coax switch or whatever. So in the upper left-hand corner, the big stack of red and green squares, those are for the GPIO modules, relays, and open collector outputs. So 1 through 4 are the relays, and then 5 through 8 are the open collector outputs. So a simple way to start is to click one of the green buttons, let's say one of the first 4 green buttons on the left-hand side there. So
just the RY.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just go and click that. Now you'll see the little LED next to it change from red to green. What should have happened is the first relay on the control module should have engaged, and the LED would come on, the physical LED on the module.
And we should see that on the board.
And yeah, so if you look at the board, the first relay has a little LED by it that should be on.
Okay, let's see.
And there it is.
One right there.
That one right there. And so what happens is it's a closed loop control. So when you actuate something like turn on relay number 1, it sends a command from the Raspberry Pi over the cable to the GPIO, tells it to turn on relay 1. Then the control module reads every sensor and every state of the relays and everything, and then ships all that data back to the dashboard to update the entire dashboard.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So when you click the button and
I just lost George. Can you hear me, George?
I think George clicked the button.
Oh, you clicked a button, George. You can't hear me. I don't think anybody can hear you, George.
No. I can see George.
Yeah, we can see you, George, and I can hear other people in the chat. So I think maybe
So he probably just needs to refresh.
do another refresh. Oh, there he is. Yeah, you're back.
For some reason, the headset just decided to reset. Anyway.
Well, sorry about that. Okay.
Back to the story. What happens is when you press the virtual button on the dashboard, it sends a command to the module. The module decodes it, actuates it, reads all the sensors, ships all that data back, and then it updates the display. So you'll notice, like when you hit the relay on button, it takes like a second before the LED on the display changes color. That's because it's going there and back. And so you're getting the change on the display, not because you pressed the virtual button, but because the module is telling you what state that relay's in.
Okay.
So that way, you know, you actually, it's not fire and forget.
Yeah.
You know that it actually did what you asked for it to do.
That's cool. Okay. So then hypothetically.
Yeah, so that.
No, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, please. Go ahead, Josh.
Well, so you've got these different relays, and so to a ham, what would we be using these for hypothetically? Like, what would be the common
great
use
question.
case?
Yeah, so there's things in the control system that are like general purpose, like turn on a relay, and there's other things that are very radio specific, like read the wattage or change a coax relay position. These general things on the GPIO module, let's say the relay thing, the most fundamental thing you're going to want to do is be able to turn your station's power on and off. Now, some people leave the power on all the time. Some people leave it off all the time until they want to use it. Regardless of your approach, you need to have positive control on your station. So if something goes nuts at your remote station, the last thing you want is for it to get stuck in transmit, right? So you need a positive control on the station. So you need some way to go in and turn off the transmitter. Now, you could do that several different ways. I could turn the AC on and off to the power supply. I could put a DC power relay between the power supply and the radio. I could put a soft control on a radio. Like, for example, with a Flex, for instance, my remote's a Flex 6400. There's a jack on the back of the Flex that's called remote.
Okay.
It's a little RCA jack. And when you ground that pin, it turns on the radio. When you unground the pin, it turns it off without applying power. It's kind of a soft on-off button.
Okay.
You could hook that up to one of the open collector outputs, or you could route it through one of the built-in relays with ground on the other side of the relay. So that's a simple example. You might use it as a simple antenna relay. If you have like a Dow key relay with 2 positions, you just need to turn the relay on and off. You could use it for that. The temperature sensors you could use to measure your ambient room temperature, your rack temperature, your PA temperature, outdoor temperature, whatever. The voltmeters are really handy to measure your DC power voltage, especially if you're running on batteries or solar. And when you're when you're running remote stations, if everything works perfectly, that's great. However, Murphy's Law, at some point, sooner or later, you're going to go turn on your remote control software. You're going to go to use the radio, and something's not going to work right. Either the SWR is high, or I'm not making contact, so am I putting any power out? So you want to diagnose what in the world's going on. So besides having positive control, like being able to turn power on and off, you want to be able to measure the vital signs of your remote station. So let's say the radio's not putting out much power. Well, what's the power supply voltage? What's the SWR? It's just basic debugging stuff. What would you want to monitor to see what's working and what's not?
Right. Okay, so now that we've got, let's see, we've got the relay working, and that does temperature control. Should we see if we can plug in the temperature thing? And
yeah, plug it in.
Okay, let me.
So right now, when you look at the dashboard, you don't get any data
from
the temperature sensor, and all you have to do is plug the sensor in. You don't have to reboot it or anything.
Okay, so I should just be good to go.
Yeah, you should just be able. Do you have the little 3 pin plug wired onto the wires?
I think so.
Yeah, so you should just be able to plug it into one of those jacks, and it should just work.
Let me check. Let me go back here. So I'm on the screen. Here we go. Let's see if we can find it.
Okay, a little interlude music.
Yeah. Can you? Let's see.
Where's Mike when you need him?
Which one am I looking for out of the?
Okay.
Oh, it's this guy.
Okay, there you go.
Little tubes.
Yeah, so those are digital temperature sensors. They're encased in little metal cylinders and they're watertight. So you can put them outside or anywhere you like.
Okay.
Now you'll see the ends of the wires are just stripped and tinned. So they have to be put into those little compression screw terminals.
Okay. So do I just need one?
Yeah, you just need one.
Okay. And it looks like I've got the
Okay, the wires do matter. So if you look at the
okay.
board,
Mhm.
you'll see right next to the pins on the terminal block.
I see it. Red, yellow, black.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a hint.
And I guess it doesn't matter which one because you got multiple jacks here, right?
Mhm.
Okay, let me grab
You can plug in one or two or both or none.
Okay. Okay, starting with the first one here. Red. I'm not going to blow this thing up, am I, George, if I...
Yeah. Many have tried.
Okay, good.
So one little safety tip.
Yes.
Those plug-in terminal blocks are the good quality ones. They use what's called a rising clamp connection. What that means is that when you unscrew the connection, it opens the jaw.
Okay.
Then you can stick in the wire and then you screw it down and it compresses down on the wire. And you want to make sure that you open the thing up as far as you can before you stick in the wire. So what you don't want is to close it and stick the wire in above it and have it
Got
flop
it.
around.
So this is loosen first, then tighten down.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we're loose. And I can do this with it on, right? You don't doesn't matter?
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Okay.
And by the way, what you're doing now is the most complicated thing about setting up the station controller. That is wiring it up to whatever it is you're trying to monitor or control. That takes most of the time.
Oh, I think they were not loosened. Hold on, let me see. Yes. Okay.
And those wires could be short or long. I think the maximum length is something like 30 or 40 feet.
Curiosity, can I just... Oh, good. Let's just do it this way.
Yeah, you just unplug it.
I was making this too difficult on my life.
As Steve knows, the best way to learn is hands-on experimentation. There's nothing wrong with failure. It's how you learn.
Well, leave it to me. I'll figure out a way.
That's the way I remember.
Nature finds a way.
So by the way, while you're doing that, like I said, the main application for these is for doing an HF remote because that's the hot topic these days. So it's really tuned for that purpose. But the original idea before I started working on this was to basically make a system like this for my repeater systems. Because as a repeater owner, if you ever get up in the morning and go to key up your repeater and you get nothing coming back, then you're wondering, like, what in the world is going on? Did the power poop out at the site? Did the antenna fall off the tower? Did I pop a fuse on the power supply? So the same kind of monitoring and control is very helpful for that sort of thing as well. So you know what's going on at the repeater site.
Okay, we have plugged in.
All right.
So for funsies, I'm going to take this little quirky QRP sticker and I'm going to slap the probe underneath it for turning on the temp here. So I'll hit the light for some power going to it. So we'll see if it starts to move. So oh wow, it already started. Jeez.
Let's see the dashboard.
Yeah,
okay.
I literally looked over and it was already lit up. Hold on. Okay. It's going. And yes, it's going up. So look at the little circle there, 70 degrees. Is it? The pad is warming to the touch. I can feel it.
There you go. So one of my beta testers was in Europe, and he sent me an email and he said, I don't understand how it's possible for the temperature to be 80. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, like, everything is C over here. It's not Fahrenheit. And I'm like, oh, good point. So there's a switch in the software so you can change it from Fahrenheit to centigrade.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So yeah, it just updated. It went from 71 to 73 degrees.
So now let me tell you what's happening with the update. So I mentioned before, every time you send it a command like flip a relay, it will do that and it'll measure all of the sensors and give you an update. Now, if you do nothing, if you just let it sit there, as we ship the software, it has an automatic update mechanism. So about every 20 seconds, 30 seconds, the dashboard will pull every one of the modules and get an update. And you can change that pull rate. You could pull it more frequently or whatever as you like it. So this is kind of the normal out of the box mode. We also have a way to stream data almost real time. So we have one customer who said, look, this is all great, but I want to read my RF in real time and I want to see the needle moving really fast, like at least once or twice a second, not like once every 30 seconds. Give me a snapshot. So we implemented a streaming mode, which allows you to set up a module that is just constantly measuring inputs and constantly sending data to the dashboard. And to do that, you have to put it on a separate physical channel. Right now, all of the modules are sharing one big network, if you will, and you just simply plug in another USB interface to that one module, and you have it read both of the modules in the dashboard, and everything's fine. So
cool.
you could do near real time, like 3 to 4 samples per second. Another user is doing an ARRL antenna rotor for satellites. So he had his own satellite control software, and he wanted to use the GPIO module remotely to measure the ARRL position and then take commands from the control program. And we use the streaming mode for that as well. So he's constantly sending ARRL position data back to the controlling software. Okay, so below that, you see those 4 big green boxes, and they have grayed LEDs.
Gray
It says
LEDs.
vertical, left side,
Yes,
down.
I do.
Okay,
Yeah, right
so
next to me.
that's the control panel for the HF antenna relay module.
Oh, okay.
So
let me
plug one of those in
switch
if you
over.
like.
I do have that as well. So hold on while we continue to warm. I think I'll turn the pad off.
What temperature did you get it up to?
87, which is not bad. That's pretty good.
Wow.
Okay, so you're talking about the HF coax relay, this guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that guy is a 4-position HF relay. It's good to 6 meters. It's kind of not great at VHF and it's terrible at UHF. So we call it an HF relay because it's not built for VHF, UHF. We have a different one for that.
Okay.
But this one allows one of 4 positions. So you can use it as 1 antenna to 4 radios or 1 radio to 4 antennas. And this controller uses latching relays. So whatever position you put it in, even if you lose power, it'll stay in that position. So
that's cool.
in power out and you don't have total battery backup, at least your antenna is still hooked up to whatever radio you were on before. So once again, like you just did, you just plug it in, it boots up and registers in the system.
I just heard the clicky clack, so it did something.
Yeah, so if you look at the dashboard, what used to be grayed out LEDs should now give you red and green.
Oh yeah, there they are.
So now it's registering and it tells you it's in position 3. So you can click any of those buttons and it'll switch position.
Okay, let's see. So if I just click vertical, for instance?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I will switch back here so you can see it, but it's showing now selected port 1, and let's switch to port 2. There's port 2, and it's reflected on the dashboard. There was a question, George, is there a way to capture current draw with a DC power relay module?
You certainly can. We don't make one yet. So there's a couple ways you could do that. If you want to buy something off the shelf, we're eventually going to do a current sensor. Right now, we're just measuring voltages. But there's a fellow that makes a power switch, which has a current sensor built in. And I happen to have one here in front of me. So this is not a product we make. So Tom, the fellow that has a really great YouTube channel called Ham Radio A to Z, he's done a ton of videos on the 7300 and other radios, and so he actually has a product that'll do that. So this this little box here is a DC power switch with a voltmeter and current sensor in it, and so he reached out to me and said, "Would you mind if I use your control protocol in my product?" And I said, "Sure, why not?" So so he has a product that plugs and plays with our system. which is really cool. Now we'll eventually probably do something, but not exactly what he did, but with a current sensor. Now, if you don't want to buy something, if you want to build something, that's certainly easy to do. There's a couple ways to do it. You could use like a digital current sensor where the device would talk over like an I2C interface to the dashboard, or you could use another kind of current sensor where it puts out a voltage, and that voltage is proportional to the current, which means you just run that into one of the analog to digital converters on our module, and then it worked fine. But of course, you have to customize the dashboard to to make it say amps and give it the scale you want. So yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it. We just don't happen to offer something off the shelf right now that does it.
That's cool though. Okay. So then I guess now I'm thinking about my remote shack type setup. So if I wanted to, I've got temperature now. I've got relay control. If I want to switch antennas, let's see if we can. I think I might have it. I don't know. You said there was a board for doing the using this module here. What would
The
I?
watt meter.
Yeah, the watt meter.
Yeah, so we don't make the coupler. So what you're showing, what Josh is showing there is a wave node directional coupler. Wave node's a company that makes watt meters and couplers. So we use their coupler because they're very reasonably priced and they work really well. So we made an interface to their couplers, and that control module can handle two separate. There you go. That'll handle two separate directional couplers. And they make HF ones, they make VHF ones, they make low power ones, high power ones. So you pick whichever one you want, and we've pre-calibrated our control module to handle 3 of their different units. So I think you probably got the HF one
I think
there.
so. Yeah, Sierra. Well, it says Sierra Radio Systems RF watt meter.
Yeah, so that's our control module, and then the box is the
Oh, yes,
coupler.
correct. And I do have that
And
in line to my my actual
okay.
coax. So let me get some space here. So we gotta... now, kids, it's not just gonna sit on the table like this. You're actually supposed to put it on some rails and put it
You're
up on
supposed
your
to throw it in
wall.
a drawer and
No,
close it.
no, that's well. I guess you could,
Oh,
right? Hypothetically, because it's a Raspberry Pi. If you
could.
got it all plumbed, that's fine. So
Well, the nice thing is the bottom plate on all the boards are insulated, so if you put one on top of another one, you're not going to short anything out.
what's the rail system that you recommend for this, George?
So you can mount these things a couple ways. There's holes on the base plate, so you could use standoffs and mount it in a chassis box or vertically.
Mhm.
But in the industrial control world, a very common mounting technique is called DIN rail. And DIN rail is basically a 1-inch piece of extruded aluminum that's bent in such a way that there's clips that snap on it. So if you want to use DIN rail, it's super easy to install. You just take a piece of this aluminum extruded rail, you screw it to a wall or a piece of plywood or something, or even a box, bottom of a box. And then there's plastic clips that screw on our boards that let you snap it onto the rail. So the nice thing about that is if you want to use real industrial automation hardware, power supplies, relays, other stuff that you can buy all over the world, you can intermix that commercial stuff with our stuff in a DIN rail installation.
Okay. So do I just take this plug then that I have and just go in the
Shove it in there.
All right.
Yep. So there's 2 ports, one for each of 2 different directional couplers, and you can mix and match. You can have an HF coupler and a VHF coupler on the different port.
Okay.
So where is the coupler in your? I assume it's radio to some cable to the coupler to an antenna.
I believe. Well, yeah. If I did this right, which I think I did, it is the outbound side of my HF post amplifier out to the antenna.
Okay.
So it's in that chain.
Okay. And that's the HF1 coupler model, I assume.
That is the HF1, correct.
Is that when we ship it, it has to be configured for something. So we default configure them for the wave node HF1 coupler. If you want to use their QRP coupler or their VHF coupler, then you have to go into the serial port and type a command and tell it which thing to be. But I think you're all set.
Okay.
Okay. So at this point, let's look at the dashboard.
Okay. Let me go back to the dashboard.
Okay. There. On the right-hand side, you'll see 2 sets of gauges.
Yep.
The top sensor and the bottom sensor, and there's a forward and reflected wattage meter on there. And there's also a little LED that indicates whether the thing's in push to talk or not.
Uh-huh.
So there's a couple ways to use these couplers. So one way to use the coupler is just leave it in line. Don't actually tell it to take a measurement, and just every 30 seconds, it'll just measure whatever the power happens to be. That particular use case is kind of handy more for like a repeater transmitter where you're
Mhm.
looking at a constant power output. If you're doing anything on HF, sideband, CW, your output power is varying. So taking one sample is not necessarily the most useful thing in the world.
Right.
But the way this is normally used, like on my Flex, for example, I mentioned there's some jacks in the back of the radio. One of the jacks is a transmit jack. Another jack is a CW key jack. I have those jacks wired to GPIO pins on the GPIO module.
Mhm.
So when I want to test the output power of my Flex radio, now the Flex will actually tell me how much the output power is, but I want a second opinion. So I want
Yeah.
to get the power output from the coupler. So when I go into test mode, I can press a button, have it key down the transmitter. Then the wattmeter module will take a sample and tell me what that is, both forward and reflected power. Now,
Oh.
when it takes the sample, it actually you can change these parameters, but by default, when you say give me a sample, it actually takes 10 samples and then averages them together and gives you that as a result over a period of about a second or two.
Okay.
So that way, with a if you have a modulated signal, then you'll at least get kind of an average. But the best way to get power output is switch to CW, key down, measure the constant carrier, and that way you really know what your maximum output power and reflected power is.
Okay. So
Now,
let me.
and to make that a little bit easier, on the wattmeter module, there's a little terminal block, and there's a PTT in and a PTT out, which is optional.
Okay.
So what that does is if you go into wattmeter test mode, then it'll close the relay on the wattmeter module, which could PTT your transmitter, take the measurement, and then return that value and unkey the transmitter.
Oh.
Um, then also the PTT input would be used for most likely like in a repeater. So for example,
Mhm.
if you said, what's the power output on my repeater? If it says 0, that's either really good or really bad. Because if you're not transmitting, who cares, right?
Right.
It's irrelevant. So you want to know if the radio thinks it's in transmit. If the radio thinks it's in transmit and you're getting no output power, it's really bad. So we can both sense the PTT and cause the PTT to actuate.
Okay.
So
So.
the easiest way to test this, frankly, is to put your radio in CW, key down, and then one of the interactive buttons there is to ask for a test. So you'll see it says run RF wattmeter test on port 1.
Yeah.
There's a big button. So what you want to do is you want to go in CW mode. You want to key up, then you want to hit that green button, and it should return you a wattage.
Okay. So I'm gonna key down first, then click the button,
Yeah, key down, hold it down, and then click the button on the dashboard.
and then let go.
Yeah.
Hey.
So what did it tell you?
26.63 watts.
Forward, I hope.
It says no. It says reflected.
Oh, is it reflected? And nothing forward? That's not good.
No, it's not good. Hold on. Wait a second. So we got that. See now. See, this is why you want to have this, right?
Yep.
Unless I
Now,
have this backwards.
one of the things that's really cool, like a repeater user application, is you can set this up and never look at the dashboard. So in the dashboard itself, it's very simple to write a little test case that says, if my reflected power is ever over a certain amount, then do something. And that do something could be turn off the radio, it could be flip an antenna relay, it could be send me a text message. Take some action based on the fact that I just measured an increasingly high reflected power.
I found the issue. Hold on. So that's when you actually have the automation that says post radio for sale on QRZ.
Puts out 20 watts.
Hold on.
That's right. We're running QRP in reverse. No, not really. So each of the modules right now, they're priced at $230 per module. So you want the Raspberry Pi module, let's say the GPIO module and the watt meter module. There's 3 modules. So that's about $600-700 roughly.
So
And setting it up, you've seen everything there is to do. The only thing that we haven't done is maybe to write some custom code. If I read this, then take some action, then that's up to you. But if it's interactive, then you're just set to go.
I had the dually bop there flipped backwards.
I'm so happy to hear that. I can't tell you. It's like, okay, let's do the live demo. It's like, what's this?
That was my bad. So let me just check this too. No, it's showing SWR 0. So yeah, so I'll do it again. I'll hit the port 1 and yeah, there you go. That's much better.
Okay, what do you see now?
86.74 watts. So I realized that your test, so the test is gonna, it samples for like what, like a second? Maybe a little more. Okay, so I was ending transmission too early. So let me hold it down and then click it.
Yeah, hold it down, hit the button,
and then
wait
for
about
the
5
click.
seconds, and then let up.
Okay, there. Okay, that's much more reasonable. 86.74 watts.
And you'll see LEDs on the module. The activity LEDs will go on while you're sampling. When the LEDs go off, then you can let up.
So then, when you're just out there transmitting remotely and you're remoted into this, and we have it in the HF configuration, so not the repeater, we're not going to be just constantly sampling. Is it like if you're doing single sideband, you're kind of just hoping that you're in the wheelhouse and not getting a bunch of like reflected power more than anything, right?
Yeah, there's sort of 2 ways to look at that. The simple way is I believe that my station will just be fine and dandy, and I won't really need to look at the watt meter at all. Unless something seems to not be working right and I want to do a sanity check, then I will proactively go into CW, key down, measure the wattage, and I definitively know what the power is in and out at that point. But in normal operation, you won't really bother to look at it because why would you? It'd be fine. Now, some people do want a real-time, actively moving needle, and that's possible as well. And I mentioned that before. To do that, you flip a switch on the board, and you run a separate cable to a separate input on your Pi. So right now there's one port into the Pi. We need to add a second one, so we need a USB dongle, which would just be wired to the watt meter and only the watt meter. And so now you have 2 physical channels, one the normal control network for all the modules, and a second one only for the watt meter. And it's continuously monitoring the wattage and updating the needle in real time. So you could do both, but it's just another step you have to go through to set that up.
So you're saying the watt meter board, your board, we would have to wire in, and then, is that what those little blue USB ports are for?
That's right.
Oh, okay. So it's just a 2-wire. Oh, I can see it. Why don't I show that so everybody understands?
So that's a little 2-wired network dongle, and you can imagine, like in the normal case, the modules are just quiet. They don't do anything until the dashboard interrogates them, tells them to do something or measure. In case of a streaming data thing, like a streaming watt meter, if that data is on the network, it's going to flood the network, and that's not good, right? So we just create a second physical channel with a pair of wires, and now that works.
And does that go into one of these guys?
No, it would go. So on all the modules, in addition to the black RJ45 modular connector, there's also a terminal block. It's called the system terminal block up at the top left, and the wires that go out the modular connector are replicated on that terminal block. So what you do is take the AB wires out of one terminal block and just route it to that little dongle, and that's it. And when you plug the dongle in, it enumerates as another COM port on the Raspberry Pi, and you go into your Node-RED dashboard, and instead of taking the data from, let's say, serial port 0, now you're taking data from serial port 1.
Gotcha.
And then everything works just fine.
So where do they go on this board, the 2 wires?
Take a look at the left connector, upper left. You'll see on the silk screen on the board, it says AB along the top there. Should, I think.
This one's says GD 4321.
Oh no, my mistake. To the right hand one on that
Oh,
one.
this one. Yeah, AB
Yeah.
AB. Yep, yep.
Yeah.
I see it.
So you just need one wire to the A and one wire to the B, and then those two wires go to the dongle, and there's only two terminals on the dongle. They're labeled A and B, and you just match them up. That's it.
That's great. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Now, by the way, that wire, that little twisted pair, that could be 1,000 feet long. It could be 2,000 feet long. I mean, one of the reasons we went with the kind of data medium that we went with is because you can wire these things over very long distances, and they're very noise immune. And on top of that, if you really wanted to, you could replace that wire with a pair of data radios. So we also sell 900 megahertz data radios that let you take the twisted pair into one radio and out the other radio, and it's connected over a 900 megahertz data link. And what's really cool about that is, like,
we're gonna use Meshtastic soon for that, right?
Well, you can actually, if you look at
you could,
if you
yeah.
look at the Raspberry Pi board.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see those two long black header connectors with nothing in it?
Yep.
That's for a Heltec V3 Meshtastic module.
Ah, there it is, guys. There it is. Oh, I've got one. I'll have to throw that in there too.
Yeah.
Is that what that antenna is for?
Yeah.
Bro.
So
people are going to be hearing about my shack that don't want to be hearing about it on the public chat.
So the idea is you want to make a very modular system so that the medium, the connection between two things, could be a twisted pair, could be an Ethernet cable, could be RF. Now, when you go into the RF mode, there's two different RF transceivers that we've tested. One is a Heltec V3 running Meshtastic, and the other is some 900 megahertz, not Meshtastic, but LoRa data radios that are higher power and faster. And the trade-off really is that the non-Meshtastic radios are much, much faster,
right,
in terms of their turnaround time. The Meshtastic radio is cool because it's Meshtastic and it's compatible with your iPhone. Like, you could put the Meshtastic Heltec module in the Raspberry Pi, and you could pull out your iPhone and pull up the Meshtastic app, and you can send a text message in the command format that we specify to control a relay, and it'll send you all of the data back to your phone about the status of that module.
Now, can you tell it to use specific channels? Like if you made your own private channel, I'm assuming that's the design.
Yeah. That's up to you how you configure your Meshtastic module. I don't get involved in that. It's up to you. Whether you encrypt it or not, whether you use I mean, I would not put it on like long fast, right? I'd put it on some obscure channel because you don't want to get, like, here's the temperature every 20 seconds sent to everybody on the planet, like they'd kill you.
Well, yeah, that was my joke, is I'm just going to spam everybody what my what my setup is and how it's all going.
78 degrees.
That's right.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So the only reason to use Meshtastic is if you're a Meshtastic user and you want to add physical control of something to your Meshtastic world, you don't even need the Raspberry Pi. You can just type the command on your phone and it'll interact with you, because all the commands are in ASCII readable text. If you're really building a real system and you really want it to perform, forget Meshtastic and go with the dedicated 900 meg radios. Then it'll be better performance.
Well, the 900 meg radios you're talking, like, what firmware are you running in the background for that?
So there's ones that we sell that are basically an appliance that takes the AB 2-wire input and handles everything to transmit the data over the air from there. The actual chipset that's inside those radios is a LoRa modulation scheme radio. And it just takes the data and just it codes it, modulates it, transmits it, and decodes it at the other end and pops it out. So it's clear text in, clear text out.
Right, because your goal is to get that sensor data, if you will, back to the Raspberry Pi board so that it can be shown on the website for the station controller.
And really, the main reason we bothered really with that whole approach is we've got people who are doing things like, I've got a tower 200 feet from my house, and I've got 5 antennas, and I don't want to run five times 200 feet of cable back to the shack.
Yeah.
So I have a coax relay at the tower, and I want to run one piece of coax to the shack. How do you control that? So if you go to DX Engineering and you buy their 8-port remote coax relay, you have to run a 9-conductor cable 200 feet back to the shack. Not anymore. Actually, it turns out that's a new product we're making, is a new module that you don't have yet. the new module is designed to control 10 different DX engineering antenna relay control modules, which normally you would have to pull cable to do. So with our solution, you put one of these modules at your remote coax switch, and you control it either over a piece of Cat5 cable or over the air.
Wow, that's awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
Well, George, did you anything else want to mention, or let's see if we can get some questions scared up
Oh,
for
let's take
you?
questions.
Yeah, okay. Everybody in the chat, or everybody here in the all guest chat, we have everybody here. What do you got? Any questions for George?
My first question was, how do we actually get one of these things? Because that's a really cool capability. I just wanted to make sure I have the address.
Thank you for that. Well, we've got a web page, but most recently we signed up DX Engineering as our exclusive dealer. So all the stuff I've shown you, you can buy from DX Engineering right now.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's all in stock. Yeah, and free shipping. I'll add. We stock all the same stuff, and we can sell it off of our website. But frankly, we'd rather you buy it from DX Engineering.
So question from it's Carlos. He's literally I'm going to read it for
Carlos.
Carlos, who's sitting in the chat right there. How fast are readings recorded back to the controller? And it sounds like it depends, but what's kind of like the default, I guess?
Of course it depends.
Of course it depends.
So the way it works out of the box is it's polling every module once every 30 seconds. Now, the reason it does that is the assumed use case is everything is quiet till I interrogate it, and I'm only going to bother looking occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you want to do it more frequently, you can speed up that time, so you can reduce the time between the times that the Pi interrogates the modules, or you can split them up on their separate physical channels and do it near real time. So the answer is out of the box once every 30 seconds, but you can crank that knob up to 2, 3, 4 times a second.
Mm-hmm. So Jody's in the chat. It sounds like you've talked in the past with Jody about the GPIO module watchdog, and there's something you might have been working on, and he's asking what kind of progress have you made on that, if any?
Oh, none whatsoever. My apologies for that. Yeah.
I don't understand what he's asking, other than like maybe you get into an overloaded state or something.
I'm going to come clean. It was like, well, that's a good idea, and I wanted to come back to it, but I haven't had a chance. The big effort in the last few months has been getting this DX engineering control module done, which looks like this. Looks like all the other ones, except there's 8 relays, and you can switch voltages or ground out to those different relays, and it has all the personalities pre-programmed for various controllers. So that's kind of sucked up all the time. But that's in the queue, and I would like to get back to looking at that. The module doesn't have really doesn't have a timer kind of reset problem at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay,
yeah, I'll have to go dig that back out.
Another question from Carlos in the chat. Can you
Carlos
set
who?
this? Yeah, I don't know who this Carlos guy is. Can you set this to log to a storage device for long-term data trend analysis? We want to nerd out even harder, George. How do we nerd out harder?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a couple ways you can do that. So the easiest thing is to just go into the Node-RED dashboard. So for that dashboard that you saw, that all comes, with the product, and it's open source, so you get all the source code to it. The easiest thing to do is just to go into the Node-RED and just add a couple of objects in the flow that just says, under these conditions, log this data to a file, and then it'll store that data on your Raspberry Pi. So that's one way to do it. If you have your own data logging software that you want to use, another way you can use these, you can either talk to them over the network connection, or there's a USB-C jack on every module. The USB-C jack is there to program it with new firmware. Mm-hmm. In some cases, there's some configuration options you can set, and you can also use it as a general purpose control port, just like the main network port. It's more verbose. There's more like status stuff that comes out there, but you can also just take that, and it enumerates as a COM port on your PC. So you just write whatever program in whatever language you like, and or just put a dumb terminal there and just monitor it and capture all the data that squirts out of that.
That's awesome.
So lots of ways to do it.
Yeah, that's very cool.
And by the way, just if I could just add one thought to that, Josh. So we have documentation on all of this stuff. So all of the command protocol information is published. So every module, there's a user guide for each module, and each module has a bunch of commands like, what's the state of the module? Turn that relay on. What's the voltmeter measurement? All that stuff is documented, and it's all super easy to understand. So if you've done any programming at all, you can look at this, and it's easier than CIV. It's plain text ASCII. You could literally have a dumb terminal and type a command into a dumb terminal and get a readable response from it. So it's very easy to integrate it into your own projects.
Okay. Just to jump ahead a little bit because we're about ready to move to the next segment, but kind of remind people where to go to find out more if they're so inclined. I know you've got a number of ways for people to get information about this, so just plug away.
Sure. So if you want to get one or get the published docs, go to DX Engineering, and there should be a user manual on each product's page at DX Engineering. If you go to our website, there's a bunch of high-level information on the website. Most importantly, we have a groups.io group, and that's really the best place to get information because we have a big wiki section, all the documentation, every module has a user's guide, there's advanced user guides, there's network. So if you want, there's like two kinds of users. There's the user A that says, I just want a thing, I'm going to take it out of the bag, I'm going to plug it together, and I just want to use it. And that's how we designed the product. But we also designed it for guys like me who want to hack around with it. And for them, type B, we have all the documentation, so you can dig into it as much as you like. And all that's on our groups.io page. So if you go to groups.io and look for station controllers, you can find the group and then just apply to that group and we'll add you on.
Okay, very good. Let's see. All right. Well, I think how do I do this now? Now I did something to myself, and now I'm locked into
Well, while you work on that, I've got a question for you. At Costco, they have this 6-7 foot tall Chewbacca.
It just dropped. George, are you there? Did you get cut?
He's back. So at Costco, they have this 6 or 7 foot tall Chewbacca thing for Christmas. How can I utilize your system and hack Chewbacca?
I'm sure there's a way.
Here, I wanted to do the little sound every time Mike transmits.
I mean, I'm not 6 foot tall. I'm only 5'6". I am hairy, but why must you call me Chewbacca? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. I think that's kind of an honor.
You are a hairy man, though. That is true.
So
can you give us a Chewbacca, Carlos? Can you give us your best Chewbacca impersonation?
I do a decent Tim the Two-Man Taylor.
That is pretty good. You'd make Hayden proud.
You just have to elongate that, and then you're getting in Chewbacca land.
That is pretty good.
That's not bad.
Nicely done. Yeah.
Not to link it too much back to kids, but I really like remote systems. And the reason is kids are almost never in the shack, but they are frequently at places I go to because I like hiking. People take their kids outside, and some of those places have cell phone service. And so I have multiple times met kids on the trail with their parents, and the parents might ask about the radio, but then the kids ask the best questions, like, what is a radio? Mm-hmm. And if you can pull something out of your pocket, bring up FT8 on a remote station, and they can hear the sounds and they can see the map of the signals coming in, all of a sudden it clicks like, that's not normal. I can't see China from here. I can't see, Spain. How can it get to Spain if I can't see Spain? And then all of a sudden you've got, a 10-year-old kid asking about atmospheric plasma physics. And it's so cool. And so all of this technology, when it comes back to the kids, there's these moments of magic where you're like, this is really cool.
That's why kids are awesome, because they're not afraid to ask any questions, and they don't understand the term like impossible. They just look at it as a little speed bump. They also don't understand budget, but that's okay.
And that's why you should get them licensed early, so they develop good habits.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, George, thank you a ton for coming on and chatting with us about Station Controller. It's super cool. I dropped the link there, so people go check it out. Thanks again. Just thanks for being available, too, to fill some time
Sure.
here, trying to make up some money for the Teachers Institute.
Yep.
I just
That's
like to
awesome.
point
Oh, by the
out-
way, I didn't mention the website. If I could just
Yeah, do it
share that
again.
real
Yeah, go
quick. I
ahead.
think I avoided mentioning it like 10 times. So the company is called Sierra Radio Systems. So if you go to sierraradio.net or pactena.com, either one will take you there. You'll find the antennas and the station controller.
All right. Very good. We dropped the
And
link
thank
there
you
for
so much,
too.
Josh.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you letting me come on and jabber about this stuff. I love talking about it, as you could tell.
Yeah,
So,
I'll be
thanks.
bugging you because I've got a green heron rotor control and all that stuff I need to integrate, and I need to get it mounted, and I need to do all that stuff. So it's all coming
Bet.
soon now that I got all the pieces.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
All right. Thanks very much,
George.
everybody.
Yeah.
Bye, George. Hey, I just like to
73.
point out
Thank you.
we're
Thanks,
at
George.
Bye, George.
$3,310, which is a nice even number.
It's actually
Thanks, everyone.
$33.60.
Keep it right there. Keep it right there. What are you talking about?
George, thank you so much for making a great antenna.
Oh, thank you, Carlos. Thank you so much for jumping out of an airplane with it. I love that. First time I saw it, I thought, oh my God, this is the best picture I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Guys,
You ain't gonna see
cuckoo-
me doing that.
Awesome.
The guy's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I know.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
George.
Okay,
Bye.
so where are we at now? I was actively working with George on that one, but we're at $3,360. Again, every cent, including the credit card transactions, go to the Teachers Institute. Right,
Yep.
Steve?
And remember, we have that match. So, we at 5,000, we have a $5,000 match. So,
Someone out there, please donate $77.
Yeah, we should
77.
set a dollar amount for the next giveaway. I know we have Conrad's going to join us here really shortly, but I want to put the challenge out there. We still got a lot of stuff to give away, and I was going to come up for a breather here, but maybe we just go straight to Conrad and talk to him for a little bit, and then we'll see where we're at. So I think I'd like to see 4,000 for the next radio. We'll do two
I was thinking
radios.
5.
You
yeah,
wanna
we
go
got a few
5?
rolling in. And
Okay.
I'm thinking.
Let-
Well,
If
$5
it-
grand's gonna get us that other 2,500.
yeah,
so
that
that'll put us
five
at
turns to
7,500.
yeah, five
If-
turns
You
to
know,
10.
you
If
got to
we
make them
get-
work for it.
Yeah, if we get to 5,000, then we'll do all the rest of the handhelds, and we'll start looking at some of this other stuff. Again, we got Boondock
pace
Echoes,
yourself.
we got Mesh-Tastics, we got a G106 HF radio, we got 2 keys from Aaron, the nameless Morse key creator. There's a lot of stuff that's been donated.
If
to
I
help
could
the
take a
Teachers
quick
Institute.
sec, though, I want to
Yeah, please.
just a lot of people I know, folks are coming and going, so I just wanted to reiterate my thanks for folks that are spending time, spending their money to support teachers, supporting kids. It's nice to see we've got some staff members in here who have also put money in.
Thank
I
you.
noticed Mark Tharp, one of our directors, is in here, and he's given money. So it's I guess inspiring is the word when not only are y'all helping raise money, but the people who drive the organization, the board of directors themselves are supporting it. I'm blessed to have a board that pretty well unanimously supports what we're trying to do with TI. So thank you again for that. So, and with that, we have Conrad.
Yeah, we'll mention this question was asked again, just so everybody knows. How much does it cost per teacher? Would you say about $4,500?
So, yeah, for a teacher traveling to headquarters, it's about $4,500. It's a little bit cheaper with it being on the road. Like if I'm going into close to half price. I haven't done enough road shows yet to have an exact dollar amount average per teacher, but it's significantly cheaper to do them on the road. But yeah, $4,500 it pretty well funds a teacher to come to headquarters for that week.
Okay. All right, I am going to take this opportunity. We're going to pass to Conrad, so everybody help Conrad out. But Conrad, I got to run to the restroom for a second as part of these long live streams. I know when to pace myself, and so this is about time. I'm going to throw the stream over to you. So, Conrad, how are you doing today? Well,
You're the boss.
Well, I don't know about that. Let's see if I get you in there. Now I see you. Okay.
Ah, there I am.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
how are you doing? Conrad? Are
I'm
you my
doing
new
good,
best
thank
friend,
you.
Conrad? The Conrad who's
Yep.
helping with RFI problems?
That's me. Josh and I traded emails earlier today.
Well,
so.
thank you. Yeah, I sent you some stuff. I still don't know that I'm getting you the right information. Maybe we'll talk after your bit here about dealing with RFI, but that's one of the amazing services that the ARRL also provides. So thank you for your time on that.
Exactly. Yeah, no problem. So yeah, I had asked Steve what he wanted me to talk about, and he said anything RFI. So
I love it.
I figured I would just kind of give you a little bit of a rundown of what I've learned about the ARRL and RFI services since I started there in July. So we do provide a service to the ARRL or to ARRL members, and we also work with the FCC. When somebody files an interference complaint with the FCC and it has a call sign attached to it, the FCC kicks that over to us first for a review, and we try to help the amateur solve their problem. So I started in July, as I said, and kind of got up to speed quickly, and ended up having to compile a report that we give twice a year to the ARRL's EMC committee. And in that report, we sort of summarize what the inbound requests are, to the ARRL as far as what kind of interference we're seeing and what we're doing to try to help solve the problems that people are reporting. And so, one of the things I wanted to tell all of you is that there's kind of three categories of interference that we see on a regular basis. The number one most reported is power line noise. That's noise that's created from poles and electrical equipment from the power utilities that provide power to your house. The second is interference from solar panels. We're seeing an awful lot of solar systems that go in that then wipe out the reception from somebody's HF radio. And then the third category is like 100 categories, but it's all kind of the same thing. It's devices. So we're seeing devices such as LED lights or Ethernet over power lines or HVAC or pool pump motors that are variable, or treadmills, or your reclining chair, or your charger for your cell phone. So all of those things, we have a long list, and we try to categorize them by each device. But really, it's devices that plug into your house, and a lot of times the interference that people are experiencing are self-inflicted problems, where they went out and bought a new treadmill, and as their spouse is running on the treadmill, they can't operate their radio. So we try to help identify people's interference with the we call it the breaker test, where we have people go to their main breaker panel and turn off the breakers to see if their interference goes away. And then if they've done that and it's not gone, then we have to do a little bit of direction finding to try and get them to figure out where it's coming from. It could be a neighbor's house, or from some sort of thing down the road. So one of the things that I had the opportunity to do over the summer is go to what you describe as a training class for utility employees that have to track down RFI on the poles. And since power line noise is the number one complaint, I have some pictures that hopefully I'll be able to share and show you of what we did in that class. And I think that I had a little bit of an epiphany at the end of this class that I hope that I can share with all of you as well.
Yeah, if you screen share, I'm back. So if you screen share, I can see them, and you can share away. I'll add it when you're ready.
What I want to do is share this. Let's see. Does that work?
Yeah, let me grab the link for that. once you start pushing, then we'll see it. So 1 second.
Well, while you're getting that dialed in, I have a question for you, Conrad. You said
Sure.
Ethernet over power lines, and I'm not sure whether you meant Ethernet over power lines or whether you meant power over Ethernet. I am wondering, because they're both a real thing, and I'm wondering which one you actually went.
So the whoever asked the question got broken up a little bit, but we've actually had modules that are provided by certain cable companies for an extension of Ethernet within someone's house to plug in an Ethernet, and it uses the power line within the house to get the Ethernet back to the main router. So hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, so definitely Ethernet or network over power lines. Got it.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is my screen sharing yet, Josh?
Yes, it is.
Josh?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. So yes, it's a little, I guess there's a little bit of a delay now that I'm sharing the screen, but in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, we had this class that was run by Mike Martin, who in the RFI world, he's kind of famous. He's a ham K3 RFI, and he runs a company called RFI Services. And we had about 20 people in the class. And what Mike did was he taught us about the different types of interference that could be caused by power lines. And then he showed us how he troubleshot a lot of the, he used a lot of real world examples of how he troubleshot where he was called in on. And then he also went over some of the tools that they use. And that's in this photo here, you can see that we were using the RFI locator. This is kind of like an HF radio, but it'll go all the way up to like 400 megahertz, and it's in AM mode sort of permanently. And on screen, it'll give you a display of what the interference pattern looks like, and you can actually do a snapshot of that and save it. And so what he does is he goes to a ham's house. He'll plug the ham's antenna into this and get a signature of what's causing the interference, and then go out and look for it. You can see here, hopefully my moving around is showing that we were using a handheld Yagi. So this basically was helping us to narrow in on this pole. And Mike had gone out and chased a few RFI problems for us to use as examples. So this got us close, and we were able to determine where the RFI was coming from with this, but we weren't sure exactly what was causing it. So I'm going to try to switch to the next. Yeah, here we go. So if you look at this pole, this is the same one that we were just looking at. You can see here, this is a lightning arrestor where my mouse is. At the bottom of the lightning arrestor, there's a black wire. And if you follow that black wire across, you can see it comes over here. And then there's another black wire that comes off the bottom of that one, and it comes over here. And then it goes to this ground wire that's sort of stapled into the pole. Those wires, if the insulation comes, gets a little bit bare, or if there's an exposed wire somewhere, if it wasn't taped up really well, can actually be the cause of the interference. And in this case, I think we had determined that it was this wire over here. But I'm going to show you in the next picture how we figured that out. So we were using these dishes, and this is a group of us. We were actually at a different site here, but these dishes are ultrasonic RFI locators. And so when there's interference or arcing being caused by a power line problem, you can aim this, and it will get you right on the component from the ground that's causing the issue. So you can see we had a couple of people out there. We had more of the handheld Yagis that helped us get close. But this will actually get you right up to the component. Here's another shot. And then here, like the other pole, at the base of these lightning arresters, you can see that there's those small black wires, those ground wires. And Mike told us that frequently this is what he finds as the cause. Once he's identified from the ground what the component is, they have another tool they call a hot stick locator. And it's also a Radar Engineers. All of these devices were made by a company called Radar Engineers. And a power line or utility man can go out with the pole and get right on to wherever the thing is. So frequently people feel like that the utilities aren't doing a good job, or that that they've got faulty components up there, and that's really not the case at all. And I'm going to show you in this last picture here that I pulled out. I pulled this out of the third edition of the ARRL RFI book. And this was the epiphany piece that I wanted to share with you. So this wire here, the top probe is one wire. And then there's these staples that are stapled into a wooden pole. And you can see there's another staple down here. And he's got the other side of the wire for the meter on the staple. And you see what he's measuring there? I don't know if it's coming through clearly enough on the stream. Mm-hmm. He's measuring 139 volts on a staple that's stapled into a wooden pole. And it's basically supposed to be holding this ground wire in place. So how is that possible? And that's the big epiphany for me, was that essentially when you get up near the actual primary lines of the power poles, there's an electric field that's generated by the transmission of electricity. And that field can actually energize the components that are up in that field. And in this case, this staple managed to work its way loose, probably due to weather or whatever. And it wasn't making a good contact with the ground wire. So the staple is actually at 139 volts potential, banged into the side of a wooden pole. And that wow. It was hard for me to wrap my head around that, but because it's up within that field, up near the top of the pole, it can get charged up to 139 volts. And then if there's the slightest little gap between that and the ground wire, what do you think is going to happen to that voltage? It's going to try to find its way to ground. And as it's doing that, it's creating the interference that a lot of the hams find and call us about. So this is not something that most ham radio operators can do on their own. They need help from the utilities, but Mike goes around and he does this training for all of the utility guys that have to go out and chase the stuff down. And he said, in this case, you can see the frequent cause of power line interference, and that's the truth. So it's not as though they weren't using good equipment, or that there was a faulty equipment or something arcing over. It was just essentially that this staple was being energized by the field up near the top of the pole and going to ground. And there's one more point I'll just make, and then if anybody's got any questions for me, I'll answer them. But when it rains and this gets wet, what happens is the water actually bridges the little gap that's there and makes the circuit so that it basically grounds the staple again. And so that's why when people call in about power line interference, one of the questions that we'll ask is, does it go away when it rains or when it's moist outside? And if it does, then chances are it is something to do with a power pole issue like this. So that was the story about power lines. I can talk solar a little bit if you'd like.
Well, I got a couple of questions for you just off the top of my head because I'm already dealing with a lot of
Okay,
this stuff.
sure.
Let's see. How do I get back? There we go. All right, excellent. Let's see if I can.
I can see everybody.
Yeah. So I have my own RFI problems. I've been battling it for a while, and I've talked to the ARRL about it. I've had really good support actually from the power companies. They've come out, they've had their little devices, they plug into the antenna, they do the whole thing. Then I see them driving up and down the road, chasing it down, and they have fixed problems at poles. I have had that happen. But now I'm getting lots of more consumer electronics. LED lights is my current issue I think I have. But I know a lot of hams, they have just at their home, they have, those sliders for dim and brightness on LED lights and whatnot. And I know those can be really noisy. Is there like a brand of consumer electrical equipment that is a little bit quieter, a little bit cleaner? Or what do you generally advise, or what do you tell people to do if they have like a noisy slider for, say, can lights that are up in their ceiling?
So there's a variety of solutions that people will use for that. One is to take the dimmer out and put a switch in.
Yeah.
Some folks will put toroids, the little snap-on toroids on the wires to prevent the noise from making it. So what happens is that thing is creating a noisy field, and then it travels along the electrical wires in your house, which imagine the electrical wires is like an antenna, and then it transmits it out, and that will get into your radio as well. And then there are some particular brands of, and I'm sorry, I don't have the names of them off the top of my head, but we do have like a listing of various manufacturers of things that make them a little bit better than your standard off the shelf. So
how would one get that list? That sounds like you're sitting on a gold mine there, Conrad. You got to tell us the list.
n2ych@arrl.org. Happy to research whatever anybody needs.
Now, do you still do RFI at ARRL.org? Is that
so? I was 3 months in, and I was assisting the editorial department with the newest edition of the RFI book, which we hope to have out soon. And they were like, "Hey, this guy can write." So they had an opening for a technical editor, and I kind of jumped from the lab over to editorial. And I've been doing editing of articles for QST, and also working with the books division on the RFI book. And at this point, still assisting with the RFI issues that come in. With the FCC shutdown, as you can imagine, they weren't answering their emails, so things got quiet for about a month, but they're starting to pick back up again. So, so Steve Anderson, who had retired from the job, is still as a contractor with us, and I are tag teaming any new inbounds that come in for RFI issues.
Any questions from the folks here on the call or anybody in the chat, RFI related?
I could go for an hour with this.
I know. Yeah.
Let me just start with two. One, you had an ultrasonic. You said ultrasonic detector.
Yes, it's actually not picking up a radio signal. It's actually listening for the spark from the arcing.
So is this just like a kid's toy that you would use to listen to bats? I mean, what is this?
No, Radar Engineers is the company that makes it, and then MFJ used to make one that was similar, and of course we all know where MFJ is these days. But essentially, it's like a parabolic dish with a noise, microphone that picks it up, and the RFI the Radar Engineers one, they've basically got the audio amplifier that you listen to with a couple of different switches on it for filtering and things like that. But it's dialed into what it knows it should be listening for that arcing sound. So he actually, when we were in the class, Mike had what he he made his own little RFI generator out of an electric fence transformer and a spark plug gap, and he adjusted the spark plug gap to get the thing to arc across, and then allowed us to move around the room, and we could sort of aim in on where the noise is coming from, and it worked really well.
That's fascinating. Okay, my next question, and then I'll share. I'll give everybody else a turn. Let's say you have something that is unavoidably creating RFI. For me, it's actually an RFI source in another room. We're trying to actually put audio or put noise in an RF path, and well, we're doing some stuff. Do you have a favorite absorber shielding? So like right now, what I have is a bunch of carbon foam inside one of those big metal cans, trash cans with a lid, and the lid's taped shut. So I'm not worried about it getting out of the can, but it'd be nice to be able to absorb for what I'm doing.
You're talking about like making a Faraday cage?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any suggestions for that? Or if let's say I've got a power brick, I have to have this power brick. Nobody else makes a quieter one. Is there anything I can do to quiet that down?
So the power brick thing, yes. There's companies out there that make EMI filters. So we plan to include information about how to deal with the devices in the new RFI book that we plan to release. But if you can't make the noise go away with toroidal transformers, and use those like 2-inch round mix 31 toroids and just sort of wrap the wires around that, usually that'll help. But there's also companies that do make EMI filtering that you can just plug into the wall and then plug your brick into that, and that normally that along with the toroids should quiet it down. As far as your container idea, I haven't been asked that question before, but I assume that lining something and grounding and bonding it, with some sort of a metallic surface, and then tying that to a good ground would probably be what you're looking for to contain the noise, as long as it's not coming through the cord. So
I've got it. It's not coming out of the can, but I'd like something in my living room other than a giant 50-gallon trash can. I think more my wife would like that. So I was just wondering if I could do it smaller.
Well, we can research to see if there's any kind of containers that we might be able to recommend. So
there's some very expensive stuff out there, just premium. So but I appreciate your time and your expertise, Conrad.
Oh, sure.
I have more questions unless somebody else would like to
go. Okay, so there's a question from Chris. How can we get you to look into RFI and power lines? Because I'm guessing you get that a lot. It's like, can you just come help me? Come to my house? Can I just fly you out, Conrad? How do I do that?
So we've actually done some local visits to a few different hams, just to keep ourselves in trained and make sure that we know what we're doing. But the ARRL, if you go to the ARRL.org/RFI, if you go to that page, there is a listing of the RFI teams that there's a few of them around the country. There's also some RFI groups IOs that you can join that'll help as well. But like in New England, for example, Rob Leiden K5ATA, he is kind of the leader of all of the Region 1 RFI teams, and then some folks from Florida and some folks from California, and I know there's been interest in Michigan as well as Colorado for some informal but groups of folks that will actually do a little bit of RFI hunting. Mike Martin is the guy that can do it commercially, and he charges for it, and he has every right to, because he's brilliant and really good at it. He contracts to a lot of utility companies that have problems, and he had some pretty amazing stories. But
I need his card.
Yeah.
I need his contact info. Can I take one moment and just say we got a $500 donation. $500
Yeah,
pushing
buddy.
us to 4540. Only a little bit of ways from 5,000, in which we give away more radios and more stuff. So thank you for that. So Conrad, sorry, continue.
So if RFI is what's causing people to donate large sums of money, we'll keep talking about it.
It may be, maybe.
I got a
think-
lot of RFI here. Keep donating.
Yeah, sorry.
The
Go
other
ahead.
thing I wanted to mention to you is solar panels seem to
Mhm.
be the other kind of the number two beyond the power lines. And what we're finding with that is that a lot of times the solar companies will install a system that generates RFI, and as long as nobody complains, it's all good, right?
Yep.
If there's somebody that all of a sudden moves in next door, or if the solar system just got installed and there's a ham that was operating next door that all of a sudden his receiver is getting swamped with RFI, the thing to do there is to work with the solar company. And what we're finding is that all of them are aware of the fact that their systems create RFI, and they have kits that they can send to their installers to mitigate that RFI. So a lot of people will suffer with it and not know that they don't need to suffer. And one of the other things that we found is that when you talk to the installer, so a company like SolarEdge or Enphase will provide the equipment. The installer will go and install it at the house, and then the installers, are completely clueless when it comes to RFI. And when you say, "Hey, by the way, I'm getting interference," they're like, "I don't know what to do with that." If they call the manufacturer of the equipment, they know what to do. And so what you have to do is escalate it through the installer directly to the manufacturer, and then the manufacturer will provide the tools and parts and things, and take care of the interference at no charge to anybody, because they know that they're not supposed to be creating that kind of interference. So what we found is, and I've done this with a number of hams since I've been in the job here at the ARRL, with one of them in particular, they'll do a Zoom call just like this, and they'll have the ham aim their camera at the radio, and then they can remote in, turn off the production of the system, have it stop producing the electricity, and then you can see the interference go away. And when they see that, then they're like, "Oh, yep, that's us." Okay, and they will take responsibility for the interference that they cause, and they again will send out the kits. It sometimes will take a little while. I think people expect that it's going to be instantaneous, but they have to work with the original installers. And the other thing I'll just mention on that is that it should usually be the customer of record of the system who makes the complaint through the installation company. So if you put a solar system on your house and you're getting the interference, you're the customer of record. You call up and they'll work with you. If it's your neighbor, and sometimes the neighbors aren't super happy about this, but if you can work with them and they can put the complaint in, then it's better for the solar companies to work directly with the customers. In rare cases where the neighbors are just uncooperative or whatever, if we know for sure who the manufacturer of the system is, then we can go around that and get the manufacturer to do the shutdown test. And but they've been pretty cooperative from all accounts. So so don't suffer with power with solar power noise, and you can always call us at the ARRL. One thing I'll also mention is that the ARRL does help non-members as well as members. So our agreement with the FCC is that if anybody who's a ham is getting interference, we'll give them a hand. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to be a member of the ARRL in order to get our help.
Amazing. And just to remind everybody, how do they reach out to you if they need help?
rfi@arrl.org, or my call sign at arrl.n2ych.
Excellent. Well, Conrad,
Any
that was
chance-
very informative. What? Go ahead. Were you going to say something?
Conrad, any chance we can, classify the folks that hang out at 7200 as RFI and maybe get something done about it?
So I have some information for you on that. So Riley Hollingsworth, who used to be the person at the FCC that was in charge of spectrum enforcement, he retired, but he volunteers for the ARRL, and he is in charge of the Volunteer Monitors Program. And I speak to Riley. He's also on the EMC committee as well. I speak to Riley on and off, and we trade, our RFI complaints back and forth. But it's not necessarily RFI such as a device that's interfering with my radio. It's abuse or unlicensed operation on the frequency or things like that. Riley is working diligently to solve for some of those problems that we're all well familiar with. So 7.2 on 40 meters is one of those.
Indeed.
Very cool.
Okay. Well, that was fantastic. Let's bring everybody back here.
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Right?
thank you very much for
I
taking
have
the time.
another question.
Uh-oh.
That's
Okay. What? One more, and then we got to switch out because we got to do a giveaway, and then we're going
Fair
to let
enough.
Kyle run because he's on a limited schedule too.
So I've got portable solar panels, and I've got these little portable MPPT chargers. And I've got just two of them, and they're the cheapest ones I could get, and they're, of course, noisy as heck. Is there a 12-volt charge controller that you recommend for solar, for portable running around and charging stuff with?
So you got me again on the I don't have a brand per se, but I would suggest that you heavy up on the toroids, the snap-ons, or whatever you have that you're using on the ins and outs of the devices. That normally that's enough to mitigate the RFI.
Prayer beads.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Well, thanks again, Conrad. I very much appreciate you, and thanks for supporting the show today for us.
Yeah, appreciate the invite. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, we hit the $5,000 mark, everybody.
What?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give away one radio. So how we're going to do this is it's going to be a big pool, right? It's going to be a big pool. We're going to give away a couple radios here. The entry though is no RFI, all one word. So November, Oscar, Romeo, Foxtrot, India, no RFI. Okay. So I'm just gonna let that run because we're gonna give away a radio right now, and then we're gonna let Kyle go, and then we're gonna give away a whole boatload more of them. So we're gonna let that kick off. Kyle, how you doing today?
Good. How are you? How is
Very good.
everyone?
Very, very good. So you're gonna be talking to us about. I haven't even heard this term before. So what is it that
So this is it's called Skyroof,
Skyroof?
and it is a relatively new satellite tracking program.
Okay.
That so lately I've been dipping my fingers into satellites and needed a better solution than what was currently out there, and found this, and I'm gonna rap about it for a little bit and tell you everything I know. I'm not an expert. I'm learning just like everyone else, but thought it was a cool program that I think needs some requisition. Oh my gosh! Now I'm
Recognition.
Kyle, you can do
recognition.
this.
Thank you.
Got it.
Jeez.
Use your words, Kyle.
We got
Well,
there.
sometimes words are hard with me, so.
Yeah, so we're doing this live stream for the Teachers Institute, everybody. We've talked about it many, many times. We're going to keep talking about it because we're going to be here for hours. But here's the nitty-gritty for those that are joining us right now. Every dollar that you send, if you click that button that says donate on this live stream, goes to the ARRL. YouTube doesn't take any. I don't get anything. Nobody gets anything but the Teachers Institute. It goes directly to them. Even their credit card fees, I'm told, is covered, which is awesome. So all of the help you guys are giving is amazing. This is literally teaching teachers, which are then teaching other kids about STEM. It is the force multiplier is the term we're using that Carlos came up with, the force multiplier of STEM education. That includes radio in that education. We'll be talking more about that as we go along, but I think we're going to pick a radio here. So we're at almost 100 entrants, so it's just still good odds to win a radio. So that's amazing, you guys. We got 222 people watching, and it got about 100 entries. So I'm going to pull the trigger on this one, and again, I'm going to go back to the web here so you guys can see this. Let me show you what we're giving away. Otherwise, you're going to be like, what are you doing out here? So a huge thank you to Radioddity. Radioddity, the Black Friday's still going as we get to the late evenings of this, and Josh opens up his first beer. We may start looking at Black Friday deals, and I haven't spent my money yet, so we're going to see how it goes. But Radioddity, lots of Black Friday deals, but they are giving us 5. You get to choose, whoever the winner is, a GS10B or the Baofeng UV25, the big Chungus. So you get to pick. We've already picked one winner, so we got 4 more of these. And just to remind everybody, we've got Boondock Echoes, we've got Seed Studios Mesh-tastic devices, and we've got some nameless keys from Aaron, the Modern Morse. Those are amazing keys if you haven't seen those. So we're going to be giving those out as we progress through the giveaway. But here we go. I'm going to pick a winner. I'm clicking the button. All right, the winner is Brad Hook 2756. Brad, if you are there, if you got a call sign, drop your call sign so I can attach it to this giveaway. You will get to decide once I reach out to you which radio you want there. So I'm going to give it a second as he replies.
Woohoo!
Congrats to Brad. Brad, do you see this? I'm waiting. This is cool, though. The tool, we're using a tool called Nightbot. I've been using it for a while, and they've upgraded it to actually just look for his messages. So in a sea of people. Aha! KJ5 Zulu, November. Excellent. So I will copy that, and I will add it to our another. There we go. Got it. All right. So that
Josh,
means...
real quick,
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, because I was going to pass it off to Kyle. So before we do that, go ahead.
Okay. So just really quick, I saw a comment come by from a gentleman in Australia. How again can folks out of the United States donate if they wish?
Oh, can they not use the button then?
He just said it wouldn't.
Doesn't look like it. He might need that alternate method you talked about earlier, Josh.
Yeah, so we've
Cannot
got
donate from my country. It tells me Australia.
So we would love to get it on the live stream. If you can click the donate now button, thank you so much for doing that. But if you still want to support, we would love to have you do that. So I will drop the link here for the other way, and in fact, I'll add it to the description on the video as well. It is well, go ahead. Is there a faster way, Steve, to get to that link?
Yep, that's it. ARRL.org/give-to-STEM will take you to
And it's important to note, perhaps some people might not be familiar with the way YouTube live chats work, but the donate button is not where you put in just your regular YouTube comments. It's directly below that. So you might need to scroll down just a touch, and you'll see a button that says donate now, if that's what you're doing.
Yeah, if it won't allow you to donate, if it just straight won't allow you to donate, but you still want to give, then yes, ARRL.org/give-to-STEM. Is that right, Steve? Give to STEM.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it. Yes. I want to do a quick little shout out. My child unit just popped in and said hi to me and hi to Uncle Mike. So
hi, Jerica.
She is driving back. She was up here to visit and driving back, and poor little thing's had a rough time of it. She got hit by a deer in the side of her car in Pennsylvania and then rear-ended in Virginia.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
So for a little while,
hopefully the G90 is still good.
The G90 is still good.
Okay.
But I thought for a while I was going to have to do this from the road and drive down and get her the rest of the way home, but the car is still drivable. So, but she wanted to make sure that she said hi to y'all.
Well, thank you, Jerica, for joining us, and thank you for letting us borrow your dad. Because he had to get up early to wish you off, so we're glad he's still hanging in there with us. All right, Carlos, are you ready to take it away and talk to us about Sky Roof? Is that right?
Listen,
I am.
Listen, Kyle and I are of similar stature and build, but I have a beard and he does not.
Did I say Carlos? I meant Kyle. Jesus, sorry. That was your Sky Jesus. That's Carlos. This is Kyle that we're talking about now. So, Kyle, are you ready, sir? Oh, he just dropped again. Oh, no. We will see. Maybe, Carlos, you will be talking about Sky Roof. So if you haven't already, pull
Hey,
up that website.
Whatever I don't know, I can make up, right?
What's funny
It's
is
basically a Toastmasters exercise. I think Josh should pull up the page, and then you should have to explain whatever Josh shows.
Wow, that'd be
funny.
that'd be a challenge.
Uh-oh.
So
speaking of that beard, Carlos, what kind of donation does it take to get you to shave that sucker off?
Oh,
$10,000. This beard can go for
cheap at the
$10,000.
Will you do it live?
A single $10,000 donation will get you. You'll get to see this without a beard. And yes, I'll do it live. We can end the stream with it. I'll just take this laptop into my bathroom, get the shears out, and trim it all off.
All right,
Yeah, but
Kyle said-
15,000, you keep it, right?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, you know what? That sounds even better.
Kyle said he locked up over there, so he's going to reset and he's going to rejoin us. Now, here's the real question. It's $10,000 for you to shave the beard. How much is it if someone were to shave you? if they could come shave you, Carlos.
I've trusted
Depends
two
on
people
where.
to shave me in
His
my
beard,
life, and one
Mike,
of them
his
is my
beard.
barber.
All right, well then you'll figure out the dollar amount to shave.
And while Kyle gets reset, I wanted to point out there is a TI grad in the chat. Scott Valenta is in here.
Hey, what's up?
So if y'all want to pepper him with questions, please do. He's been through a few of our TIs, some of the electives, and he actually I've kind of roped him in and abducted him from his family, whereas he is now an instructor for us as well. So if you have any questions about the program that you'd like to hear from somebody who's actually been through it, he is in the chat. So
Fantastic. All right, I think
Nice.
we got Kyle back. So Kyle, oh wait, no, he fell off again, didn't he? Uh-oh.
Mike, I see you're getting a lot of help from Satan over there.
Poor Carl.
He's trying to
poor
put
Kyle.
all of his hair in my face.
He starts like sharing his screen, and then it craps out. So it might be the screen share. Do you have another computer you can try, Kyle? And I know Kyle can do this because Kyle's the one that I found out about VDO from. This is the software I'm using. It's literally the software Kyle uses. Ormu just took out Mark's camera, it looks like.
You know, Mark, let's make this a better challenge. How about $9,999.99?
Ormu, are you helping?
No, Mark doesn't like that.
How about $10,001?
Ooh.
Oh, some
Either
people.
one gets it.
It's because Mike. It's because Mike encouraged you. It's because Mike's like, you should do it, and you.
Okay, Kyle is
I love how
back.
everything is my fault.
Kyle, are you there?
I am back, but every time that I share my screen,
I see that. Yeah.
it locks up. I don't know what's going on here.
Can Josh drive for you? Is it a website?
It is a program. Let me try something else. Let me
Oh, what if
try
it's the
sharing.
program?
What?
Wonder if it's the program that's doing it.
It might be. Let me see if will that work?
Can you window share? Yes, that works. Just do that.
Okay. Okay, so let's do this. Let's
Okay.
do this. All right. So
throw into you.
okay, very good. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, everyone. Glad to be here. TI is a great program. Glad that I could be here and share some knowledge. So I was on the hunt for a better satellite program. Like I said before, I was dipping my toes into satellites, and there was like a couple of programs that I just didn't find very intuitive. One was like that SAT PC32 program that I just didn't like. And then another one was PST Rotator that I tried out. And I just didn't like that one either. I know that Ham Radio Deluxe, I think, might have a better satellite integration program. But I went on the hunt and I found this program called Skyroof. And it's a really cool program. Steve, maybe, some of your teachers can take.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
Is that me or him?
I believe that's him.
Kyle, you're
gone.
Oh, did he drop? Oh no.
Well, some of my teachers is where he left off with me, so. Some of my
Smart.
teachers can do a lot of things. So we have several of them in the chat.
All right. Let me go back over here and see where he's at. He's out, isn't he? Oh yeah, he's out.
Yeah, well, he's trying to get back in. I'll brag on Kyle for a minute because he headed up the Huntsville Hamfest fundraiser, and I think the number, if I remember correctly, something like $18,000 or something they raised from that, from just people coming up and eating
From the
eating
lunch?
hamburgers, hot dogs, and essentially throwing money in a pile. And pretty much all the YouTubers. I know Uncle Mike was there. Several of folks helped out with that. So
Dang,
thank you for that
guys.
very much.
Nice job. Nicely done.
I didn't
And
realize it was that much.
Yeah, it was huge. It
Yeah,
was
it's big.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
I mean, it was much larger than Kyle had expected. I know that, and it's that's almost half a TI. So that's big. So
What was the total
That's
again?
what we raised the first year we did this.
Yeah.
We did it at a lunch. That's awesome.
So it was, I want to say it's like 18,000 and change.
Really?
Let me dig.
Oh
Yeah,
my
it was
gosh.
big.
I didn't realize.
So
So that then money came in after too.
yeah. Hey, here's
Okay.
Kyle. Kyle, what was the final dollar amount of that Huntsville Hamfest?
Hey, I'm back. It's like 6,400.
Oh, so where am I getting the wrong number from?
I was like, 18 is amazing. That's
No,
incredible.
no,
So
no.
now I've got something crossed up somewhere then.
No.
but-
So 2 years ago we did like right over. We did 2,400, and then last year or this year we did 6,400.
64. So
Oh, 18 was Jason, Ham Radio 2.0.
no, I had that one written down. I'm not sure where
Oh.
I'm getting the one for
So
Kyle.
big shout out to
So,
Jason too. There's a number of people that have gone, and really helped out a ton. Kyle, you're no exception. Your lunch was, I think, one of the best attended events at the entire weekend. It was packed.
There was a lot of people there.
packed.
Yeah, it was
very impressive.
Parking was like all the way down the mountain. It felt like so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I pushed a boulder out of the way with my rental car, not intentionally, but it happened.
Guys, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why my computer keeps or video, the video conference thing keeps locking up. Not really sure what's going on.
Is it the performance? Maybe is it because we're sharing resources? Can I do something on my end to give you more juice?
I'm not. I mean, my CPU utilization looks okay.
And you're green on my end.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, guys.
Gray Man would like to know if you've turned it off and on again.
It has been rebooted. I just rebooted my computer. Yeah.
Have you rebooted it before trying? Is this a first reboot?
No. This was a reboot about probably 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago.
Is there another computer you can run the software on and share it off of and just show that?
Let me
I'll pull up the website and then
pull up the website and why don't we do that so we can at least go through the program and take a look at what's going on. Why don't we do that? And
is it just the GitHub? It looks like it's
go to the GitHub.
Okay.
So guys, if you just type in Skyroof satellite, it's gonna pop up. And it's going to let's see.
Hold on. I think I've got. Where are you guys? There you are. Okay, hold on. Let me bring you up here so people can see you.
Okay.
There we go.
Let's see. I lost you, Josh. So let me click back into the stream.
Okay.
No, you're okay.
He just needs to see it. He needs to see the screen.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. I'm streaming on the other. I'm pulling up the YouTube thing, so I got it. All right. So this is Skyroof. So it's a Windows-based program, and it's great. It is ham radio centric. It is created by, let's see, VE3NEA is the creator. I have not talked to him. I've exchanged emails with him a couple of times, but this is a program that only tracks at the time or right now only ham radio satellites, which is great. So you download the program and you load it on your computer, and it's got these different windows that give you different views of what's going on. So So the let me turn off my satellites because it's chirping at me here. So up here in the upper left hand corner, it basically is telling you, what satellites are available. And as of right now, he's just doing ham radio satellites. I think that he might do some other stuff. And then in that ribbon bar up there at the top,
Mhm.
in the middle, there is the frequencies of some satellites that you are tracking. Okay. So this does both rotor control and cat control. So you can hook this up to your radio and have this program control your radio and do the Doppler shift automatically, which is great.
Mhm.
And then you can also hook this up to a rotator and have it do it automatically. So I have right here,
That's really nice.
you can see I've got
Oh,
a portable rotator. So this is a satellite rotator. This is created by Don EA4 or W4 MCM. These are on his website. They're about $320. And you can see down here, it has a 1/4-20 mount. So you can mount this on a tripod. And then up here is where he has different mounts for the arrow antenna and also the elk antenna. So your antenna sits on here and it's got azimuth and elevation. And this thing talks directly to Skyroof, and you tell it what satellite you want Skyroof to track, and this thing starts to turn and does all the rotation and tracking for you, which is great. And this runs on 12 volts. See, I got a 12-volt connector right here.
oh, okay.
So, and also this thing communicates to your laptop or your computer wirelessly, and it will it comes with a dongle, and through I think it's 802.11, it connects directly to this thing and then controls it through a wireless dongle. So no wires, nothing except for a power cord, but that's all you need.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really great. And
Do
this
you
thing
know? Oh,
this
sorry.
comes as a kit, so you can put this together as a kit and use this out in the field.
Let me see if I can find from the website, but if you know, let me know. What rotors and radios does this software currently support?
Yeah. So what happens? This is a little tricky on how this works, but um, on the back end, you have to download the hamlib
Okay.
uh, uh, libraries. Okay, so once you download, and there's directions in the his page there. If you want to scroll over to user guides up there at the top, and you want to go to setting up on the left hand side, and if you go all the way down to setting up rotor control,
Setting up remote access to SDR?
well, so you can do that too,
Or did
but
I am I on the wrong site? Where am I?
yeah, go up to user guide,
Oh, okay. User's guide.
and
Got it.
then yep, and then on the left hand side, click on setting up.
All right, hold on. Let me move things around a little bit. Obviously,
Yep,
websites are left hand oriented, so I'm gonna have to move you a little bit like that. Okay.
yep,
Setting up.
and then go down to setting up rotator control.
Okay, it's the very bottom one. Yep.
Yeah, yeah,
Ah, I see. So yes. Okay, so you would have your rotor connected to your computer somehow, and
right,
then this is going to use this target command
exactly.
is to
So
yeah.
right, so whenever you set this thing up and you plug the wireless dongle into your computer, it creates a COM port. And then whenever you load the hamlib software on your computer, you will go into that rotctld.exe. And if you do a TAC L and run that in a DOS prompt, what
Mhm.
will happen is it will list all of the rotators that are compatible that are set up with hamlib. And this guy, if you take a look at Don's instructions, there is an entry for this rotator. So then you make all of the target there for setting that shortcut up. So the dash M is the ID of your rotator, dash R is the COM port, and dash S is the speed.
Mhm.
So in this example, 601 was the ID of the rotator, COM12 was the dongle, and dash S was 9600 baud. So then you make that shortcut, and then you just launch that shortcut, and it runs in a DOS prompt in the background, and it talks directly to Skyroof, and it sends it commands, and it talks back and forth with one another through that interface.
Okay. And so would you have to do the same thing for your radio then? Is that what you're so if you're using like a
Correct.
9700, you'd need to do the same
Exactly.
thing.
Exactly. So you would get into in cat control, you would launch rig CTL,
Okay.
and you would
Yep.
do a dash L, and it would list. I mean, it's got hundreds of rigs that it supports.
Mm-hmm.
So then you find out what COM port you're on in the baud rate, and then you set up a shortcut, and then you run that DOS prompt in the background, and it starts talking through Skyroof to your radio.
Okay. What
So
radio are you using for this?
I use a Kenwood V71A.
V71A. Okay.
And so it's got, the 9700, that's the big one. It's so basically anything that Hamlib can communicate to, which, not every single radio is satellite, it's used for satellites,
Right.
but all of the big ones that are cat enabled, that you can get cat control in and out of, that are satellite centric, they are supported.
I have it's that Australian kit rotor thing.
Yeah.
And I bought that sat box, and it doesn't
Yes.
work with the sat box. I'm wondering if it'll work with this, because if it works with
It
this, then I'm back on the air.
I think it does. Well,
Oh, buddy. Okay.
this rotator works with the sat box. It works directly with the sat box.
Oh, geez.
So you
Probably
don't even
cheaper to
have
get
to
one of those.
you don't even have to have Skyroof. It works directly with this thing.
Oh, then maybe that's the way I'll go. But Satbox, I mean, Skyroof is a way if you just want to run software.
Right.
This is easy to go that route
Right.
too.
Yep. So if you want to go back to the program and what the program looks like.
Oh, at the main screen? Okay, sure.
Yeah, at the main screen. Yeah. So there's some really cool windows here that I think, some programs don't utilize, that I think are really neat. So over on the left-hand side, you've got your list of satellites that you can click on, and those colors mean different things. Those colors mean, like, I think light blue is it's a VHF UHF satellite. Yellow might be like an HF satellite. There's instructions on what those colors mean. But what you can do is, uh, in that list, the satellites pop up, and whenever you install the program, it's going to ask you for your grid square. So whenever you put your grid square in there, it's going to say, oh, I know the satellites. I'm going to download all the satellites, and I know where you're at. So I'm going to say, hey, these satellites are coming up in your area,
Mm-hmm.
and it's going to just automatically, search for those satellites, populate those, and then as those satellites start to rise, you can click on the satellites or the satellite that you want to track, and then it will also track it on the right-hand side. You can see that it's got the coordinates and how it's going to come over the horizon. And then in the lower right-hand corner, it's got a pin where you're at, and then, kind of like that footprint of that satellite. which is really neat. In
I'm
the
looking at the schedule there is the bottom left, it looks like.
Yeah, so the bottom left is the schedule and the track that those satellites are going to take. So you
Mhm.
can see, which ones are coming up, and then also where they're going to show up at in the horizon. And if you want to track those, you might not want to track one that's 10 degrees above the horizon, but you might want to track one or try and hit one that's coming over 90 or 120 degrees over you.
Yeah, and that timeline there, the little waves, is the height
Yeah,
there? Is that also a reflection of the angle?
it is. It is. Um, there's time on the bottom, and then on the other axis is the height on the
Mm.
horizon on where that satellite is gonna pass.
Okay, so that gives you another view of kind of like, oh, this is going to be a good one or a better,
Right.
whatever type of
Right,
setup.
right.
Oh, I love that.
But the really cool thing is there's a waterfall there in the middle. So you
Mm.
see the waterfall, and then on the top, it has all the satellites listed. So therefore, you can, whenever you plug your SDR into it, or you can get some type of audio into the program, it's gonna give you a waterfall, an SDR waterfall of that satellite.
And that's really cool because that's actually a visual display of Doppler.
It is.
So you see everybody how like the yellow lines there towards the right of the waterfall, which I guess I can point it out here. Hold on, maybe. Yeah. Like this whole area right here, that's actually the Doppler shift as it's coming down.
Yep.
That's really cool. What a really cool visual representation of that.
Yeah. At SDRs, I mean, if you are having a hard time grasping Doppler and shifting and all of those kind of hard terms that we've got, that are not just they're not obvious. Once you see this stuff in a waterfall, it's like, I understand now. Now I understand why people are saying XYZ because now I can actually visually see
Right.
it.
Oh, I love it. I'm
Yeah.
totally gonna try this because I don't have that rotor you have yet, but I saw him at what was it? Was it Hamvention
Yeah,
or
he's
was it
been at
Huntsville? It was
oh,
Huntsville,
at
maybe.
both. I th
Yeah.
I think he was at both, yeah.
Okay. I now have
Yeah.
to get one of those because it will work with my sat box that I got a discount on it. So now I have to utilize it. So I have to buy another thing to make it work, right? That's the way we do things in ham radio.
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
Mhm.
But this is I just thought that this was a really cool program. Not only does it do rotor control, but it does cat control and it does that Doppler shift for you. Um, and then you've got, that ribbon bar is kind of like your status bar of all the things that are going on. It tells you, your elevation and your azimuth. Um, and another thing that I wanted to point out is down there in the bottom, you've got different things that you can toggle on and off.
Mhm.
So one of the things that you can toggle on and off is your cat control or your rotor control. It's not very intuitive. You got to set up the hamlib stuff and get your rotator connected and talking to Skyroof. But then after you do that, you need to turn your rotator tracking on. And then once that turns green, it's green there in the description or the example.
Mhm.
Then if you want to track that satellite, if you go back up to the ribbon bar on the upper left hand or right hand corner, you've got that track button. So you click that checkbox, and then it starts to track that satellite. So you can have your rotator, enabled, but not tracking anything. And then whenever you click that satellite and you say, "All right, I want to track this," then you click the track button, and then your rotator will rotate, and point your antenna.
That's cool. Have you taken this out into the field yet? Made any contacts?
I have, yeah. I have made probably, I don't know, maybe a dozen or so, and it's great. It works. I mean, getting it set up, I have it on my Evolve laptop
Mhm.
and got it set up, and sure enough, this thing pointed and started tracking the satellites, and threw my call sign out there, and it took me, a while to get in, but yeah, it's making some contacts, and I- it is so much easier whenever things are done for you automatically, and you don't have to worry or concentrate on 10 different things that you have to do. You can concentrate on making that contact.
Yeah, and it requires you to have one less hand, right? Because that's what they say when you're
Yeah.
Armstrong rotating. When you're holding your antenna, you got to have like 3 hands to work Doppler, work your mic, your radio, and move the antenna around. It makes it hard.
Yeah, yeah. I was having a very hard time on keeping everything straight, on especially getting the frequencies correct.
Yeah.
I was not able to do that. I just didn't have enough didn't have enough brain power at the time to get all that stuff done. So I'm glad that I found this and got everything connected. And yeah, now it's less of a burden, you know?
That's amazing. Oh, I love it. Oh, and that gives people options too. Like they don't just have to go out and buy something expensive. And I love the way that they've put the GUI together here. That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. I wish that I could have showed my screen and showed the program in action, because there was a satellite pass, and
Oh no.
I was gonna take this thing and I was gonna rotate for you and whatnot, but it is what it is, though.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So okay, let's go back here. Well, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you coming on. Is there anything else you want to mention before we go to questions for you?
No, I think that's it. It's satellites are a little daunting. I was a little overwhelmed at first, but
Mm-hmm.
just like everything else in ham radio, it gets better with time. You just have to chip away at it. Don't dive into the deep end. Just like, dip your toe into the water first, and get things going.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to do everything at once. This is not a race. No one no one is judging you to be like, "Oh, well, you started there." Everyone starts from 0. Everyone starts from 0.
Well said. Yeah, and it deserves to be repeated often. Is that you're really only in it for yourself. It's a marathon. We all want to make contacts with you, so yeah, go ahead, hurry up. But you shouldn't use that as some
Yeah.
kind of pressure. Just do what you can, and you'll get there over time. I think everybody here on this chat, everyone here, has started out in multiple areas of amateur radio at the base level and have grown tremendously over time. And that's a universal constant, I think.
Yeah. And also, with Steve's TI, there's teachers that obviously have their ham radio license, but Steve, I would assume the majority of these teachers that you meet at these conferences and you get to TI, they are probably STEM related, but they don't probably have any prior knowledge on RF or radios or ham radio. So they're starting essentially from 0 too, right?
Yeah, they're essentially starting from scratch. Initially, we were getting probably 50-50. Half of them or so were already licensed. Now it's skewing towards the non-licensed side. But generally, at these conferences, the initial reaction is they walk up and go, "Oh, ham radio, that's still a thing." And then they have the image of some old guy like me sitting in my basement, you
Yeah.
know, playing on a radio, and not all of the modern anything with it. So
I'm very surprised whenever I follow Steve on Instagram and he posts pictures of teachers that have come over and expressed interest. And I am very impressed and glad to see there are a lot of young teachers that you talk to that are, you know, interested in doing something with the TI program.
yeah, the young teachers are great because they haven't been in schools long enough yet to be poisoned.
Yeah.
Um, so I mean, I'm just keeping it real. I mean, they're not so set in their ways that they're not going to change. Nothing against. I mean, a lot of. I mean, I was in the classroom 21 years, and I was always open to learning new things. So, but the young teachers, that they're open to learning as much new stuff as they can,
Mm-hmm.
and also from an investment standpoint on my side, I love to see it because I view them as that's a teacher I get 25 or 30 years out of, as opposed to a teacher who's going to retire in 2 years. That $4,000, $5,000 investment, I only get a couple years. But when we can take that, as Carlos says, force multiplier and span it out over that many years, it's just that much larger of an impact.
Yeah.
Hey, Kyle,
Hey,
are
you
there
mind if I call out a comment here?
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, Tom, November Yankee 4 India, says that a good way to get started is to volunteer with the crew setup of the satellite station at ARRL or Winter Field Day. And there are 100 bonus points up for grabs in the summer if you can make one satellite QSO. And you got about 6 months. So if you can figure out how to take what Kyle just talked about and actually put that into practice, that's 100 points. That is good.
I will reiterate that walking into field day as the satellite guy and making one contact worth 100 points, and you only have to spend, if you know what you're doing, 30 minutes to an hour, it's probably easier for some folks to futz around and make one satellite contact than sit down and make 100 HF single sideband contacts. That's the direct correlation, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Kyle, I know we're losing NOAA and the APT streams, but are there any receive-only data streams that people could get even if they're not licensed, that they could just start watching satellites now?
I think so. You're gonna
Goes,
put me
right?
on this. Yeah,
Goes.
yeah, yep. You can do that one. I wish Robert was here. He is our kind of our satellite expert on on the YouTube channels. And he was somewhere that didn't have a lot of bandwidth, but yeah, even listening to that they teach us to listen, right, in ham radio, and you learn a ton of stuff by just listening and getting to the point where, oh, I understand, Doppler. You can figure out Doppler by just listening and changing your radio frequency. So I wish that I had a better answer for you, but yeah, there are satellites out there that you can listen to and practice on, and with the sky roof, you can just set this thing up and, just practice trying to tune in a satellite and get, familiar with the program. And if you have one of these, you don't have to have an antenna on it. Just point it, to the north and mock up, you chasing the antenna, or I'm sorry, the satellite in your house, and get familiar with, how this thing works before you take it out in the field and then, have a oh crap moment.
Yeah. And actually, you should listen to satellite passes before you just try and jump in there. It's a
Yeah,
whole different way of making contacts. It's not a traditional speed. It's much faster, and it's really just grid squares, call signs and grid squares. That's really what they're looking for.
Yeah, it is a different beast trying to get through a pileup on a satellite than it is on HF.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a different type of radio. It takes a different type technique. So listen to them. Listen what happens whenever people are making contacts. I mean, if you're able to listen to the satellite, you're going to be able to hear both sides of that conversation.
Yeah,
That's right.
That's a cool idea, though. I mean, Tom's right. Definitely, learn from other people who are already doing it. So
Yep.
it's awesome. Thanks, Tom.
There was another comment that I saw scroll by, and it was regards to, like, do you have to have internet to make contacts, or to, if you take this thing out in the field, is it going to, not work if you don't have internet? That is a very good question, and I don't know the answer to that. I would hope that Skyroof is downloading data and putting it in the background, so therefore, whenever maybe it's, it has 10 days of data or whatnot, but that is a very good question. I don't know the answer to that.
It's probably got a couple of days worth of Keplers, because eventually over time they're not as accurate. And wherever you go, though, make sure that you set up your GPS location again. So your precise GPS location and elevation is needed for an accurate model. It doesn't matter which software you're using. That's something you have to do.
Does anybody have a projector that can project the sky on like the roof of their room?
Just see the satellites. You can probably geochron it, but that'd be fun to do with a projector. Hey, why don't we give away some radios? So Kyle, thank you. I appreciate you. You got to go here in a little bit, but feel free to stay as long as you like. Let's give away a couple radios. We hit the $5,000 mark, which is amazing. So that was our matching total that we have so far. So that we technically have made $10,000, right, Steve?
We have. So
That's
awesome.
amazing.
That is awesome.
Yeah, that
Wait,
is
I
super
thought you
cool.
said it was two $2,500 matches.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a total of 5,000.
never mind.
So
Don't do math on live streams.
math streaming.
Okay.
Don't talk on live stream either.
We're gonna give away some radios. So thank you everybody. Remember, this is just the tip of the iceberg here. So we got to keep bumping up those numbers, right? Because we want to give away some more of this radio and this other gear we have. So where did my? Oh, that's right. I got to use this. There you go. So here is the list. It is still no RFI, one word. I kept it. We're going to keep rolling with this for at least this set. We're going to reset it after that. No RFI. So there's only 100 people in there. So still really good odds to win a radio. No RFI, right? Go ahead and type that into chat. Make sure you get that in there. So you get in on the giveaway. That means we're a little bit early, so we're going to spend a little bit of time talking some more about the TI before we go back to the next person to talk. Also, I've got some side things I can talk about. I had a couple of things show up in the mail today and this weekend that was not expecting. So I think I got to make a video out in the field because I got something that seems pretty cool. I'll have to show that off later. But case sensitive. No, not case sensitive. It doesn't matter. Should not matter. N6 ARA is in the chat with $100. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. That's amazing.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, slamming it down.
I need to add our tally here. So hold on. Well, we
that's a good reminder to everybody that you can support your local businesses by getting tiny paddles.
Yeah, right. That's right. That's right.
I mean, really, there's that, right?
We're at $53.99, which just really shows what you people think of me.
That's right.
It's just
I appreciate
You people.
I appreciate you folks. Keep it on the odd numbers. Nice work.
that's just messed up.
We
That's
got
just
our
messed up.
total. Thank you, everybody, for the continued support. That is roughly 2 teachers we've covered. It's not cheap to be able to do this, but remember, as Carlos says, is a force multiplier of STEM education for every teacher that goes to the TI. Go ahead. You're gonna say something? Go ahead.
So the term force multiplier is something I learned in the military.
Yeah.
And it may not propagate very well to the civilian audience. So I was thinking about a way of explaining this better, and I had an aha moment. We all are very used to a force multiplier. It's called a lever, right? And if you put a lever on the middle of something, you're not multiplying force. You're just exerting the same amount on one side to lift the same amount on the other, right? Where if you move the lever over to one edge and you exert force on the long edge of the bar, now it takes a whole lot less force to move the same amount of weight. And that is a force multiplier. And that's what we're doing with TI, right? We're getting one teacher educated, and then that one teacher goes out and multiplies that education across, tens, dozens, hundreds of students over the course of years, right? And I was trying to figure out how to put that in easy terms, and the best way I could come up with was a lever. If you have a better idea on explaining a force multiplier to the general audience, then please by all means bring it up. But that was the one that came off top of head at 3:30 this morning.
Well, who was it who said, give me a lever long enough and an institute upon which to place it, and I will educate the world.
Interesting. That's not the way I heard it, but I like the way that sounds.
Well, it's a play of an old quote. If you give me a lever long enough, I can move the world, I think was close to the original. I don't remember who said that either, though.
Archimedes. And a place to stand. Archimedes.
Thank you. There you go. Got it. Good quote there, Mark. Both of you. Good quote both times. Okay, so 132 entries. We're going to give away another radio from Radioddity. Let me make sure I pull that up here. So hold on 1 second. Where we go for that? My show is a bit busier than normal, guys. Let me just tell you. So that's definitely not it.
Another way of explaining force multiplier is multiple pulleys. If you have a single pulley, you're pulling at the same rate as what weight you're exerting. And if you have 2 pulleys, now you're cutting that in half, and 3 pulleys, you're cutting that in half still again, and so on and so forth.
Here we go. Jody with the ham-splaining to the ham-splaining hams is what Jody's adding. It's a hat on a hat. Very nicely done. Okay, so you get your choice between the GS 10 Bravo or the UV25, which is the big guy here. I have not reviewed that first one. I think I do have one. I got to go take a look at that. But yeah, standard $40 radio, right? Standard VHF, UHF type stuff. So okay, let's do this giveaway here. So let's minimize that. We'll choose a winner, and it's Jeff N. Sov 1. Congratulations, you win. If you reply with your call sign, it makes everybody's life easier, including my own, and we will make sure we get that on the way to you. Jeff, are you there? Otherwise, we'll re-roll it.
Golf
Don't
clap.
think I
golf
won't
clap
do
for
it.
Jeff.
Ooh, another 500.
Ooh, anonymous dropping
Dang.
$500.
Thank
Wow.
you very
Wish I
much.
had anonymous. money.
Anonymous, next
Anonymous
time,
is
please
helping
make
us
it,
out.
501.
I mean, it
501.
would be Carlos
of-
referring to it as dropping.
You know, think of it as the TI being a 501c organization. Therefore, make it 501, and then
Yeah, Jeff, do you have
I mean,
a
51's
call
going to get us
sign?
to 6.
Otherwise, I need you to reach out to me via Discord, and we can sort it out. Call signs make it easy if you're good on QRZ. No,
Don't
you
think-
don't have to re-gift. Just do you have Discord? Send me a Discord message, or you can email me at josh@hamtactical.com.
And don't think I didn't notice that, Carlos, that little slide in there. At this point, it's bullying, sir, and I'm a protected class. I'm
I don't know what you're
that.
speaking of. I have no idea.
I'm gonna write you down though, Jeff, as being the winner, and then we can sort it up. So
bullying, Carlos. Bullying. Come on, guys. Give even numbers. You know you want to
toughen up, Nancy.
even numbers.
$52.99 on the board. I like that number. That's a,
It's 59.49.
all right, wow, we're almost at 6,000. That's amazing, and
That's
we
it.
are. Let's see, we started at 12 o'clock, so that's pretty good. Fantastic numbers, guys. That's amazing. Thank you guys so much for continuing to support us here. Okay, we're gonna run another one. So remember, it's no RFI from that great talk that Conrad did. Thank you again, Conrad, and thank you again for continuing to answer my emails. Appreciate you, buddy. Okay, let's roll another one. Same thing. We're gonna give away an HT. I might save the HT. We might go to a Meshtastic node after this one for getting us to 5,000, everybody. So let's choose another winner here. Ryan K Star with a 5. Or it's K5TAR. Is it K5TAR? Ryan K5TAR? Is that you?
That looks
maybe.
like who it be.
I think maybe. If you have not already, make sure you have your QRZ updated.
winner, chicken dinner.
Let's see. Ryan, K5TAR. Are you there? Give me a thumbs up that you're good on QRZ, buddy.
Conrad, thank you very much,
You know-
Conrad.
Conrad, thank you so much. I
Hey,
appreciate.
thank you.
I appreciate the way you're thinking, dude. That's
The 101.
Not only did he give up his time to do this with us tonight, but made another donation. Thank you very much, Conrad.
Look at the total though, Carlos. You just think he was on your side. We're at a nice even 6050. Isn't that relaxing? Isn't that relaxing? I love it.
easy, Nancy, easy. Someone drop a buck in here, please.
Ryan K5TAR, are you there, buddy? I want to keep it for you. I want to lock you in. Tell me if you're good on QRZ.
Back, Carlos. Ain't nobody got your back. You're all alone there. Do you see a dollar dropping in? I don't see any dollars dropping in.
Ooh, Dave dropped a 49er. There you go. Boom.
Getting Dave. Thank you for
Well,
the
and
donation.
Josh, do you see the note that somebody can reach out to Ryan on the back end for you?
Oh. Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. What? Okay, sorry.
KG6NLW dropped you a note.
Oh, yeah, go ahead then. Frank, if you got him, then you're good. So yeah, it sounds good. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume he's good on QRZ and try and reach out that way.
Yeah,
So
I'm looking at his QRZ right now. He's got all his stuff.
okay.
Whether it's updated or not is another story. But
Well, I'll always
he's
check
in a lot of the
beforehand.
live streams.
You got to email him anyway to determine which
All
radio
right,
he
Frank
wants,
says
so.
he's on it.
Yeah. All right, so we got 139 entries, still no RFI. So we're gonna switch things up here. So let me give away. What do we want to give away? Let's give away a very, very, very good Seed Studios L1 Pro, the tracker, the L1 Tracker Pro, or is it the Wio Tracker L1 Pro? There's a long name for you. That's a banger.
One of those.
What's that?
I don't even have one of those.
Yeah, it's cool. So it's got a screen, and that nubbin on the far right side, that orange, what looks like a button, is actually a joystick, and you can control the Meshtastic via that. You don't need to kind of do anything other than use the nubbin. So more
Dave and
RFIs are rolling in.
Dave and I had a sleepover at his house earlier this year, and he was showing me that.
Yeah, it's a cool one.
Something tells me Mike likes nubbins.
It's priced really nicely too. It's like $40, and so it's like this or the T1000, and they're unique enough. It's like the T1000 is just kind of like it just disappears. You can put it in a pocket. It's like a couple of credit cards basically stacked up. This guy though is like a full featured kind of node. It does everything. So this is a banger. We got one more of these to give away. So I got 2 of these. So thank you to Dave and Seed Studios for the support there. Appreciate you organizing that for everybody. Let's go ahead and see what we got here. So let's see how many people we got now. Oh, the numbers have gone up. 144 now.
And while you're checking on that, Josh, I just got a text message where some friends are asking if it is not too late to donate. And that just illustrates that you could text your friends and say, it's not too late to donate. There's still an opportunity here.
It is not too late to donate. Yeah, absolutely. We will take your donations.
Donate early and donate often.
Yeah, because we're live, and the button. Actually, I want to point out that the button doesn't turn off after the live stream. If you, for some reason you're busy, I don't know, you're catching up with this later, you're catching this on Team Replay, you can click that button anytime. It's active now until I turn it off, which I don't even think I turned off the first one. So make sure you hit the button.
it stays live all the time. So,
yeah.
It actually got to where so many different YouTube folks were wanting to throw money and support to us that Kevin and his team just set that up to stay permanently that way.
That says something really impressive about our ham radio community here on YouTube, that people
it
are
really
actively
does.
looking to help the kids. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does. All the way back from when I first started doing this, and y'all were all sending radios to my Padawans in a classroom. It's always had support from the YouTube community. So to see this kind of thing on such a regular basis is just awesome.
Yeah,
all right.
But more important than big, real quick though, more important than big donations are donations that keep us at a nice level number. So thank you, Whiskey Quebec 9 Foxtrot, for that $4, man. That makes me sleep well tonight.
Yeah, it makes him
suck it, Carlos. And
less
Mike.
anxieties. All right, we're gonna click choose a winner here for the first L1 Pro. K0BF. Boy, buddy, I hope that's your call sign and you're good on QRZ.
KY4TRK did the buck drop. Thanks, man.
That's fantastic. And I saw a donation come in from Paolo K1PAP as well. And thank you, Paolo, for putting $50 in the pot to support the teachers. That's really awesome.
Thank you very much.
It's all good on QRZ. We got confirmation there. Boom. All right, buddy. So L1 Pro is going to come out to you here soon. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. And again, big thank you to Seed Studios. Really do appreciate you guys. Makers of not just Meshtastics. You should go check out their website. They do some really cool stuff. All right, let's go back and let's talk to everybody here. Oop, there we go. I actually put me on there. All right, so we're a little ahead of the game here. Let's see, how far are we? Yeah, a little bit. Let's see, do we have our next speaker is not on yet, which is fine. We don't have to rush things too much. Steve, you want to mention anything? Keep the pumps pumping?
Other than the thank yous and with the Seed Studio stuff, just that's another thing that we're starting to delve into in TI is Meshtastic. We're just starting to get our feet wet and finding a way that we can bring it in. So like I'm gonna purchase some solar nodes and put them at some different schools to get some footprints in some areas down there. But we're looking forward to playing with it. We're thinking we can use it with our remote sensing and data gathering course in there. So we've started the experimentation there, but it'll take us a year to really develop how we want to implement that into the course.
You can do a lot with it too. Like we kind of only mentioned it with George, but you can use Meshtastics to transfer sensor data, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The little Meshtastic BBS thing I did on a live stream, also really cool. You just Raspberry Pi integration. You can send messages. You can save them like on the Raspberry Pi and retrain. It's really fun. It's a really fun system.
And I forgot to mention earlier, you said Raspberry Pi, and that's another item that teachers all get when they come to TI.
Oh, nice.
There for a long time, we were fighting admin privileges on school laptops, and we would eat up 22% of our time trying to overcome those things. So instead, I just bought several hundred Raspberry Pis and a whole lot of SD cards. And now every teacher gets a Raspberry Pi, and there's, they come in, they customize it for them. But more importantly, when their students want to have a system at home, then they can easily replicate the system they're already used to using at school just by, using that same image. And Andy Stewart, if y'all are familiar with him, Andy's Ham Radio Linux, he came up with a custom distro for us that's already preloaded with all of our TI tools and stuff in there. So shout out to Andy. I don't know if he's on here or not, but it's pretty cool. So when you start seeing kids ask for a Raspberry Pi for Christmas, and then, teacher throws them an SD card, boom, they're at home playing with the same stuff they did at school. So
nicely done.
Right. Well, let's see. What should we talk about now? I got to clear up some space here because I got some other things we can talk about. I will mention that depending on how late we need to go here, I did have the Veil group reach out to me. Can you see that? Probably not. In fact, let me show you on the other screen. So Veil they make this CW adapter, and it's like a universal one, so you can plug in a key, USB-C. I think those are touch things on the side, and it's got some controls in the box. But basically, this is a USB-C Morse code interface, so you can use this to whatever you need to get a key connected to a computer or whatnot. But it integrates with the Morse app game. So yeah, thank you guys for sending me that. You can also use ARRL N6 ARRA's adapter too. So we might play some Morse later once if it gets quiet and I can actually still hang on. We might I might play a little Morse. Mark, have you played the Morse game?
Have I played a Morse game? I love Morse games.
No, the submarine one, right? The one where you blow up the boats.
Oh yeah. There's a whole bunch of these things coming out now. For a long time, it was just Morse Runner, and then we got Morse Walker, and now we have the Morse game where you can blow up boats. And yeah, the Tiny MIDI works really well for that. It's fun. If people haven't learned Morse code yet, this will help you learn. And if you already know Morse code, it's weirdly relaxing.
Okay. Is there one you'd recommend for people that like they're starting out learning Morse code, that whole thing?
Yeah. So Mike and Becky have a really good 20-minute video on their channel about how to learn Morse code. Everybody should watch that video. It's really, really well done. Lately, I've been vaguely addicted to Morse Walker. It's free. It runs in a browser, and it has a pretty good simulation of QSB, atmospheric noise, and all of the other good stuff that we all enjoy when we're operating, including pileups.
What would you recommend if you had if somebody asked you for like one of these games that's coming out, like which is a good game you'd recommend?
I mean, Working POTA is the best game.
Sure.
Morse Walker,
I'll think about that.
Zombie related by any chance?
Zombies.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm
Mark
wrong.
Mark prefers to hunt humans, the ultimate.
Any human that can go above 25 words a minute is worth hunting.
Have you seen those kids in the Long Island CW club in their speed meeting? I joined one of those once on accident. Oh my God.
I haven't.
The thought of 25 words a minute makes my head hurt. The
Oh.
thought of
No, she was blind, I'm pretty sure, leading the class, and like they were in the 35, 40s higher. Like I couldn't even hear daws and dits or anything anymore. It was so fast. Just, and you're like, what just happened? And they're like, what'd you get? And they all got it. And I'm like, damn.
let me see
That-
let me see what I can do in 25 words. Hang on. Oh, I actually got K right. Okay, cool.
There you go. You're good.
Crank it up to 40, see what happens.
I can't get 9.
Nope.
Oh, I can actually do that.
That'd be 10.
I don't know.
Transmit
I don't know
10.
if the tones are making it over the microphone or not, but
No, they actually are.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, there's a Morse app that I really enjoy. It's called Morset.
Yeah.
And the thing I like about Morset is you can plug that N6 ARRL tiny MIDI into the phone, and then it turns your phone into a practice oscillator. And it also includes some echo back training. So when you're in between meetings or walking to the bathroom or whatever, you can sneak in your 30 seconds of Morse code practice. I'm just hearing L's now. Carlos, are you just sending L's?
He's cranking the
no,
speed.
I'm trying to send K9OL, but it keeps. I got GK9OFFL.
Sorry, I cleaned up my desk for the next thing, and I had to throw some calories in my body. Oh yeah, can you you can't actually donate in cents, can you? It's always dollar amounts. I was gonna say, man, that would really mess Mark
Don't.
up.
No.
somebody figure out how
Don't
to
you
do
even
that.
do it. Don't you even try it.
A .73
You know what?
at the end of
We don't need to give these people more ammunition, Josh.
I like the
Okay.
idea of a .73 if people could donate that way.
I went ahead and dialed back down my Morse tutor here to 15 words because that's where my brain can manage barely at that.
I'm trying to think of what I should do right now.
Hmm.
Let's time.
Yeah,
Oh,
I did try to use a decimal. It doesn't let you do it. Sorry.
It doesn't. Yeah, I saw people. No, suck it.
we do have. Okay. We do have a quick one. Actually, I need to grab something really fast, and then we can.
Lionel said, "I tried. Google won't let you. I was very sad."
And I'm just happy.
Let me grab something. I'll be right back.
Happy.
If people really have some love that they want to share, they could donate in increments of $88.
There you go.
No,
$73 would
That's
be
bad.
greater.
no. 73 is good. 88 bad.
It is good.
Oh, you know what? That's
No 88. 73. Go for 73.
As a QRPer over here, if people happen to donate $72, that would also be an acceptable amount.
Let's see. We have 215 watching, at least from what I can see. If each one of you gave a buck, we could move this needle quite quickly.
you could. That's true.
You could.
That would work.
It is.
That would work. Where is? Okay, that should work. Good. All right.
Mark, check your check the group Discord.
So,
Got it.
Okay, I do have something. I'll show this before we get our next speaker on. I was gonna do this on a video, but it showed up. So why not just show you guys a little precursor of an upcoming video. Let me put this on the video here. Hold on. Here we go. All right. So this showed up yesterday.
Ooh, fancy.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So this is the new
100-watt amplifier.
Yeah, the new 100 amplifier from Shegu, and I very briefly looked into this, but something of note here. So you just use the accessory lines off of the 6200 or the G90, but that's a 705 right there. So
You're in the way.
no, I'm saying that's the accessory port on the 705.
No, I didn't have my mic muted, and I was telling Satan he was in the way.
I'm
Trying to look at my other monitor.
Yeah. Yeah. So this should work.
I need to go cook dinner. I'll be back in a little while.
Okay. This should work with the 705 and whatever other radios you need to interface with. And so I don't have a scale out here, but I'll get you a comparison. Where is the radio? Hold on. For size, here is a 6200. There you go.
Josh, are you sharing this with everyone?
I think so. Am I not?
Yeah.
I'm seeing it on our internal view, but I'm not seeing it on YouTube. Maybe I'm delayed.
Well, there is a delay on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm seeing it on both.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I was backed up. It was my
that's
bad.
sitting with the 6200, and it does come with the accessory cables. So you should just be able to shove this into. Hypothetically, you should just be able to plug this into the 705. I'm not completely sure of that, but yeah. I'm kind of curious if we should just be able to. Oh, I don't have the station controllers up and running anymore. I was going to say I've got those RF sensors on there. I could probably feed this through the RF sensors, but yeah. I'll give you the shot of the front here. Let me get some power on it so you can actually see how it looks there. But interesting. So doesn't look to be RF sensing, right? Because you're gonna have to select bands. But I haven't. Oh, it does say auto. So maybe that'll take care of that. We can test that. I'll probably save this for a video though. But yeah, you can see it's power plug. Actually, a power pole. Amazing. So I haven't reviewed this yet, so I can't give it away, unfortunately. Whoever said that? Who was that? Lindy? Or Undying Shadow? No, I probably not yet because I haven't made the video yet. But we're filling time for our next guest. So I'm going to use my Wago connectors. See if I can make these. Should be able to make them fit. We'll see. These wires are a little too thick for this connector. Hoping for the best on that one. Okay. Let's see if this... Oh, we're going to have to go the other way. Oh, there it goes. Hey, look at that. Now, I don't know... Oh, it's set to auto already. Okay. And has a built-in attenuator? Interesting. Okay, cool. Well, we'll get back to that in a second. Let me get out of the way here. Hold on. Yeah, so the Shagu has a an amp out already. It's the 125. We should pull up the website for this one so we can actually talk about it a little bit more convincingly. Thanks again to Radioddity too for sending in the radios for this giveaway. And we're gonna give a G106 away at the end here. Oh, and Wayne's joined us, so there we go. Good. Hold on, let's add Wayne to the circle here.
I love how you just opened the amplifier and people already want it.
Yeah,
Tom.
I haven't
Oh,
made the
thank you.
video yet. I haven't made the video.
They want yours specifically, though, not
I know.
like, oh, I'll go buy it.
No. They want the one that I have. I get it. I understand. I understand what the messaging was. Maybe when I'm done with it, we'll figure out a way to do that. But I don't know. You're gonna have to keep helping out the ARRL. Keep sending in your donations. Remember, 100% of the proceeds, zero money goes to anybody but the ARRL, not YouTube, not me, not the credit card company. It goes straight to Steve and the fantastic work that everybody is doing at the ARRL. But we have Wayne with us. Wayne, does Wayne need an introduction, Steve, or what do you want to?
Wayne is kind of a legend in and of himself. But no, Wayne is not only a TI grad, he contracted with us for a long time teaching TI, and now Wayne is on staff, and he not only does he do TI, and hopefully his wife doesn't hate me too much because of the amount I have him on the road, but he does some other programs too, and I don't want to steal his thunder, so we'll let him talk about some of the cool stuff he's doing.
All right, Wayne, take it away.
All right. Well, hopefully everybody can hear me. Actually, I see a green light from the microphone, so I think that's good, right?
You sound great.
Oh, excellent. Cool. Thanks for that. So, yeah, so I'm Wayne. So I've been watching the show, and I realized about 15 minutes ago, or a few minutes ago, that I must have been the next speaker that you kept on talking about is waiting to come on. So here I am. I did a good job wasting time, though. So good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome. So, hey, yeah, I'm one of the TI instructors. I am on staff. I work for Steve, which is, believe it or not a bad thing. I do it. I do enjoy working there. So I am, again, one of the TI instructors. I'm working on a new program we're getting ready to launch this summer. I don't know if Steve wants me to talk about that. I think we mentioned it last year. I'm not really sure.
Is this the beta test?
There's the beta test. Yeah.
Yeah, talk it up. I already mentioned it.
Oh, cool. Okay, good deal. So, but amongst other things that I do, we have a monthly, we call it On the Air Live. So at ARRL, we have the On the Air magazine, which is geared toward new and intermediate hams as part of a development program, if you will. And so there's On the Air magazine, there's On the Air podcast, and I host On the Air Live, which is a live stream that I do for the league on the fourth Tuesday of every month. And literally that was just selected by just pulling something out of the air. But it's the fourth Tuesday of every month at 8 p.m. Eastern. And we cover a whole slew of different subjects. So as far as the new program we're getting ready to start, I think we're calling it RF wireless security.
Yeah.
Did I get that right, Steve? Or
that's where we're sitting right now. It's hence
the
beta test.
Okay. So the beta test for the beta test, we hand select teachers to come in and help us shake it out. We did the same thing when I built the balloons and space program. They were combined, and the part of the shakeout was to separate those programs because there was quite a bit that was going on with those. So the TI RF wireless security, really, it's a signal analysis program. The idea is to start with basic modulation. Why do we modulate? How do we modulate? I'm going to get the teachers introduced to GNU radio. As of right now, I know a little bit more than GNU radio than the fact that it starts with GNU. But with that, we are going to modulate. They get a little microphone. They'll be able to modulate their own voices, some music and stuff, and see how that works, both AM and FM. And then we kind of move into binary, hexadecimal, digital modulation. and we start learning how to break out that the signals, if you will. And so one of the projects is to manually decode radio teletype, and to hopefully, I'm still working on this piece, manually decode either WeFax or SSTV using a Python script with inside of GIMP, but they'll have to manually come up with each of the lines. That could take about forever. We'll see. And then after that, we get into RTL 433, which is what they're going to be putting on their Raspberry Pis, which I heard Steve talking about those earlier, and capturing sub-gigahertz signals and decoding those signals using Audacity, and just break out the ones and zeros, get some hexadecimal. With that, there will be some replay attacks. So the teachers will be getting wireless doorbells, a wireless like an outdoor AC plug and such, and be able to do replay attacks and make those work based off of the signals that they decoded. So that in a nutshell is RF wireless security. I'm open to questions if anybody has any. Or
Yeah, I've got one. Did you say
Yeah.
which SDR you're using?
Sure, yeah. So for capturing the signals, we're using the RTL SDRs. For the transmit, I guess it's really not an SDR. It's from Great Scott Gadgets, but it's the Yardstick 1, which I think they call a software controlled radio rather than an SDR. But that's and we can capture signals with that as well. But that's the transmitter that we're using to do the replay attacks.
Wonderful. And have you used any AI tools to help you write any of this code?
So I've been like all over AI here lately. I don't know if you remember, you and I chatted right after the live stream last year when you were talking about the hacking the Bluetooth and such, which I'm looking at doing that for. We're going to do an advanced program that I'm going to build for next year, where we're going to deal with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and such. But we're just staying sub gigahertz. There's so much fun in sub gigahertz right now. Just to give you an idea, I had my Raspberry Pi set up on a battery out front of my house with an antenna, and I had 3 different SDRs running on it, covering different frequency bands and such. There's a very good chance that I have the ability now to open and close the blinds of one of my neighbors because of what I was able to do. So yeah, a little bit of fun there.
Unfortunately, you can never test it to know.
Unless I get permission, right? Yeah. And be able to manipulate TPMS or tire pressure monitoring systems. So there's quite a bit that's going on there. Back to the question of AI. Yeah, I'm all over AI, trying to get the code written. That is definitely a great way to go.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
I do have a video out, if it's of any use to you, where you can decode Bluetooth LE.
Yeah.
With just your phone. You don't need anything else. If you have an Android, you have everything you need.
Okay. It's on the Boondock website,
Boondock Technologies. I think I did it for a little USB power meter, but it's
right. I do remember that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But like 90% of Bluetooth LE, they're using the UART implementation, which is so simple to just intercept, and it just tedious.
Right. Yeah, and I have that Bluetooth device that you just mentioned. So I've just not had a chance to actually get with that. It's the sub gigahertz area is just so rich.
There's a ton.
And
it's great.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is a load of fun. So yeah, really cool. I was surprised at how much sub gigahertz stuff I was able to capture with just. I'm just using for the antenna. I was just using the the rabbit ear antenna that comes with the RTL SDR kits. I haven't put a directional antenna on it yet, which is kind of a project I'm looking to do. But that's the program we're getting started that we're going to pilot this summer, and it really kind of gets the teachers. The goal here is to get the teachers into understanding signals, understanding modulation, and even demodulation. So
good for you. That's very cool.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah. Any other questions at all? Or oh, now I can see everybody. I was just looking at myself. That was a little
Oh.
freaky to be honest with you. So yeah.
So maybe if you don't mind, Wayne, would you mind
Yeah.
stepping through more into the nitty gritty of what each TI course entails? I gave him the kind of the broad stroke basics, but if you want to go into what kind of some of the main things that teachers learn during TI1, TI remote, TI space, because Wayne has and still has kind of his fingers in all that pie, so he's familiar with all the programs intimately.
Right. Yeah. So for TI1, that's the only TI program that we have that you do not have to have a license for in order to attend. All the other ones you do because you're actually going to transmit in those. So in TI1, we get the teachers introduced to basic RF theory, antennas, basic electronics. It's really like scratch the surface kind of stuff. More than anything else, in my opinion, TI1 it's as much about education as it is about inspiration. Teachers, one of the things I do, and I believe all of the TI instructors do this on the Sunday night before the first class, which would be on a Monday, right? So that Sunday night, whoever's already checked into the hotel, we go out to dinner, we get to know each other and have a lot of fun. There might be, a drink or two involved here and there, but I get so many teachers that will, just kind of pull me over to the side and tell me that they're really nervous of being part of the program, that they know nothing about radio. Frankly, they probably couldn't even spell RF if they had to. By the end of the program, they are so inspired and just amazed at everything that they've learned. Can't wait to get it back in the program. What they don't, something else that I think they don't really understand is how much of what we're teaching, wireless technologies and such, that they can bring into the program and into their schools to further even whatever it is that they're teaching, whether that be STEM, STEAM, whatever. I've used it. I teach. If you're not familiar, I'm in the homeschool world. We homeschool our kids, and I teach at our homeschool co-op and have an after-school program. I have used radio in a history program that I've written, and that's just a lot of fun to try to figure out different ways to get radio in there. The teachers, we end up with a lot of teachers coming in without a license. We give them plenty of shots to get their license. And honestly, other than a rare, I think in my classes, I can only think of two of all the classes that I've taught, the TI1 classes that I've taught. I can only think of two who walked out without earning their technician license. And when they get that license, as hard as they work to get it, it's just the look on their face is amazing. And that never gets old, right? So, but yeah, that's TI is very hands-on. Every one of our programs are very hands-on. There's some lecture, and God knows nobody wants to listen to me all day long. But when we get finished with the subject, we're building stuff, we're building antennas, building the offset attenuator for that Fox hunt. We do a Fox hunt, and everybody gets the I think it's the ZS antennas. What it's called, that we get those from South America, I believe, right?
AMSAT
South Africa. I knew that. I had that picture in my mind.
It has an A in there. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. I live in Georgia, so there you go. So they learn a lot about how the antenna works. We have some great demos. But like I said, it's really about getting these teachers inspired. And then and I can attest to this, we just opened up the TI season for this coming summer. I have group texts for all the classes, the TI1 classes that I've taught. And it is just buzzing. Every single one of them are buzzing with, I applied for this and I applied for that and I applied for the other thing. So they're really inspired to keep learning, which is the greatest thing too. So TI balloons, we work on building a payload, solar powered payload. We use the QRP Labs U4B tracker for now, and it's been reliable for us. And we end up launching Pico balloons. We ran one balloon class last summer. In that class, we built and launched 6 balloons, and of the six, all of them got the altitude. 3 of them, for some reason, came down immediately. We still don't really know why, but 3 survived, and 1 crashed summers in Russia. The other 2, one made it all the way around the world and was well on the way of completing a second trip around the world. The other one went around the world and got north of Hawaii and got caught in some sort of a slow moving toilet bowl in the air and stayed there for weeks, never came out of it. It was the funniest thing. We ended up losing both of those over Hawaii. I think a typhoon came through. So I can't wait to do another launch with the teachers this coming summer. But we also get into the radio songs. One of the things we do in that class is we do a citywide fox hunt. I hide a fox summers in the city of Newington. And then they get some basic map and compass skills. They get like a orienteering or a base plate compass. They learn how to use that, and they do triangulation. When it's all over with, then I introduce them to SIG tracks, and then they get mad at me because they realize they could have used SIG tracks the whole time. But that's that's kind of getting them ready for if they want to track down a radio sound if one lands near them. So there's a couple of other things we do in the balloon class that are all related to balloons, but it's not just launching the balloon. That's obviously the biggest piece. Radio TI space, we get into being able to learn how to communicate through amateur radio satellites as well as the ISS. And that's including FM birds as well as the linear birds. We work with those as well. We capture weather signals, our data from our images from the the NOAA satellites, which I know the ones that we're working with now are quickly going away. So I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to work with that. But the neat thing about the space is that, well, they build a radio astronomy telescope. It's one that's made out of cardboard and aluminum foil. It's CHART, CHART. You can go to their website. You look up CHART radio astronomy and find it. We build those. We capture signals from the E-line of the Milky Way, which is super cool when that happens. But then we go to an actual radio telescope observatory. It's MIT's Haystack Observatory. So it's a field trip, 1 hour out, an hour back, and we spend the day out there, and they give us a wonderful tour of that. That's wholly inspiring all of itself.
I would so be nerding out there. That sounds so cool.
It is a lot. It's a lot of fun. They're great folks out there, and they're amazing hosts. We really appreciate them for all they do for us. And then remote sensing. So remote sensing, it's kind of a robotics class. When you think about robotics, you're kind of thinking of things moving, or really this is a sensor device that you build, and it's in the package is simulating a weather buoy. It's not seaworthy by any means, but it's a weather buoy, and it collects air temperature, water temperature, barometric pressure, GPS data. You build a voltage divider that will be able to break out the voltage coming for your battery into an ADC value, so you can determine how much battery you have left in the system. And so you build that, and then we set up buckets of water out by W1AW inside of a enclosed area, and let those run all night and collect the data. And we learn how to harvest that data off of APRS.fi and spreadsheet that data and pull up graphs and such. And then you'll be able to see if say a storm came through, you'll be able to see how the barometric pressure dropped and such. So one of the big things that they learned there is, sorry, Mike, APRS, how APRS works, because that's how we transmit it. I see you shaking your head. But they learn how the APRS system works and such. So that is one where there's actual programming going on. They learn how to program in C++. They're using the Arduino in order to program the sensors and how to get that serial data over to the radio, get the radio to transmit. And they're using HTs to send the data. So those are the programs that we have now, along with the RF wireless security that we're going to beta test this summer. And then I suppose next summer we're going to beta test RF wireless security, like part 2 or part 2, or however you want to say that. So, yeah.
And
so there we go.
Since Mike wants to talk about nerding out haystack. We're actually in talks right now to host
Yeah.
a TI space at the SETI Institute, and they have agreed to actually shut down their entire array for us for the 2 days that we would actually need to transmit.
What do I need to do to weasel my way into that?
Yeah.
And we have
You have to sing the song "I Love APRS."
Dude, I'll grab my Les Paul right now, man.
And Wayne
No,
can be
What do you want? You want a custom or you want a standard?
Wayne can be out there with his yardstick one transmitting and creating the alien life that SETI's been looking
That
for.
would be, yeah, that'd be
So,
awesome.
you know, it's pretty awesome that I met somebody that works at the SETI Institute at one of the science teachers conference I went to. And it's just an example of how important going to these, I joke about how many days I'm on the road and whatnot, but these are the things that I met this guy. We brought him in for TI, and he's like, dude, we absolutely have to partner up on this. And those are the kind of partnerships we need to work on developing, because, space is, like I said earlier, space is the last really cool unexplored thing for kids. And for us to, be able to partner with somebody like the SETI Institute is just amazing. So we're looking forward to hopefully pulling that off. The only problem with the SETI Institute is there isn't a reputable looking hotel within about 100 miles of it.
I bet it's in the middle of nowhere.
And so we're looking at options there, but we're hoping we can pull that off.
So, and I imagine Steve had mentioned that we're not just doing the TI ones now at Connecticut. We're getting out and about with those. So in this past summer, I did a TI one in I guess one of the coolest ones was Johns Hopkins, their advanced physics lab. That was super cool. Where else did we go this year? I know we did one in Texas, Louisiana. We did one in Louisiana.
Yep.
And we got some more coming out. Oh, well, of course, Everton's in our classroom. We did one there. We're doing a TI balloon at Everton's classroom this January. So that's going to be fun.
Yeah, we're actually doing another TI one at Everton's classroom in the summer
Yeah.
too, that Everton's going to actually teach. We've
Mhm.
roped him into the dark side now too, so he's going to teach for us as well. But
Right.
I just wanted to say that like I talked about all the jokingly or not so jokingly, if you ask my wife, days that I'm on the road. That's where a lot of that donor support comes in. Like nights like tonight pay to put basically teachers' butts in seats and equipment in teachers' classrooms. But for those that give to like Diamond Club and stuff like that, that's how I actually get on the road. I don't use the donor money from this program to travel to these conferences. We that comes out of Diamond Club donations. So, that's why meeting people like the SETI Institute and the partnership with Johns Hopkins, I met Helene at another science teachers conference. That's why me being at these places is important. So for those of you who give to Diamond Club above and beyond your membership, I thank you for that, because we couldn't develop these partnerships without stuff like that. So.
And the more I get to travel, so there we go.
Yeah.
Yay.
But
Well, hey guys, if there's anything we can do as a company to help you with that, let me know. If you need, I know sometimes when you're working with SDR or software programming or whatever, you hit a brick wall. It's very frustrating. Let us unstick you. And by us,
Cool.
I mean KC. I'm going to totally, because he's way better than me. But
Casey is the man.
he's really good. Nobody can keep up with him. He's too good. But yeah, if we can do anything for you.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you. And if you haven't figured it out, Wayne is kind of famous on his neighborhood Facebook page, because he regularly sits in his front yard and does things like eavesdrop on people's TPMS sensors and points antennas at the sky. So I think they've kind of gotten used to seeing Wayne sitting in the front yard with like a card table or something and a bunch of weird things with antennas. So
I am a regular on our neighborhood Facebook page for sure. So,
yeah, but if people start to worry, just go out one day with like a aluminum tinfoil hat on. You'll be fine.
I've had two instances where, well, one where somebody actually I don't know them. They live summers in the neighborhood. I was chasing, I think it was SO50, but never got to chase it because the guy pulled off literally into my yard and walked out and said, "What the hell are you doing?" So I got to explain what's going on. He thought it was super cool. And so that was good. And another guy who happened, I ran into him. I live near a beach, ran into him on the beach and found out we live in the same neighborhood. And my wife says, "You know, the guy that stands in the yard with the antenna? Yeah, that's him." Of course, he's like, "What the hell are you doing?" So it's it's a way of being able to proselytize a little bit, if you will. So it is what it is.
Yeah, but if you want your privacy, just start reciting green eggs and ham to every question.
Or just yeah.
Wayne, did
So,
you pick up a what is it, the H4M Mayhem Porta Pack? Do you have that?
I do not.
You might want to go look that thing up. It does all of it
Okay.
in everything you just talked about. It's like one little box. It's a hack RF with a H4M
Okay.
Mayhem.
Okay,
I
I think
see Wayne putting a purchase request in.
yeah. I'll
Oh,
tell you,
yeah,
yeah. My monitor just came on. So I will tell you that this RF security one, H4M
Mayhem.
Porta Pack.
Yeah. And you could watch my live stream on me going through most of the features on it. It does everything.
Consider it done. Yes.
Do you have a hack RF one? Because you can just update the firmware.
Yeah, well, you can
No,
buy
I
just
don't.
you can buy just the hat if you want to, but the whole thing's like you can get it for like $200.
Yeah. No, I don't have a hack RF one. That would be
yeah, I'm with Josh. You need one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Yeah. So this all started with I got hold of a Flipper Zero, and it just went crazy from there. So I think I made a Steve and I were texting back and forth, and I made an offside comment. It's like, "Hey, TI RF security or RF wireless security." Well, here we are.
That's fun, and I
Yeah.
It's the perfect time for it too, because it's still kind of the Wild West that a lot of people don't realize just how in the open a lot of their communication is for the devices that they have put on themselves, right? That they carry around and use, and they don't really understand like how vulnerable they can be in certain situations.
Oh, totally. I mean, if I start opening and closing my neighbor's blinds, they're going to think their house is haunted. So,
but of course, Wayne would never do any such nefarious acts.
No,
not at all. Never would I do that. Yeah. Yeah. I actually had a teacher ask me if, why we're teaching that kind of stuff to kids. And I explained to her that, really like this is kind of getting into the pen testing world, which is still one of the fastest growing careers. So I think it's totally relevant to bring this into the classroom. So.
I mean, you're talking about physical penetration testing too, like the red team work that a lot of people do where they actually go out and try to get into businesses and all of that stuff, like RFID tags, being able to work with the sub-gigahertz stuff for doors. All that stuff is it's all RF or all of the electromagnetic spectrum, really, that you can play around with, and it's super fun.
Yeah, and some of the things that we learned, Scott Valenta, I think, might still be on. He and I were playing around with some of this stuff when he was up with me this past summer, and we learned that the RFID cards, like your credit cards or room cards or whatever, 13.51 megahertz or something to that effect. Turns out whenever you tap one of those, that signal's loud. So it's a lot louder than you think it is. So.
Sure. Yeah. If you're on the right frequency, for sure. Absolutely.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, Ormu the cat just got a treat. It must have been a decent donation somebody put in because Ormu got a treat.
There was $100 donation, and Ormu certainly appreciated it.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
If this crew can make Ormu full, it will be a first.
We are at 7,200. On the nose.
$7,200. That's crazy, guys. That's amazing. Nicely done. Nicely done. Any questions for Wayne from anybody here or anybody in the chat room? Go ahead. We want to hear from you. They do this way, the right way. Chat this way. But don't let me stop you, Wayne. I'm just queuing everybody up if they have questions.
No.
I
just I'm ready to answer.
You mentioned pico balloons.
Yes.
we launched those with the Whiskey Echo 4 Delta X-Ray Hammer Adventures Club
Right.
this year and last. We did not have we had exponentially better results this year than we did last year, just in terms of launching. But I don't remember the actual board we were using, but I think one of ours made it, I think, all the way across the country at least. But you're mentioning you're getting all the way around the world and then
Right.
in swirls over Hawaii. What
Right.
were you guys using to power? Because we tried to do it purely solar with these tiny little solar panels that they soldered on. And then we tried, I think someone grabbed a battery from a vape and used that. That one ended up working
go.
pretty well, but we wanted to. So what were you guys using to power these to get them to last so long?
So we are 100% solar.
Okay.
We're using the tiny little solar cells that you get on Amazon, right? Come in a pack of 100 or 300 or whatever.
Mhm.
I do explain to the teachers that these things are super fragile. So just ask me how I know.
So we were probably using the same panels, and they sound very
Yeah.
similar.
I think I had in the last class. I think one teacher broke 15 all on her own.
I believe it. I didn't solder any of them myself, but I was watching the guys do it and hearing the stories.
Well,
like you just look at them wrong and they break.
Yeah, so there's things too. I've got one that I just built. I'm trying to get launched, but we're right now in the middle of this weather pattern where the winds are just crazy. So I'm waiting for that to subside so I can get this to launch. But so soldering those,
That's it.
yeah. So Cerritos is one.
Yeah.
So soldering
How
those.
many panels were you guys using?
So we're using the U4B. We're using 7 panels.
Oh wow.
So yeah, so it should come out to 3.5 volts, right? When we get them outside, we find out that we're getting a bit more than that. With the U4Bs, I think you don't want to hit 6 volts, and as you probably know this, as these payloads get into the colder air in the atmosphere, the solar panels become more efficient. So your power, your voltage is actually going to go up. So you got to account for that, right? So soldering those are not terribly easy, but on this last one that I just built, I think I cracked the code on that a little bit, because what I have been teaching the teachers and what I've been doing myself is trying to get solder directly onto that centerpiece of the panel. And I'm having the dickens to get solder to stick to it. That's even with flux and spit and anything else I can come up with. So,
well, if you tried the spit, I don't know what else it was.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So by total accident, I can't remember exactly how this happened. I ended up with a tabbing wire that already had solder on it. Well, I just swiped a little bit of flux right on that centerpiece of the solar panel, turned that edge of the tabbing wire down so that the solder is in contact with that solar panel, and then heated up from the top. Worked perfectly. And that is the way I do it now. And it's really easy to go. And I'll even spread a little bit more solder just across the top. Not that maybe it's doing anything, but it makes me feel better anyway. And it's really kind of all about that. So that's what I'm going to be teaching the teachers this coming summer. And I got through soldering those like really fast. It worked out really well. So I can't wait to launch this thing. I've weighed it out. It's at 16 grams. So
what's the balloons you guys use? Because that was another thing that I thought was kind of difficult. Is a lot of people were using the Mylar balloons, but then they went to the sushi bag type of balloon or something that it was called. What do you use?
So we were using the Mylar balloons from I think. Sorry guys, my phone keeps blowing up. I think somebody's seen me online. Anyway, so we were using those from balloons.online, which they're great balloons. And that's what we used in the summer. And I've had really good luck with them, but we do have a percentage of failure. And I don't know if it's the balloons. So we're trying something new. So I don't know what sushi bag actually means.
It's a really clear. It's like a really thin, clear material, and it handles the expansion at higher atmosphere better.
So the ones that I have now are from I think they're Yokohama balloons. So that might be what you're
Oh,
talking
that
about.
there's probably something related there. I wonder where the
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't have one sitting in front of me right now, but it is a real clear material.
Mhm.
It's not latex, right?
Yeah.
But I think there might be a little bit more give, with it. So we're be testing those. And is it Bill Brown that does does a lot of the launches?
Yeah, WBELK.
Okay, yeah. So he caught me by surprise when we were at Dayton this past May, I guess. When he did a launch out there, and I noticed he had a bottle of helium there next to him that I would have sworn was party store helium. Apparently it's not. It's stuff that you can get from Amazon, and the claim is that it's 99.99% pure. So I have a bottle of that here, and that's what I'm really wanting to test to see how well it works. It worked great for that balloon that he launched. It was an APRS balloon. The balloon that he launched out of there at Dayton. The last sighting of it was off the north coast of Japan. So I mean, it certainly lasted, and now that's the last data point we have. So we don't know what happened there. So I'm looking forward to get a balloon up and test this to see if it works. And if it does, as you know, helium's expensive. Ask Steve, he knows. And if this is a way to go, it would be awesome to be able to get these bottles into the schools as well. So
I guess
We use hydrogen.
Yeah, you can't do that with schools though, right? Is that
Josh,
I
your
Josh, you're
audio's-
roboting.
okay?
oh I am.
No, you're good.
No, Josh is. Yeah, we actually
Oh.
use hydrogen. I so wanted to blow stuff up, but they wouldn't let me.
I would love to use
I'm a
hydrogen
pyro.
as well, but there's
Probably not the greatest thing to have around schools, maybe.
It's a slow
school-
burn.
Actually, I learned that schools
Slow.
are using hydrogen like quite often. So yeah,
Oh wow.
yeah. And I like how Carlos walked out just before I come on. I did take note of that. So
He was mad because of all the even donations coming in.
I was
He just
watching.
couldn't
Yeah,
take it. He bounced, and
he
I'm
was
like, "That's
crying.
what's up."
Well,
was
we're
crying.
currently
I
in an
saw that.
odd number of
Yeah.
7501.
You shut
Which,
your
which
dirty
by
mouth.
the way, is
You shut your dirty mouth, Mike.
that's pretty close to being able to fund 2 teachers at $8,000, depending where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, true.
We can get 2 teachers there.
With
for
that said, if
so.
you get to
Yeah.
Can I just take this
8,000,
opportunity to reiterate my gripe from last year? Is
Oh
that
no.
Wayne
We're
and
not at 80
Steve,
meters yet.
Wayne and Steve shouldn't be here at all. They should be out lesson planning. They should be out, finding resources. Well, not finding resources. We should be showering them with resources. And that's what you get to do now. The system's not perfect, right? It's never going to be perfect, but you get to make a difference with your money, with your dollar, with your vote right now. We know that this is a successful program, and the best predictor of future success is past success. We've got a successful program.
Yeah, here I was thinking you were
You look-
busting me because I went and made a cup of coffee against my cardiologist's advice.
Yeah, I don't care.
Have to
We don't
refresh.
like him. So if you take a look around you right now, and I'm going to use myself as an example here, right? How much of the crap in
Sorry, I
your
had to
life
refresh everybody.
do you need to not buy this weekend or on Cyber Monday? How much of it is just crap? You're like, it'll bring you joy for 30 seconds, right? This money that you could donate instead, and I'm not talking, give them $1,000. Well, you can. I'm just give them $20, give them $25, give them $50, whatever it is that you can afford. And it is going to bring a week worth of joy into a teacher that is then going to translate into years of joy for the teacher and the
Uh-oh. I lost him. There
get
we
to
go.
do it together. So I think Josh is back.
I'm back. Hello. I had to reset the live stream software. So I wanted to add that if we get to 8,000, that's the next stop. We're going to give away some more radios and another Mesh-tastic as well. So let's get to 8,000, guys. Wayne,
And
thanks
coming
for...
up,
What's that?
I was going to say, and coming up later, we're giving out some Boondock Echoes.
That's right. That's coming up in a little bit too. So yeah, we still got Boondock Echoes. We got the Radioddity G106 and 2 nameless keys from Modern Morse. So look forward to that. We're very excited.
And those nameless keys, that's a big deal to give those away. Those are really nice paddles.
They're really, really nice. And Aaron said he would personally engrave them for the winners as well, if they so wanted.
I've heard a rumor, Josh, that if you use a Modern Morse paddle, it actually adds 3 dB to your signal.
Oh, there you go. That's great for QRP. Well, that's exactly what we want. All right. I'm just looking at the chat, make sure I'm not missing out on anything.
So like we have a guy in Houston that can't donate. Big G place.
Oh,
so that's interesting. So maybe we want to mention that there is an alternate, or
yes,
or Big G place. Just scroll down a little bit underneath where you type into chat. You might see the donate thing there that has the total raised, the actual counter. But there is an alternate link to donate. Josh, what was that again?
Yeah, it's in the video description, actually. It's ARRL.org/give to STEM. Is that right, Steve?
Yes.
Oh,
Yep,
right.
that's it.
Give to STEM. But, thank you. We got that linked in the chat as well. Frank linked it. And, again, it's in the video description. But we want to see it show up there. We want to see it live, and it helps get us to the next giveaway. So
Yeah,
make
I
sure
will
you use
say,
the donate button.
For some so there is like a heart with holding hands kind of icon in the chat thing.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason earlier on my screen that just went away, so I hit refresh and it came back. So maybe just try refreshing your browser.
Oh, okay. Yeah, do that. Yeah, you're looking for
YouTube be YouTubing.
It depends on which device you're on. If you're on Android or an iPhone or a computer, you'll see it in different ways. If you're on computer, it's going to look just like that box to the right. Otherwise, it may look like the two heart hands, or there might be a button that says donate on your phone.
I've got a question for Steve and or Wayne.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah,
3.5
she's 42.
hours ago now, I think I heard Steve say that you guys used Moodle to host your.
So we're experimenting with Moodle right now to host our STEM curriculum. Why do you ask? We've looked through several, and we're still looking for the one that gives us the right feel and features for.
Fair enough. Okay, so the reason that I asked was you also mentioned that you wanted to potentially one day go international. I was just wondering, if there's a lot of bilingual hams out there, if there could be a scenario where somebody helps you translate your course content.
Absolutely. It's like I mentioned earlier, Santiago in the DR, he and several people are helping kind of work through some of our learning center content in Spanish. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say if, because I know we'll get there. When we get there, then yeah, we'll obviously need instructors and the content itself in those languages.
So I've only know a little bit about Moodle, and I know it has scoring packages that you can import and export the content. We're actually going to go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, our entire content is in scoring packages. So yeah.
Nice. Yeah, we're actually going to start using that for Firewatch for just record keeping and sharing information and stuff for everybody. I liked it, and for free. Oh my God.
It's free, and it's got 3 million or so plugins that you can use in there. So there's a plugin for everything. The hardest part about it is finding the right plugin that has the right look and feel that you want, or just imagining what they might have named it or whatnot when you're looking it up. So
yeah. Do you guys use the Pico at all? Raspberry Pi Pico?
No, we don't.
No worries.
Wayne opened his mouth like he had something to say there.
So it just happens to be one of the microcontrollers that's in the CubeSat sim.
Oh,
But
yeah,
other
I
than
forgot
that,
about that.
yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Are you looking for any, or you got plenty, or?
I guess it depends on how much you want for them.
No, it would not.
We're always looking for stuff. So
I don't want to send you, boxes of crap to sit in a corner. What I'm trying to do is get rid of boxes of crap sitting in my corner.
That's I don't know how big that box is, but if it's full of Picos, that's a lot of Picos.
It's a lot of Picos.
That's a lot.
I don't know how many I have left. So I taught a class a few years ago called Teach Me PCB, and we taught 2 cohorts of like 700-800 people apiece. And the deal was, once you finish the class, you get your board made. And
Hmm.
you know, because we all use the same bomb. That wasn't an optional. So I mean, I've got caps and crap too, but they're pennies. But I've got some extra picos I'm looking to offload. So
Okay.
I wouldn't charge you for them.
So then, yeah, we'll definitely talk. See if there's some legitimate use we can have for them. I know that we can probably come up with something, whether it's something to work and to give to students in the school. I mean, we can talk offline and see about that.
Very good. Very good. All right.
Real quick, I did want to mention that as the number starts climbing up, Kevin just texted me and said that he does periodically get people who their 40 or their work does like a giving match. So if you're at a place and you want to give using that giving match, if you can shoot him an email and he can get you set up. I know we've got several people in the last couple of months who have started doing that to support us. So if you're interested in how to kind of multiply the amount that you're giving through your work and whatnot, will it let me type in an email address in here? It's K5ATA. Yeah, well, at ARRL.org. You can shoot him an email and he's more than happy to help you help me. So
I thought you were going to say k@mrd@icloud.com for a minute.
no, that's the one that got banned, but that's okay.
Oh, okay.
We used to use that email address, but I was never seeing the money. I don't know what happened.
Nah, it's when I think it all went to spam. I eventually found it.
Is that what it
Something
was?
happened to it. I don't know.
So,
Well, Carlos is away, and we got Carlos and Mike back to back on our next talk. Remember, guys, at 8,000, we're going to do our next drop for giveaways. So make sure you stick around for that. But I have reset the giveaway keywords, so you have to be here to win. But thank you, everybody, for the donations. Remember, all of the donations, 100% of the dollars goes directly to the TI. YouTube doesn't get it. I don't get it. Nobody else gets it. It goes straight to Steve and the great work that they're doing, helping to bring more teachers out to the Teachers Institute, get them trained up, and get them more educated in STEM, which also includes radio. Huge value to the young people. We're calling it the force multiplier. Carlos is back. Maybe. We'll see. Are you? I don't have you. Hold on. Let's see if we do. You're muted.
Well, you know, I didn't want my coughing and clearing of my throat and all that stuff to kind of get in your way. So
okay, so I don't know if you're set up to go yet, but I want to say again, big thank you to Wayne for joining us. Wayne, is there anything else you want to mention, or feel free to hang out? You're welcome to stay as long as you want. The floor is
I
open.
appreciate it.
The room is open to you at any time.
Seriously, thanks for the opportunity to be on here. I do appreciate it. And
don't you dare bail out, Wayne.
What? No, don't be a what?
Don't you dare bail out.
Isn't bailing out kind of your thing, though, Carlos?
You walked away as I was coming on. I got to know what was for dinner.
So I made. Look, you know, I knew that I had this to do, so I prepped ahead of time. I had some beef ready. I had my special seasoning ready. I chopped up some vegetables, so it was just a matter of putting it all together in a saucepan and getting it together. So it's beef with my seasoning on it, and some veggies on the side. You know,
nice.
Gotta pretend to be healthy every once in a while.
All right, good deal.
So
well, my family is sitting at the table waiting for me to show up.
Oh,
okay. Dinner with them. So
yeah, we got to let him go. I keep him away from his family.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Merry Christmas to all of you.
Merry Christmas.
And I hope you have a wonderful time. So, all right, I'll see y'all later.
Irish Hobo.
Nice. Like it.
Irish Hobo in the chat is saying, how do we get entered for the giveaways? Well, hang tight. We got to get to 8,000 first, but you basically use a keyword, and the keywords we use to pick of the winner. So, Carlos, are you ready? Wait, hold on. Show that again, because I was not focusing on you. Is it time? Is it beer 30? Or are we doing the?
Oh, it's been beer 30. I've had.
I haven't opened one yet. Maybe I will.
I've had a couple of these through the live stream today.
What?
I don't pound them down, but this is a local brewery to Indiana. This is down in Bloomington, Indiana, or Brown County, if you will. If people that come to Indiana for anything, it's either the the Indy 500 or to watch the leaves turn down in Brown County. And this is in the heart of Brown County. Delicious beer.
Okay.
It looks delicious. Strawberry blondes are good.
Carlos, hypothetically, if you were to open one of those at altitude, would it just fuzz up and just be completely lost? Yeah.
Guys are everywhere.
Yeah.
It'd be like shaking it down here on the ground and then just popping it in someone's face.
Yeah, because you're not in a pressurized cabin, so once you opened it in it would be a lot.
Boyle's Law continues to work exceptionally well.
I would recommend that for your next activation.
I think they'd be mad at
You
me
know,
if you did that.
There's probably laws against that.
It's not laws exactly, but there is a rule in the United States Parachute Association that doesn't allow me to. So therefore, seeing as I don't want to risk my credentials in the USPA, I will never do that.
Yeah, and especially if it blows up anyway, right?
Beer-
What's the point?
Alcohol, sure, but like a Coke, you could just do a Coke, right? It would have the same
I could
effect.
totally do a Coke.
Now, do diet. It's less sticky. You don't
Uh,
want something with sugar.
And-
And
but
Diet
then-
Coke and Mentos at altitude.
But
Dude,
then we have to deal with all
YouTube.
that crap landing on my gear, and I don't want to deal with that.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you do diet soda, it won't do it. Diet sodas and Mentos, yeah, that'll be a sticky mess. You don't want that.
No, there's still a mess I have to clean up after. You know, like
Oh wait,
look,
Carlos, I've got it. You are going to be the guy with the video camera, so you need your partner to do it. Don't try it at home, folks. Try it at your friend's house.
I'll take Josh for a tandem and have him do it.
Yeah, well, Diet Coke and Mentos in one hand while you're free falling. Just slam it in there and just blast
Try
it
to
all
just
over.
drive yourself around. That'd be great.
Yeah. See if you can get some thrust off of it. All right, Carlos, you're here to have our next talk. Our next tech talk is with Carlos. How are you doing, man?
I am doing fantastic, Josh. I hope everyone in the stream is doing well as well. Let me get this ready over here. Let me tab over to my
Yeah, give me that.
my
give me that share
pictures, because you
screen.
know my pictures. There we go. Share. Oh, you know what? I still have the smoker open. Let me close the smoker.
Yeah.
Cheers, everyone.
Oh, it's beer 30. Mike's going for
I
it.
mean, it's my birthday. I got
It's your birthday, man. It's your birthday. All right, let me capture that.
It's
Hold on.
his birthday, and he'll cry if he wants to.
And happy birthday, Mike.
Happy
Thank
birthday
you.
to Mike. Let's see if we got that.
Happy birthday, Mike. Look, man, you know, I'm cheering you on with some Quaffon 6-foot strawberry blonde. It's just delicious stuff.
Founders All Day IPA. Imagine that.
Yeah, that's shocked, Mike. I'm shocked.
You
I
are
went
predictable, sir. You
different
are
today.
predictable.
All right, you got the
Look,
floor there, Carlos.
Hang on.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, fine. I have the floor. This is great. I will take a minute to say, look, it's KMRD's birthday, and if you wish to grant him or wish him a great happy birthday, what you need to do is you need to send him a case of All Day IPA. You can Uber Eats it to
Yes.
him. Uber Eats, you know what? Bonus points if he has to answer the door while we're live streaming, and he comes back with a case of All Day IPA that somebody Uber Eats to him. Okay,
I mean, I wouldn't say no to that. I'm good on QRZ.
he's good on the Zed, people. Let's make dreams happen for the man today. Okay.
I have to
And
add
thank
to
you,
this.
everyone in the live chat. Thank you. for
Happy birthday, Mike. I must add, if you really want a gift, bring a case of All Day IPA to one of the ham fests we're at and give it to
Bring
Mike
3.
because we always end up stealing his All Day IPA. And
I actually referenced that in a video I have coming out on Monday.
and I'm sure that we all would very much appreciate more All Day IPA because it is the only time I drink it really is when I see Mike. It's like, hey, Mike's got his delicious beer. Why don't I just help myself to one of those? But yes, All Day IPA. Bring it to the Hamfest. It could become the official Hamfest beer if you think about it, Mike. If you actually want to work
I would be happy with that. And you
I'd
know
find
what?
it
I've got
too.
Founders
I've
and
got
see if we can
connections because
get them
I'm
to
sure my
sponsor
brother
for
knows all the guys
an
at
event.
Founders because he's a brewer.
Uh-oh. We just lost. Do we lose Carlos?
No, we stepped on each other. I'm
Did I lose
46
you guys?
times around the sun today, for those who are wondering.
No, Carlos is back. Well, thank you, Mike,
46
again.
laps.
Happy birthday. All right, Carlos.
46 laps around the local celestial body. Congratulations, good sir. All right, so, you know, Josh asked me to put together something, and I didn't have anything specific I wanted to talk about. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to answer a couple of questions that come up all the time. I do have a video that I'm going to make later on about the top X questions that I get at Hamfest, but we're not dealing with that right now. We're dealing with other stuff, intricacies of skydiving, okay? Skydiving and amateur radio work at the same time. So let me go back. Let me go to the live stream so that I can see what you guys are seeing.
Do you want to see
All
the share screen now?
Yeah, go ahead and drop the share screen in there. I have a handful of pictures I want to share with y'all. And I want Wayne to stick around because, you know, he's featured in some of this. Or at least, you know, you sort of see him. If you see this picture, he is off on the left-hand side of the picture. And if you look towards the center, there's a young man with a black hoodie and BDU pants, okay? And he is covering his eyes like this and stepping sideways. He's got a cell phone in his hand. And the question at his, so let me backtrack. I went down to Georgia, and I am not the devil yet, to make a jump for Wayne's homeschool kids. He's got a group of kids in his homeschool that he teaches STEM stuff to, and he asked me to come down and make a jump for them. And it happens that there's a drop zone nearby in Amelia Island. It's roughly an hour from their gathering location, so we can make it a field trip. And the day before, actually 2 days before, we had a classroom day where we went over the science of what we're doing, not just amateur radio, but also skydiving and fluid dynamics and aerodynamics in general. So one of the kids, it happens to be Wayne's son, asked, well, how accurate can you get when you land? And I said, well, if you put a dime down and I know where that dime is, I can land on that dime. And he was very skeptical about that claim. And it's fair for him to be skeptical about that claim, right? It's, you know, when you tell someone that you jump out of, you know, an airplane at X many thousand feet and that you can land on a dime, if they don't question that, they're either very gullible or very well versed in what we're doing already, and they wouldn't have asked it, right? So the young man you see dodging in that picture is Wayne's son, because I was coming right at him. What I told him the day before, 2 days before, was, look, I get it. You don't believe me. When we go to do the jump, I want you to stand out up front, center, and I'll aim for you. And I landed exactly in front of where he would have been had he not moved. So we're talking about the accuracy that you can achieve with enough experience, right? Now, what's enough experience? I'm at 3,100 jumps or so. I was this accurate a bit before that, right? This is me coming into land, and you see me sticking down into the ground. And I don't know if my mouse cursor will show up there or not, but he was standing literally right in front of where I landed. And this kind of shocked him. He was not expecting me to deliver on the promise. In addition to that, this is a demo jump that I make I made this demo jump, I think, 4 years in a row so far. I'm hoping to make it 5 years next year. There is a community in Chicago, in the suburbs of Chicago, that hires us to come in and start their fireworks show every year. And now what you're seeing is a very close-up version of this target. The target is the center of that football field. And I don't know if you'll be able to see it in the pictures or not, but there are a number of flags marking the direction of landing in the center of the field. That's what I'm aiming for, okay? From, you know, several thousand feet in the air, you don't see that. All you see is the oval of the track, and you kind of go, I'm going there. You kind of refine where you're going in the last 300 feet or so, okay? And right now, based on that picture, I think I'm sitting at about probably 500 feet, maybe, maybe 400 feet. My altimeter's not in view, which I'll show you that in a minute. It's one of the other questions I get. And as we're coming in, I'm hooking around that. So the prior picture, you see me, I'm above it, And in this case, I am to the southeast of it. Uh, and I am now to the northeast of it, coming into landing. You see that in the middle of the field is my buddy who just landed before me, and he's getting his parachute out of the way for me to come in and land in the same spot. And unfortunately, I don't have a picture of me landing in that spot, but I did. And now this is my other buddy coming in with the flag, and his intent was to hit that edge right there. Like literally, the intent is for him to hit that edge and coast through. So even with an unpredictable load, because that's what he has right now, he has an unpredictable load because the flag itself weighs, the flag and the lead weight underneath it is 50 pounds. So that's a predictable load, right? Well, the unpredictable part is that the flag generates drag as you're flying through the air, and that load changes depending on the wind conditions. So even with an unpredictable load, he hit his mark exactly where he was aiming for. The idea being we keep the flag as much on the grass as possible, and yet as close to the gate, which is where, if you see in the background, a red pickup truck. The red pickup truck is from the fire department. They always escort us in and out. Fire and police always escort in and out of this event because the streets are packed. There is a family that comes to Huntsville. I mean, I'm sorry, to Hamvention, that have seen there 2 years in a row that they come to this event. They have seen me drop. Actually, this place gets jam-packed. So now keep in mind that this fellow right here has, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 jumps. I have 3,100 and some odd jumps, right? Let's go to this fella. Who's this fella? It's another one of us. I mean, one of us, right? This is Paul, N1OG. At this point in time, he has 50 jumps. He's aiming for me, an unpredictable target. He knows that I'm going to a general area, and I told him, hey, man, aim for me. I want to see you aim for me. And he landed something like 10 yards away from me. It looks odd because it's a GoPro. The GoPro lens makes things look farther than they really are. Trust me, he landed within about 10 yards of me. So at 50 jumps, he has the capacity and skill set to make accurate landings. So to answer the big, bold question, how accurate can you be? Well, when I'm at 50 jumps, I should be able to do that. And when I'm at 3,100 jumps or more, I should very much be able to do what we're doing here, right? That covers the accuracy bit of this. And, you know, it's not a great picture of Paul, but it's the one that I had handy. So if you're not familiar with Paul, he's one of us. N1OG, look him up. Another question I get is how do you know how high off the ground you are? Well, you know, I look down and I kind of use my Mark 1 eyeball altimeter, and I really do, right? After you do this enough times, you can get to the point where you can look down and ballpark it within a couple 100, 300 feet maybe of where you are, right? But I don't know about you, but I don't like to rely my life on something as crude as the Mark 1 eyeball, right? So we have that thing that's on my wrist. Not a great in focus picture, but it gets the idea. You see it says 4, there's a period there. You may not see the period. It says 4.02. That means I'm at 4,020 feet. Okay, 4,020 feet at the moment this screenshot was grabbed. And, you know, there's another picture coming later about antennas. One of the antennas is in this photo, and you can see it. And this is the Faraday from VF Comms. It's, I want to say that's the 2-meter version of the Faraday. And it, you know, it's twisting in the wind and it's still working fantastic. So 4,020 feet and an antenna, 2 for the price of 1. Going now onto antennas and also backtracking to altimeters. In this picture, you see me wearing 2 different altimeters, one on the left side, one on the right side. The one on the right side is much more readable. It says 11.1. I'm at 11,100 feet. Okay. If you look at the one on the left side, it says 11.1 as well. It's a little harder to read, but it is there. And now I'm about to unspool an antenna. So people ask me, what kind of an antenna do you use? Have you tried this? Have you tried that? Have you tried the other? And the answer is more than likely, no, I have not. I have a bit of a problem. And the problem is that I can't really risk getting entangled with something, right? In addition to that, I also have the problem of bulk, right? So I can't take a mast with me. I can't take a 17-foot whip. I can't take that with me. It's just not going to play right. In addition to that, I need an antenna that either doesn't need a ground plane or that the counterpoise is the coax. Because think about it. I'm flying through the air. I have an airstream in front of me and behind me. And no matter what I do, the moment I put a wire out, those wires are going to go with the wind behind me, right? So if I deploy a dipole and both of the wires are trailing behind me, what's happening? They're shorting each other out, basically. I'm not going to go anywhere. So it's pointless to try a dipole because I know that by testing on the ground, that signal is just going to, first of all, the SWR is going to go through the roof. And second, the signal is not going to go anywhere. It just flats out, right? Let me take a sip of my beer. But here I am unspooling a bit of coax, getting ready to put it out in the wind. Another picture of an antenna. I think this is actually the same jump from the other one. This is the Faraday streaming behind me and below me. And you see how the wind stream plays with the antenna. You see how you get an idea of whatever I put out there is going to trail below and behind me. And if I add weight, it'll trail at a steeper angle. But most of these I'm flying without any weight. I missed a picture of my own slide deck. This should have been in equipment, but I labeled it antennas. Equipment, this is my 705 radio, Icon 705. I have a super elastic signal stick. Maybe that's what I meant to do. An antenna, a super elastic signal stick. I'm getting ahead of myself. Using that as an antenna on this radio. I don't need to stream a J-pole or anything like that behind me. I can. Obviously, you saw that in the prior picture, right? But in this case, I'm using just a simple super elastic signal stick. The cage that the radio is in is acting as the ground plane. So if you're using the 705 by itself, it doesn't have a ground plane for the super elastic signal stick, so it's not going to give you very good results. The cage, on the other hand, acts as the ground plane for this antenna, and it works really well. Another antenna is part of my stock, gotta fly it list is my Pactena infrared half wave. Again, you see my wrist has two altimeters in this case, one on each wrist or forearm, but you see me unspooling the wire for the Pactena and getting it out there. Infrared half waves are probably the easiest thing that I can fly and get a good signal with because the coax becomes the counterpoise or the ground plane, depending on how you want to look at it. And I know that I don't have to worry about it entangling with me or my parachute. I tested this before before doing this for real. I, took everything with me and spooled it out a little bit at a time just to make sure that it wasn't going to come back up somehow and end up in my parachute and risking my life. I know people think that I'm crazy for jumping out of airplanes, but I do love my life and I'm not risking it for playing radio. So, and here's another look at the Pactena. I had to put arrows on it because, again, depending on how big you're watching this on, you may or may not see that. But what you see is the coax coming in from the bottom right-hand corner all the way down to the arrow in the center, and that's where the transformer is at. That's where the wire and transformer is at. And then I have a little bit of, let's see, I have one of those here. You can put me back on the screen for just a second. There we go. Let's see, where am I at? Am I on the screen yet? Yeah, I'm on the screen.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. So this thing is called a pull-up cord. And when it's not knotted up the way I have it, let's see, let me unknot it so you guys can get an idea. We use this as a tool to pack our parachutes. And you go, well, how do you use a piece of ribbon as a parachute aid, right? Well, there we go. So this is a nylon, very soft ribbon. And this is, I think, 2.5 feet long, maybe longer, it's in that neighborhood. But we close the container with this, right? Well, in skydiving, you end up making a collection of these things because all the vendors want to give you one or 10. This one came from Performance Designs. And, we end up using them for all sorts of things, to include a drag device on an antenna wire. I mean, why not, right? So we have the ability to use the tools that we have around us to, make things easier for ourselves. If you go do POTA with me, you're going to find me using these things for lots of other things. You can go ahead and bring me back to the shared set of pictures. Let's see this per cells to go down. We'll get to the questions in a minute. So we'll get to the questions in a minute, I promise. Let me get that out of the way. It's still gonna get out of the way. Okay, fine. So at the end of the antenna, where the second arrow is at, is one of these things, catching air on purposely generating drag so that wire, believe it or not, that wire streams almost perfectly horizontal behind the transformer. It's the only reason it sags a little bit is because this has mass and therefore it sinks. But it may sink an inch over the entire span of that wire. It's amazing to see. My favorite time of the day to jump, right here, sunset. The next set of pictures I'm showing you are exits and how we do things, to leave the airplane. People say you jump out of an airplane. Well, we don't. What we really do is we fall out of an airplane. If I were to jump, I would hit my head on the door, and I'm short, and that door is still shorter than me. And then if I jumped high enough, I would hit my head on the back on the horizontal stabilizer of the airplane, which would be very bad news for the airplane and very bad news for me. So we don't jump out of the airplane so much as we fall out of it. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to present our torso into what's called a relative wind, and the relative wind is where the wind is coming from, right? When you leave the airplane, the air wind is coming from the front of the airplane. As you continue to fall, that wind changes to below you, right? Believe it or not, it actually happens in a gradual, very predictable process. It takes roughly 10 seconds to get off the hill. Here's another, picture showing me at the exit, and you see that I am chest to the wind and starting to slope down in the process. I may be down maybe 10 degrees relative to the airplane. So that's how we leave the airplane. These two fools left right before me, and this is a great shot. Guarantee you. So what they're doing is it's called a head down exit. So in this case, they're wanting to present their head to the relative wind, and they didn't time it quite right. You see that leg, the circle, those two legs in the circle, the one in the bottom portion smacked his leg pretty hard against the edge of the aircraft, and the one on the upper side smacked his ankle against the back side of the door. I guarantee you that did not tickle. Don't ask me how I know. But you see that these two are also wearing helmets, and people say, why helmets? Well, because we want to make sure that we protect our brain on the possibility of smashing yourself against the aircraft or against each other on exit. So another part of the exit, I'm still technically on the hill, and you can tell this only because A, you know about it, and B, because we have a visual aid, and the visual aid is the parachute. Notice the parachute is not above me. The parachute is behind me at about a 45-degree angle. And right behind the parachute is a pilot chute. So when you deploy the parachute system, you have two parachutes, right? You have a tiny little parachute. Okay, it's maybe 30 inches wide tops. No, actually, no. Let's see, maybe a foot wide for mine. 30 inches is for tandems. 36 or 39 inches for tandems. And that is what extracts the bridle, which is a length of nylon that is nylon webbing that then attaches to the container and then has the pin, right? So the pin is actually yanked out by the pilot chute extending into the wind. And you see that the parachute's actually still very much folded and behind me as it is opening. It hasn't even caught air yet to open, but it's a good shot illustrating where the relative wind is coming from and where I am. Relative wind is coming still at a degree off of me, something like 45 degrees off of me at this point in time. So now we have a fully developed parachute over our head, and now we can go play radio. You also see my super elastic signal stick from my radio in that shot. Now we're going into what equipment do I have? What do I take? Well, my 705 is my primary all-purpose radio. Don't get me wrong, I'll get down here in a minute and show you the 7300. Yes, I take a base station with me. First time I sent Ray this picture or a picture like this, he called me and says, "Did you really just jump with a base station?" I'm like, yeah. I mean, 10 watts is good, right? 100 watts is gooder. So we gotta play. We gotta take it in the sky and see how much difference we can make, right? I can tell you from experience that this has gotten me lots of contacts, but this gets me more. The signal gets out farther, right? My ID50, my impact rated ID50, the only impact rated ID50 in the world, as far as I know.
Yeah. How do you know that, Carlos? How do you know that?
Well, funny you should ask, Josh. Actually, I don't have it in the slide deck. I should have added it to the slide deck. At a jump in Huntsville last year, I was wearing this in a small pack around my waist, and the pack broke loose on me immediately on exit, and it went for a solo skydive for 14,000 feet. This radio landed on someone's roof, and I found it because in that same small pack was my cell phone, which then I used Find Mine to locate my cell phone, and I was surprised that my cell phone was still working. The only damage to all of this was my cell phone shattered. The back screen, the back glass on my cell phone shattered. Guess what? Apple Care replaced it. There's a little bit of a scuff mark on the antenna for this radio from where it hit the shingles, and that's about the extent of the damage on anything. That and the case on my Meshtastic node broke, which guess what? 3D print a new one, back in business. As far as talking to people and listening to people, I have two main ways. I either have a headset that I bought from Radio Sport that works really well, and that's what I'm wearing on this shot here. I need to buy the adapters for this, for my 7300 and for my 705. No, this is already set up for the 705. The headset set up for the 705 will also work on the ID50. It will not work on the 7300. I need to buy the headset, the adapters for the 7300 because, excuse me, this sounds really good, and it cuts down on what little wind noise we have. The other option is I put headphones on, okay, and then I use the hand mic, the regular hand mic that you would have on any, base station radio that you'd pick up. And people go, well, what about the wind noise? Well, believe it or not, the wind noise is very minimal because the microphone is aimed at my face and not away from my face. The wind is coming on the opposite side. So is there some wind noise in there? Yes, there's absolutely some wind noise. It's not what you would expect because the microphone is not in the wind, right? questions about the safety on tandems. We talked about this off stream a little bit earlier. And I felt I needed to highlight this because this is one of those questions. People go, well, you drop me. And like, first of all, no, I won't drop you. I promise. The paperwork I would have to do if I drop you would be so unbelievably tedious that I don't want to do the paperwork, right? Second of all, no, the harness is not going to break. That hook right there that you see, there are 4 of them on the tandem system. You're attached to me with 40,000 pounds of strength pull. Okay. Each one of those is rated for 10,000 pounds. In an emergency, I can leave the aircraft with one of those done, nothing else, and still have you perfectly safe on the ground. Okay. Not what I want to do. What I want to do is I want to take you for a tandem skydive, show you a good time, make sure you have a fun, enjoyable skydive. But in an emergency, we're going to go with whatever I got, right? But that hook right there, no, I cannot unhook it. Once we are out of the aircraft, it is impossible for me to unhook it because there's tension on it. The moment you sag down in that harness, there's tension on it. It's not going to come loose. When we land, I actively have to lean forward and take tension off of it to be able to create enough slack that I can lift the gates and open it, because that hook has spring-loaded gates, and the spring loads on that is 24 pounds, if I remember right. I may be wrong on that poundage, but it's in that neighborhood. So it takes a significant amount of force to open the gates for the hook to come loose. No, I cannot drop you. I have another picture here with Jim where you see him under tension.
Big Jim.
I had to show this one.
Yeah, you did.
I hope Jim watches this stream, right? Right, but you see there where he's hanging, literally hanging off of that hook. So I would have to be strong enough to lift him with one hand.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not Popeye the Sailor Man, all right? There's a reference for old people.
Yep.
But really, and that's just one hook, right? We're talking about, there's 4 of them. The bottoms are, the bottom hip hooks are easier to undo because they're not under full load tension, but the top hooks on the shoulders, they're under full load tension. They're not coming off until we land. And even then I have to lean forward to take pressure off. And one last little bit, people ask, what about those flying squirrel suits? What about those flying squirrel suits? Well, there you go. Flying squirrel suits leaving the airplane. 2 of my friends jumping out right before I go for a parachute mobile jump. And yes, I have flown a squirrel suit. It's actually called a wingsuit. I want to say I have 25 logged wingsuit jumps. It's been a number of years. If I were to jump a wingsuit right now, I wouldn't feel right doing it unless I spent some time with a wingsuit instructor giving me a refresher, just because, I appreciate my life. Those are all the pictures I have on this one. I'm sure the chat had questions that were streaming through. So hopefully somebody caught some questions and they can relay them to me, and you can tell me what your questions are, and maybe I can answer them. And if not, I can make up an answer and give you the real answer later.
So the first one is mine. How much variation is there in the parachute design? So do you have like a chute designed for a nice slow descent kind of thing, or how does that factor in?
Let's see. I have 3 primary parachutes that I fly. They are all 3 different characteristics in flight. So, for example, the bigger wing that I have is 170 square foot. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that they're all the same square footage. Mm-hmm. The design of the 170 is called the Sabre 3. The model number is a Sabre 3. Is such that it's meant to fly with medium steepness and light toggle pressure. The toggles are the things that you see in my hands. They're like a gold in color, mm-hmm. Or gold or yellow. When you pull them down, that's how you steer, right? You pull right to go right, you pull left to go left, and you pull them both down to put brakes on. the responsiveness of that parachute is nowhere near the responsiveness of my primary instructing free fall instructing parachute, which is a different design. It's made by Fluid Wings and is a Nexus. And again, the Nexus is the model type. The Nexus flies very speedy in comparison to the Sabre 3. So they changed the platform. Imagine, if you will, let me use I was cleaning my snot with this before, but bear with me.
Sure.
So this is, let's say for the sake of argument, this is the shape of the Sabre 3, and the front is up here. The Nexus has a tapered design. It's not going to show very well in the video, but it's semi-elliptical. So it has, instead of it being a rectangle, it is more of most of an ellipse in design in front and back. And that makes it way snappier in response. It also means that I can get into trouble easier, right? So when I do parachute mobile, I fly my most docile parachute, because that way I'm buying myself time in the event something happens, right? And then lastly, I have a parachute that I use specifically for demonstration purposes. And that parachute is a, someone's going to kill me for not remembering the name of this parachute, but it doesn't matter. That parachute has an aspect ratio. So the aspect ratio is the width by the height, right, or the length, depending on how you're looking at it, right? The wider the aspect ratio, the more glide you get. The narrower the aspect ratio, we're just going to exaggerate here and make it close to a square, the less responsive it is. However, the easier it is to sink into a spot. And my demo parachute has less of an aspect ratio than this. So the Sabre 3 is what I fly on parachute mobile jumps. The Nexus is what I fly when I'm teaching people how to skydive. And then the Pulse. The Pulse is what I use. It has a little bit closer aspect ratio to that when I want to have something that's accurate, manageable. And let's see if I can get this to focus again. Focus. There we go. A little bit more capacity to sink it into a tight spot. So the picture that I showed, where me coming into the demo, I'm actually flying my Sabre 3 into that one, because I'm literally landing in a football field, in a high school football field, and that is more than enough room for me to be super accurate with that parachute, right? If I am landing into, let's say, postage stamp. So for example, I did a demo a couple of years ago where we were landing in the green of a golf course. So the last hole is right next to the clubhouse, and they wanted us to land on the green of that golf course, on that hole. And that green was maybe, I don't know, 40 foot long by 20 foot wide. So I take my most my most directable parachute, and I just basically get close to it, park, and then just sink it in. That's so different designs for different jobs and different desires in skydiving.
Okay. There was a question. I'm going to vary it up a little bit. They were asking about like putting the antenna on like the leading edge of the parachute or whatnot. And I was like, what if a variation of that would be, well, now that we have technology like the FARA J with a fabric, could you integrate some kind of a fabric as an antenna and just run the wire up one of the stay arms or whatever you call that?
Well, no, because then that would interfere with the flight characteristics and the aerodynamics of the parachute. However, Ben reached out to me when he just developed this new wire that he's got going.
Oh, yeah. The wire.
I was
He
going to ask
says-
about
He
that.
said, "Would you like to buy some of this?" And I said, "Yes, sir. I very much would like to buy some of this because this is right in line. The design of that wire is such that the outer shield is nylon, and therefore it plays really well with the nylon lines that I'm using on my parachute. So I can tack one of those a wire like that in my parachute line,
Mm-hmm.
right? And my plan right now is to tack a 2-meter dipole. I'm going to start simple, 2-meter dipole, just up, a 1-to-1 and down for the ground plane.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to play with that and see how well I can manage that exercise over winter. And you can see behind me, my sewing machine is there.
Ah,
And
yes.
I'm literally working on that process right now. I have some spare line that I'm using to practice the sewing of the two materials together, so that when I go do it to my parachute, I don't ruin my parachute lines, because a set of parachute lines is $400, and that's,
Yeah.
I don't want to ruin them with an experiment, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Totally.
But yeah, the idea of using Ben's new wire with my parachute lines, manageable. I think I'm going to find out over winter as I play along with this design.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, very good, Carlos. That's amazing. By the way, Carlos is going to hang out for a little while, so if you guys have more questions, feel free to just @Ham Radio Crash Course. And
if you have questions, drop them in.
Yeah, and of course, I've linked to all these folks in the YouTube video itself. This is @Life@Terminal Velocity. He's on YouTube. You can find him. Very easy to find him there as well. So yeah, appreciate you, man. Well, we got. What's that?
Sorry, I saw a question from ST. Let's see, where's it at? STHRNBT. It's asking about where I get that that line. Talk to Ben, Ham Radio Rookie.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say he's got a pre-order set up right now for that line. So Jody with the link. There you go, Jody. Thank you for the link. Ham Radio Rookie is up in Canada, and he's getting a pre-order done for more line, and he's got thousands and thousands of feet pre-order now, which is really nice.
Yeah, let me get a giveaway going here, and then we can take some more questions for you. So let me see if I can go back here. All right, so we have one more L1 Pro, and then we have let's see, 2 T1000s. I'm only gonna do one right now. You're gonna have to come back to the next one for that. And we have another Radioddity HT. At least I think so. Let me double check my numbers here. By the way, yes, one more HT. So we are gonna go with either the GS10B or the UV25. And you get to pick that. You get to pick that, whoever the winner is. So the entrance to this, it's not no RFI. Whoa. Calm down. It's not no see, that's not there anymore.
People jumping the gun.
You're just too fast. You're just too fast. I had to reset it. It's been hours. I don't know if those people are here anymore. Come on now. It's ARRLTI is the secret word. All one word. ARRLTI. You guys thinking you can outsmart me on that one? Come on now. ARRLTI. There you go. Okay. So let that flow in while we take more questions here. Is that is Ormu in a costume?
Ormu is celebrating a $200 donation with her winter sweater.
Okay, here let me make sure I get it on you here.
You're kitty.
That's nice. Only cats.
Ormu, would you like to celebrate?
Heck yeah.
Yes, she would. She would very much like to celebrate.
Great job for the 200. Thank you. And this is the traveling cat. This is the cat that goes outdoors and actually does soda operations. Never a cat have I ever seen that will go hiking, but that's the one. Look at that cat.
Yes, thank you for supporting the Teachers Institute and feeding this little face snacks. Grrr.
And also a cat that would let you do that to it, too. It's not really something I'm used to. Get up all its face. Nicely done. Thank you very much. All right, let's see. Where is my... There we go.
Hey, cat.
She's gone walkabout.
Hey.
115 entries, man. Okay, so what are we? We're doing a an L1 Pro. We're doing a T1000 and then the Radioddity HT. Now, we still have the Radioddity G106, a fantastic little small HF radio. I did a comparison of that versus other radios that are kind of in that entry spot for Morse code, single sideband. That radio does that. We still have 2 nameless keys from Modern Morse, and we got Boondock Echo. They're here in the chat. Mark's going to be talking with us later on well, I don't want to tell anybody yet. It's a special topic, so you're going to have to hang out and find out what the topic is. So we're going to do the G106 in the next milestone. So that's $10,000. That's the milestone. We're going to get the G106, and we're going to do a Boondock Echo as well. So ARRL TI, yeah. It'll be a twofer on the next one. So more reason for you guys to stick around and continue to support the Teachers Institute. Reminder, I'm going to get hoarse from just repeating this over and over again. 100% of the donations goes to the TI. Nobody else. All of it is sent from YouTube straight to them. Even their credit card company is not charging them fees for getting that money coming in. So that's just great news. And go ahead.
I was going to say, y'all remember that your system automatically takes out all your additional entries. We have a few people spamming like 15.
Yeah, we're already at 125. Spamming it, you only get 1 entry. I don't know if anybody got that, but yeah, you only get 1 entry. Should note, reminder, fully tax deductible. The ARRL already mentioned if you have a matching program at your company, they'll work with you and get that set up so you get donation matching, which is fantastic. And that donate button is live from here until the next time we do one of these. So in case you're watching this on Team Replay, still hit that button. It still works.
If your throat starts getting hoarse, Josh, from repeating that people should donate to the Teachers Institute, you can always take a sip of a delicious beverage. We have technology.
I have opened the first beer. I'm drinking a new, what is it? Who makes Fat Tire? New Belgium triple. The triple Belgium that they make is really good. New Belgium triple is highly recommended. Would recommend as a get off of macros and get something a little bit more fancy in you. It's good stuff.
It's good for those post-workout recovery beverages.
That's it. Yes, indeed.
It's the electrolytes.
Yes.
It's what hams crave.
That's right.
It's what hams crave. Yes.
There's all kinds of hidden movie references going on in the background. Although the one you dropped, Carlos, in the chat was very good. That was I've been trying to show.
Steven, can you hear me?
I've been showing that to so many people, and they just die. It's so funny. All right, we're gonna pick. What are we doing first? Let's do the HT. So here we go. Winner of the HT. Rolling the winner. Hiking and Hammond.
What? Congratulations.
Hiking and Hammond. I actually don't have your call sign.
Great.
Does anybody have his call sign? We can just type it in.
It's something HNA.
Hiking and Hammond. You got it, buddy.
I know Pink is a TCH, but
I think it's K8 MRD.
Now, is that it? Okay.
No.
Where I need your call sign.
K4 HNH.
That's it. Yeah. K4 HNH. Yeah. Okay, so got it. K4 HNH. Locked in. All right. So we have I'm going to close out of that for a second. All right. So next is the Seed Pro L1, the Seed L1 Pro. There's a lot of words in that name. Let me go back over here so you guys can see it. Make sure you go check this out. So again, I mentioned it. It is a full functioning Meshtastic, and that little orange button on the far right side is a joystick. So you can actually control the menu. You can load pre-canned messages with the Meshtastic app. You can see your location via GPS because it has internal GPS. FYI, a node of this size for $43.19. It's an incredibly good deal with an internal GPS. You seldom see a Meshtastic device that inexpensive that has a GPS. So very, very cool. You don't have to turn that on, by the way. You don't have to. But what that means is that you can run it fully autonomously. So that's why I mention it. All right. Choosing a winner for the L1 Pro. KE8SRW. Well, boy howdy. I hope that's your call because that made my life a lot easier.
Woohoo! Congratulations.
Calls.
KE8SRW. KE8SRW.
I was
Can you
hoping I'd win
confirm?
that one, but that's okay. I'm saving my win for the keyer.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I get a confirm from KE8SRW that you're in the chat there, buddy?
So while
While we're
he's doing
waiting
that,
for that-
Carlos, you mentioned that skydivers fall out of the plane. I was a scuba diver for a little while, and we fell backwards out of boats. Do you know why that is?
Yes, your mask don't come off.
Falling forward kind of just leaves you in the boat, doesn't it?
That's exactly
Oh.
why.
Okay. Very good. All right. I want to mention to answer this question. Do we need to do ARRL each time, or do you reuse the same collected list for the immediate subsequent draws? No, I change it. We change it as we go. We held on to the last dump because it was a big dump since we got to this point. But
I did see one question that streamed by asking about like a static electricity
oh yes,
affecting radio, and the answer is I have no idea. I mean, the system would be grounded all the way from the tip of the antenna all the way to me because coax. So I don't know that it would affect it in any way or not, but
Well,
so far it seems to work.
I bet you there's a really evidential way to confirm or deny this. Has any parachutist / skydiver been struck by lightning while in the air?
No, we don't jump in when there's lightning out.
But has it ever happened? I know you don't, but tell that
I've
to
heard
human beings.
anecdotes-
Humans will find a way.
The thing is,
I've heard
there's no
anecdotes-
path to ground. So if there's no path to ground, lightning
you're in
doesn't
the
have any
middle of it.
incentive to hit you.
I mean, if you're in the middle of it and you're part of the path to ground, I don't know, but
So you would expect anytime you have two insulators rubbing against each other, you get this effect called triboelectric charging. So with respect to the ground, you probably have some, when I say ground, like the earth itself.
yes.
There's probably some charge differential, but like Mark said, when you're in the air like that, are you at some potential that's different than the earth? Sure, but the whole system, especially if there's conductors running through it, would be at the same potential.
I guess
So-
an airplane is drastically different because it's conducting its own power, or who knows what else going on.
But airplanes have trails on the wings that
Sure.
that are specifically for dissipating a static.
Well, and also they're designed to be basically Faraday cages, right? You keep the charge on the outside, you keep an equipotential surface, and you should be good.
Yeah. Well, we haven't heard back from KE8SRW, but he did include his call sign in his username, so I'm inclined to just roll with it. What should we do here, chat?
See if he's
roll
good
it?
on QRZ.
Okay. Or Mike, are you logged in already? I don't want to have to log in and authenticate it myself. Can you KE8SRW?
Hold, please.
Thank
I didn't
you.
see any other questions come through. If you have a question that I can answer,
You know,
He is
Carlos,
good
if you
on
don't
the
mind, I
Zed
actually
with
have a
PO
question.
box.
say what?
Carlos, if you don't mind, I have a question.
Ask a question.
Yeah, so you talked about how you do the same thing over and over. You're safe, you know how to do this. But at some point, every single thing you're doing was a new thing, at least to you. How do you
Yes.
think about systematically introducing risk in a controlled fashion that has not killed you yet?
Well,
Like an engineer just gave you. That's an
Well,
engineer question.
well, literally what I did is I systematically introduced risk. So, for example, the first time I went up with an HT, I had it tethered to me. I knew that the only risk I had was losing the HT, right? Not a big deal. Once I started doing HF, before I actually did HF, I wanted to make sure that the antenna wire wasn't going to somehow end up higher than me. So I went up on a jump that I didn't do any radio at all, with just everything set up the way I would normally set it up, and I would pay out 5 feet of line. Check it. Still looking okay? All right, let's give it another 5 feet of line. Check it. Yep, looking okay. Let's give it another 5 feet of line until I splayed out the entire antenna wire plus the coax and so on and so forth. Because it's the only way I know, right? And it's just incremental addition. And I am part of the safety structure of my home drop zone. And if I do something foolish, like outrageously foolish, and end up getting hurt, I'm never going to hear the end of it if I survive, right? So
Yeah, right.
I have to be very smart about what I do and how I do it. So, for example, Paul and 10G just started skydiving this year, and he was wondering when he can start, and I was just like, you know what, I don't know. Let's see where you are in terms of being heads up, and then we'll just keep adding elements slowly and surely. And you know what he's doing? He did a couple of jumps with me where, you know, he took his HT and he did parachute mobile at Huntsville, and we had a great time and everybody was safe. So it's all about risk mitigation, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, we have confirmation.
Thank you.
From KE8SRW. He confirmed winner. So that means we're giving away a Seed Studios T1000, one of my favorite little extra nodes. It always rides in my little chest rig. I showed you the video for that. By the way, that chest rig video, that giveaway is still going. I'm giving that. I'm picking a winner on the 13th of December on that live stream. So that extra chest rig that I have, the sign up is live for that right now on my channel.
I didn't sign up for that. That pack is nice and not cheap.
And good luck finding that color. They don't, like, they never ever put out that color anymore. That like periwinkle blue color. You're not going to see it. It happens, but they don't make it often.
Periwinkle blue.
Periwinkle blue.
There was another question about jumping at Xenia. There is an airport at Greene County that has a drop zone. I have had nothing but headaches at that drop zone, so I don't expect I'll try that again. There is a drop zone further south, another half hour, 40 minutes south, Skydive Cincinnati, and another 15 minutes from that is Start Skydiving. Both locations which have been very nice and kind to me, and I have zero problems. So I'm not as visible. I may jump in Greene County next year because I am working on trying to, you know, I'll let the cat out of the bag here. How about that? You know, extra read all about it at the ARRL Teachers Institute fundraiser. Ray from ICOM said, you know, you could live stream your video down. And I said, I don't see how. He goes, the 905 and a camera will do that. And I went, tell me more.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I feel that I need to be close enough that the folks at the ICOM booth can actually pick me up on 70 centimeters if I'm going to do that. And if I do that, it has to be at Xenia, right? I don't think they would pick me up from 10,000 feet, you know, when I'm down in Middletown. But, you know, once I get to about 5,000 feet, we would lose it. So there's no sense in that.
Yeah, so that's you're talking about doing fast scan television on the way down. Under canopy. So you would need the 905. You need the 905 plus a transverter box. And since you're already looking at 70 centimeters, you might want to look at like 1.2 gigahertz. That might be better.
1.2 would be better if we can make the range work.
Yeah, it's line of sight, assuming that the antennas.
It is very much line of sight. And basically, we just have to figure out a way for the folks over at the ICOM booth to have an external antenna hooked up to a 905 inside, you know, that way they can decode the signal and show it on a screen.
Yes. Okay. So for those asking, apparently everybody missed it. I made a standalone video on what's in my chest rig that I carry to all the hamfests, and when I go on a small day hike, I carry this chest rig. I talked about everything that's in the pack, and I'm giving one of the packs away because I got an extra one. Thanks to the very nice policies from Hill People Gear. I got that extra one because the shipping got lost, and they just sent me another one, and I went, oh, okay, I'll give it away. And they were like, do it. And I went, sure, will do. All right, we're going to pick this T1000. Let's see if I got that right. Yep, T1000. So let's pick a winner for that fantastic Meshtastic node. It is K8KAZ.
Another 8 call.
Can I get a
so close
confirmation in the chat?
MRD. So close, Mike.
I know. I would have had to enter to win, though, I think.
That does improve the odds slightly.
It does. Now, Josh, while we're waiting for that person to come back, There was a question in the chat about why we're doing giveaways when we're asking for funding for the Teachers Institute. And I was wondering if you could briefly speak about where all of these amazing giveaways have come from.
Yes, these are full donations. I'm not paying anything out of pocket for this. This is just from the kindness of these individuals' hearts, the companies, and the people. So Seed Studios, linked in the video description. Actually, if you go to my Black Friday sale page, my document, I have all my Black Friday recommendations listed, and Seed Studios is in there, as well as Radioddity, because they sent us a couple. Well, they told us that they send us the radios out to the winner. They have a number of sales going on. Sure, yeah, they're just getting the word out and helping to support what we're doing out here, and we really do appreciate it. And then, of course, we have, where are they? Where is it? Boondock Echo is in the chat. Mark has been a friend of ours for years now, right, Mark? We saw Boondock go from kind of the inception phase into where it's at now, and you are...
Absolutely.
You're producing, manufacturing these cool devices. I've done videos on it, and so yeah, he's giving them away because he appreciates. Well, I think it's two-part. One, he appreciates what the Teachers Institute is doing, and I think he also, as said multiple times, laments the fact that teachers have to do this. That education is so difficult, and it usually has to be grassroots funded for specialty situations like these. Would you say that's correct, Mark?
100%. Sorry, I was down in some bread. I taught for, I think, 15 years. It was forever. And the haves versus the have-nots always upset me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there were kids that were coming to school and we were the only food they were getting, right? That always bugged me. So the fact that we are having any teacher, let alone, you know, for some really awesome programs, that we have any teacher in this nation begging for funding to do basic things, right? You've all heard teachers pay out of their pocket. They do. Because if they don't, you're not getting anything. That's just the way the system's set up, and it pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're asking you guys to do is help out. You know, you're, as Carlos said, a force multiplier. But you are specifically, whether you know it or not, you're putting $5 into ARRL's hands. That's going to float out there and eventually become a memory, an experience in some classroom. That's really what you're buying. You're not buying Raspberry Pis. You're not buying, you know, HTs. You're buying enthusiasm. You're buying memories for kids. And honest to God, I'm telling you, are there some kids that can afford this stuff? Abso-freaking-lutely. But more than you are even possibly aware, there's kids who will never have these experiences. I was dumbfounded. I'll share you another quick story because I know I'm talking more than Josh wanted.
Oh, you're okay.
When I, like, first or second year teaching, we took a weekend trip up to the mountains. I don't know why, but it was a field trip, right? First time these kids had seen snow. These are high school kids, by the way. First time these kids had seen snow. First time many of them had ever seen a squirrel. A squirrel. Right?
That's pretty crazy.
It's really crazy. They're like, oh my God, what's that? What's that? I'm like, what? But they were insane. And they, huge memories made by those students on those trips because it was their first touch, their first time experiencing these things. You want to know how to get more people into hams? It's not telling them about your experiences because, you know, we sit there and we sit through the pain of not making a contact over an hour because we know how exciting it is when we make one, right? So what you're doing is you're giving these kids the first touch, the first experience, the first positive experience going into electronics, into radio, into all these other things. And it really can change a life. All of the people who are really, really good at stuff, you know, the experts, they all got excited about it at a very young age. All of them.
That's absolutely true.
So you're doing that. And you're like, well, can $5 do it? It absolutely can. It absolutely can. Now, you could be giving your money elsewhere, and that $5 could be going into a toilet. So what I'm looking for, whenever I look for the best predictor of future success is past success. Steve gets crap done. We know if we give money to him, it's going to be useful.
Yep.
I'm not telling you to give money to Carlos.
But if you want to, I'll just give it.
Yeah. So yeah, I've got a great place in my heart for guys like Steve. Anything you can do to support them, I know he's going to appreciate. But more importantly, it's going to make a difference. We know that because it has, over and over and over again. So we can help it continue. Let's do it. End of rant.
No, very good. I updated links in the video description because I just was reminded, thank you very much, that Seed Studios actually Black Friday sale on top of like my link, my coupon code, they double. I didn't know that. I think he told me, I forgot. So thank you, Dave. Yeah. Totally forgot about that. But okay. Oh, next, Mike. It's your turn. We wanna hear about your exciting segment
set
here.
up here.
Hang on,
you're
all set
let's
up.
switch over mics and make sure everything's working there. We sound okay. Check 2 audio.
Yeah, sounding good.
Check 2 sibilance.
Reminder at 10,000, we're going to do the Radioddity G106 and some other stuff. So we'll figure it out when we get there, but thank you. Oh no, Boondock Echo. So
look at him with his fancy remote control camera.
Look at this guy.
We're just winging it here, boys and girls. Let's try and get.
It's like
this
we're doing the.
centered
Is this
here a
the
little
knife
bit.
show? Is this Is this the?
What a great.
Oh,
We got
Odell,
the- hang
just
on,
the
hang
tip
on.
got me there, Odell. The tip got me a little bit. Oh man. Oh,
Coming
buddy.
at you right here. This is the Smith & Wesson M&P tactical thing knife. Yeah, that's my green screen over there, by the way.
The T-shirt?
little green shirt. So so first off, like, thank you everyone for helping make this. What are we calling this? A hamathon?
Hamathon.
Telethon, but yeah. I always think of the movie UHF when we do these things. And I just want to go, if anybody knows that movie. So thank you everyone for your donations. Like I said before, we like the kind of money that jingles, but we prefer the kind of money that folds. So yeah. I don't think anyone's named that movie in the comments yet, though.
Oh, I thought it was the
You want
Instagram.
me to?
The guy sings the rap song. It's like a rap song, right?
Oh no, is there some movie
it's from,
reference there?
Oh, somebody will drop it right
It's
now.
from a movie. It's from a movie. Like, that's probably an obscure reference from the movie, but anyone that's watched that movie, like, that's a good scene from the movie. So my name is Mike K5ATA, for those who don't know me, and I was licensed in 2016. And from the time I got licensed, I did what everybody does nowadays and started watching YouTube videos about ham radio. And Josh's channel was one of the early ones that I watched. And but I started watching. This is like when I'm kind of like studying for my general, getting in there. Like, we got to get on HF. Everybody's on the repeaters talking about getting on the HF. There weren't too many ham radio YouTube channels back then, but there were a few guys that really stood out to me. One, the late, great Jerry, KG6HQD. God rest your soul. There was Tony, K9ARV, and Kevin, W6RIP. Just a couple guys making portable videos. Parks on the Air didn't exist at the time. Soda was a thing, but I lived in Michigan. We don't have summits in Michigan, and now in Texas, we don't have summits there. So Parks on the Air became a thing. But even before that, just the fact that we could bring our HF radios out into a park. I just went down the street to a city park and played portable radio. That's what got me really, really into HF. And now I'm an extra, by the way. No code extra. So I kind of want to talk about the evolution of the ham radio go bag and some of the things that we do early on, and then some of the things that kind of help us progress. So this is kind of directed more towards maybe the newer folks getting into portable radio, but hopefully even seasoned veterans can hopefully glean something from this. So originally, my first portable HF radio was the Yaesu 891. Now I have one in the car, and I bought another one thanks to Jason's live stream last year for the Gigaparts thing. But I started off, actually, here, I'll bring another example. This battery right here. This is a 10 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery that I made thanks to like Julian OH8STN. He was another channel very early on. So I'm like, okay, well, what am I going to put this in? So my dad, who's also a ham W4GRD, had a bag very similar to this made by a company called Red Rock Outdoor. And I'm like, I need that. That would be awesome to put my ham radio in. He uses it as like a man purse. But so I got that, and I had this battery in a bag like this. It was actually a slightly smaller bag. And then I had my 891, and at the time, things like, this is actually the prototype for the Gigaparts Explorer POTA 33. These carbon fiber masks existed, but not so much in the form that they are today. So I had a carbon fiber mask. No, it was a fiberglass mask. It was a, what's the fishing pole? Shakespeare. It's a Shakespeare
Yes,
telescopic
the
fishing
crappie
pole.
mask.
I still have
The
that. I still
crappie
have that.
mask,
It's in my
yes.
closet. Yeah. So that was my mask, but it's like 4 feet, 5 feet tall, collapsed. And it's still kind of that thick. So kind of what I ended up doing, and I think probably what a lot of us end up doing. So here's the 891. Get the microphone out of the way there.
Nice.
So I had the 891 in here. This has I've got an Armalock cage on here now, but I just had the 891 stuffed in a bag. Armalock wasn't around at the time. And then this battery was in here. I had like a plastic container that I kept this in. Now I've just got some, I don't really use this battery anymore, but I've got just some Kapton tape on it to protect the terminals there so I don't electrocute myself when my metal bracelets touch it. But that was it. And I had the KG6 HQD, God rest your soul, speaker wire antenna, just a dipole made out of speaker wire.
Yep.
And I would literally go to the park, just a city park down the street, put up the antenna, and try and make contact. And one of the greatest inspirations was Tony, K9ARV, who's N4ARV now. He did a video, and he was like QRP guy. He's bringing out like his 817 out and stuff. And his videos were so awesome. I loved them. He only made one contact in the whole video, like to a net. And as he was walking out of the park and just talking to the camera, he said, we made one contact, which is great. And that right there, he was so happy or satisfied to have just made that one contact. That stuck with me. So we start looking into, well, we're hams, so we can't just have one radio. I actually started out with a Yaesu FT450, and then I bought the 891. So I had the 891, which I was using as my main shack radio and my main portable radio. But then we start getting into, okay, I need more stuff, right? Which is not necessarily the greatest thing. So I've streamlined things a lot, and I think a lot of us do. So basically inside here, there's just an 891 and a 12 amp hour Bioenno in here. And then I've got a digi rig and a USB cable and stuff. But as we kind of go through our own personal portable ham radio evolution, we're never done, are we? We just find what works for us now. Now, we were joking about my beer earlier. I'll be the first to admit I'm a very stubborn German. When I find something that works, I stick with it. So generally when I'm portable, I'm going to have all the same things in all of my bags to some degree, depending on what I'm doing. We've got a Pac-10 end-fed half-wave. There's going to be a theme about these, you'll see. But a few of these ended up falling off a truck, so I have a few more now. Thank you, George. Shout out to George at Pac-10. And thank George for giving that great presentation earlier. This is some ABR Industries RG316 coax with a choke on it. The goal is to bring, I'm also a minimalist. So you notice when you look at Boondock's shack and you look at his workbench, how you can't see the workbench. This is how my workbench looks all the time. unless I'm doing something, but I clean up behind myself because I'm not a savage. So I try to keep things minimal. So then in here, we have, and now I'm not a great CW operator. I'm a terrible one, in fact. But we've got these little mesh zipper bags, okay? So what are the things that we need? We need an antenna. We need a way to get the antenna in a tree. It could be a mast. It could be a rope with a, an arborist throw rope to get it over the trees. It could be a ground-mounted vertical. So radio, battery, or power supply, an antenna, a mast, and something to log with. That's all we need. That's it. Everything else is extra. And what happened with me is I started just putting all kinds of stuff in a bag similar to this. I bought some kind of tactical bag on Amazon and just started loading stuff in it because you're thinking, okay, well, what if this happens? What if this happens? I might need that. I might need that. And kind of in the beginning, that makes sense because you don't really have the muscle memory to just kind of know what you need. So I do have some extras. I have had coax fail out in the field once or twice, but it's not typical. But one thing I generally do need are, so inside these little zipper bags, we've got different adapters. So this is actually 2 adapters screwed together. I've got one of these tiny little GPS dongles. That's kind of the bulk of this. So just some adapters like BNC to SO239, BNC to PL259, that kind of thing. Now, one of the giveaways today is going to be these modern Morse paddles.
Yeah.
I've got a few of them. When you take a trip to St. Louis twice to make some, you kind of sucker the owner into getting a couple extra keys. So technically, this is, I'm just going to show this off to you. So we made, I think, 40 modern Morse keys. There's actually a couple more. I made one for my buddy, serial number 000. And then this is serial number 69. Because why not?
Nice.
So in an Altoids tin, that's what it stays in. And then I've got the TRS cable. All fits in there. So I actually went to the store and I bought like 6 Altoids things because I wanted the Altoids tin.
You can just buy the tins. You know that, right? You don't have to.
It's actually not that easy.
Yeah, Meritech.
I looked on Amazon.
County
I looked on. I looked online. Well, whatever. So now I have a bag of cinnamon Altoids in my cupboard because I don't like mint. So that's kind of where I started with the 891 in a bag, very similar to this. And so they got the Molly on here. So you can put a little twisty tie on it, a gear tie. And there you go. You're self-contained, okay? But then as I started progressing, I got this like tactical bag that I started putting everything in. And I'm talking everything. Everything you could think of. You're like, you might need that out in the field. So this is kind of like the final iteration of that. This is the Gigaparts Explorer bag, which I guess they don't actually make this version anymore, which is kind of unfortunate. Hopefully they'll bring it back. But inside the top flap, we've got, this is an electric toothbrush case. No, I don't have a toothbrush in here, but I do practice very good oral hygiene. I've got my Rig Expert stick. So you always got an analyzer with you. And then you've got a PL259 to BNC female adapter, the USB cable in there. So you always have an antenna analyzer with you because this is, I wouldn't say any one of these is my main bag, but if I had to, gun to my head, it'd probably be this one. So I always keep the analyzer in there. I like this because it's got the mesh on the side. Again, this is a gear tie. If you guys watched my Harbor Freight video that I dropped yesterday.
Yep, good video.
This is the gear tie. So that's, you just twist it around and that holds it. So when you're hiking or whatever, it's got the Molly here. So I actually use these Yaesu clips for like the VX7R, and on my ICOM ID50 because of Josh, it's all your fault.
Yep.
He found the 3D printed thing to basically have the Yaesu swivel attachment, but put on an ICOM. So That's how I can carry my HT. Something I want to incorporate in all my go bags, but I haven't yet. First aid. And I do change this out periodically every few years. Band-Aids, gauze. I got a lighter in here, some chapstick. I don't think there's a tourniquet in here. I think maybe there is, but just a good first aid kit. Fortunately, knock on wood, I haven't had to use this too often, but I have had some cuts out in the field that kind of needed something. So it's just always a good idea to have that. Over here, I have, this is actually the Harbor Freight multi-tool, like the Leatherman, but from Harbor Freight, because it's only $40 and it's freaking awesome.
Yep.
I love this thing. And I forgot to include this in my video. There's so many other things I had at Harbor Freight.
Yeah, you didn't mention
I didn't mention a heat gun either. Like, so that video started, I'm like looking at my workbench. I'm like, I got like 2 things from Harbor Freight. How can I make a video about this? And then I started looking around more. I'm like, oh, because like everything in my toolbox is all Harbor Freight. So then, okay, so the goal is to be, I want to take the radio out, but after I graduated from a bag of like this size and the bag got bigger, well, the bigger the bag, the more stuff you want to put in it, which means it gets heavier. And I'm not even a soda guy, but as a portable ham radio operator, we only want to bring the bare necessities. So I'm using the Messi and Poloni Potaflex 6. We started off with the Potaflex 7, but I actually prefer the Potaflex 6. It's only 1 millimeter thinner, but that 1 millimeter actually makes quite a bit of difference in terms of weight. And then inside here, we kind of just have the bare necessities. I put one extra thing in here just to illustrate, but I don't actually keep it in here. So inside here, this is like when you guys see me at the park activating with my 7300, this is where it is. So my 7300 lives in this bag 100% of the time. And I have no worries about it whatsoever. I do have these portable zero rails on here. So literally do not worry about this at all. Like,
This is fully turned into the knife show. This is, hey, Odell, would you slam it against the table real fast?
Yeah, portable zero for the win. So that just lives in there. I don't have anything protecting the screen because I actually have on this side some paracord here. So it's actually kind of soft. I've got the quirky QRP, which I actually should take this out because I have the bigger one now. But the little quirky QRP band plan chart thing for my mouse. We've got some stakes in here. I can fit, this is a 20 amp hour bio battery. I don't actually keep this in here because I use one of my battery boxes that has a 30 amp hour in it. So I carry that separately. So it weighs less. But then you have this little zipper bag in here. This has got all of my accessories. So it's really just a bag, coax, a radio, a mast, some tent stakes. They don't weigh anything. And in this little zipper bag, and Gigaparts still sells these.
Yeah, the bags are cool.
So
all their bags are cool.
Again, Pactena end-fed half-wave.
Mm-hmm.
This is with the K8 MRD mod, so I've made this into a linked end-fed half-wave. And I use Soda Beam's 26 gauge wire. I really like that wire. We've got our microphone, our power cord, I was using the Triplite USB cables because they have ferrites on them, but with my MacBook Air, for some reason, I get a lot of RFI. So I used a different cable, and I'm using a big ferrite toroid that I've wrapped the cable in like 5 or 6 times, and it's eliminated the RFI. And then we see another one of these zipper bags that has extra adapters, same adapters as we saw earlier, some of these little S-beaner things that we're all used
Gotta
to.
have 'em.
Because I have needed one and didn't have it. And then like this bag has more stuff in it because this is the bag I take when I'm going out to the field and I'm making videos, doing antenna reviews, testing things. But then in here, We've got another Altoids tin. I'll show you that one in a second. These are intubating stylets, but they're just twist ties. My friend Ryan K5ATA is a nurse anesthetist, so they got these medical grade gear ties that he gets from the hospitals. And that's kind of it. Oh, in here I have, this is the, oh gosh, K5ATA choke. These are made with Messi and Poloni parts. So the Evo connectors, Messi and Poloni coax, and then ferrite chokes. That's what stays in there. And then again, not really a CW guy, but I do CW. If a buddy of mine's out at a park and I see him spotted, but this is the OG QR zombie key, serial number 666. So, but this is the modern Morse key. And this is what we're going to be giving away. Not this, not the QR zombie, but this key. It'll be a different color, and it's not going to be a QR zombie, but it's laser engraved. And we hand splattered the blood on there. So yeah, pretty awesome. And then put that in your pocket. But then we're like, okay, well now I have a 100-watt station, but I want to go hiking through the woods now. So that's when like the QRP radios come in.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
QRP is for heroes. Let's go. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I think a lot of people would probably be surprised to hear, but I probably do more QRP than I do 100 watts.
I'm not surprised.
I would say that I do. I would say that I do. Because I like hiking. I like my ICOM 705. I like my Yaesu 818. I like my FTX1. So I guess I'll just show you really quick. So FTX1, this is a camera backpack. I wanted to put the FTX in something similar to the ICOM bag for the 705, but I didn't want to spend $200 for the ICOM bag. So I was looking on Amazon for just bags, and I came across this one. It was like $30. So this is heavier than probably what a QRP bag should weigh, but I've got
because it's got the FTX1 in it.
No, because I have a computer in it. But yeah, actually, the FTX is stupid heavy. But to counteract that,
okay,
we're using Messi and Poloni Airborne 5, which this 30-foot run of coax weighs about the same as a 50-foot run of RG316 or like RG174. It is stupid lightweight, but more efficient. And it's a solid core. I have used the heck out of this, and I haven't broken. I easily have probably 40 POTA activations with this cable. So then we have, and actually, Josh, one of the things in here is your fault.
Yep.
So then we have the FTX,
and
this is actually a cover that Meshtastic Dave 3D printed for me.
Nice.
So that goes over there and covers it. And then you have your regular accoutrement. Here's yet another Altoids tin. Which one is this?
He does have a lot of modern Morse keys.
Another modern Morse key. This is more akin to the design that I actually wanted to do when I came up with this idea. I wanted it to say no code extra.
Oh, that's
so
funny.
We made one. And then that skull is if you're a Metallica fan, you know what it is, but that's the scary guy logo from Metallica. And then we have my call sign engraved on there. So this was actually one of the kind of test ones when we were figuring out how to get the blood splatter on there. Aaron originally did a blood splatter on here, and then after like 10 minutes or so, it dried, and he's like, well, wipe it off, see what happens. So we wiped it off. Kind of looked like crap. And then I did another splatter on it, and it looks kind of like dirty and dingy, and I really like it. So another modern Morse key. And then again, so because this is a VHF UHF radio as well as HF, another one of these mesh zip bags, and inside here is the Faraday antenna. And then we have another mesh bag with the same adapters. So the idea is consistency. When we develop this muscle memory, because we do portable, and I used to just take my radio outside to my backyard when I had a backyard, just so I could be outside and play radio versus sitting in the shack. So that's a great way to kind of develop that muscle memory for what we need, what we don't need. Oh, and we also have to show another Pactena and Fed halfwave. And another one of these chokes from K5ATA. I have to move things back because my eyes are getting worse because I'm a year older now. And then because of Josh,
Yes.
another thing that's all your fault. I was watching your video on that Faraday strap from Chameleon,
Mm-hmm.
and I saw you had this micro PA50 amplifier, and I'm like,
Oh,
damn,
yeah.
I've got the MXP50, but you have to turn a knob to change bands.
Who wants to do
Ain't
that?
nobody got time for that.
That's right.
So, because of you, I bought the Micro PA Gen 3, and it's freaking awesome. It's RF sensing. It's 50-watt amp. I drive it with less than 5 watts, and I get close to 50 watts out. All the protection works on it. It's RF sensing, so you don't need to do anything when you change bands. It's great. And then shout out to my good friend Dennis, 86DM, Denko, which apparently he's put his store on hiatus. I was gonna plug him in a video I did for like small creators a few weeks ago, but he doesn't sell these anymore. But it's just a 5.5 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery, run all day on this thing. So
Yep.
that's kind of the heavy QRP bag, and then the ICOM 705 bag that I have is pretty much exactly the same. I also have these Olight, they're called iMini 2 flashlights on here.
Oh, they're the
On
magnet
every
ones, right?
single one of these bags.
The magnet
yeah.
one, right? Yeah, those rock.
Yeah. So here, let me take it off the clip. And these are great because I number one, I'm a flashlight nerd, always have been. That's the light. So that's a USB. You plug it in, that's how it charges. And then you just unplug it and it turns on. You plug it back in, it turns off. So I've got one of these on every one of these bags. Always, always, always got to have a light.
Do you carry a water bottle, Mike?
That's interesting you mentioned that because I actually just got a new water bottle. But yes, always 100% of the time, if you see me, I will have a water bottle.
Yeah.
This is a half-gallon water bottle from, hell, I can't remember.
Got that jug on you.
But I actually I bought another one of those the other day. It just came in the mail today because I like it so much, insulated. But then we start getting into like, okay, now we got to go really small because everything weighs so much. So now this, and I have to give a shout out to Kilo Charlie 1 Yankee Lima.
Okay.
Lisa in Florida. She saw a video that I made, and this is the Maxpedition bag. It's just a tiny little thing, but this is what I keep my QMX in. And I made a video about like, I love this bag, but how am I going to keep my mast on it? So a lot of people were flooding the comments with all kinds of suggestions, and a lot of people were like, learn to sew. I'm like, well, that's not going to happen, but that's a great idea. So she actually sewed this for me. She bought this bag and sent this to me. So it's a little, I don't know what the heck kind of material it is.
She made you a quiver.
Sure. Yeah, but it's kind of like,
looks like a nylon
parachute pants or something. I don't know what it's
you got
made
the hammer pants. You got one leg of a hammer pant for your mast.
Yeah. And then the POTA 20 mast. And then she put a handsome strap on it. So like, I'm ready to rock and roll. This is it. That's the whole radio station. Still can't do the 1 pound POTA challenge with it because it weighs over a pound. But that's the goal. I'm gonna do that.
Well, I don't.
But then
count
in here,
the mast doesn't count for the POTA challenge, right? We've already said the
but all
mast
this
doesn't
other
count.
stuff still does.
Okay.
In here, don't have a modern Morse paddle, but I did actually. I took it out and put it in another bag. This is the K6 ARRL little.
Yes.
Little Palm Pico paddle copy thing. So I keep that in there. And then get in there, little guy. We've got the QMX that I put a 3D printed cover on there. The QMX. And then I'm powering that with, I learned this from Mike and Becky over at Ham Radio Duo. This is a tiny little, they say it's a 10 amp hour battery. It's, I don't know, it's somewhere in that range, but it's just a battery bank. And the lanyard is a USB cable, USB-C. I think this was like $30, maybe a little less, but tiny, tiny, tiny little battery pack to power the QMX.
Yeah.
And then I have a little speaker. This is from AYL, Alpha Yankee Lima. Little speaker there with a battery. It's USB charged. And then this is the KM4 CFT, inspired by K6ARK, but that's the KM4 CFT. He makes that CFT CW radio.
Yep.
And just that's the 9-to-1. And then I've got links for all the bands that the QMX does. And that's it. So I don't know if this was educational, but that's my spiel. Oh, and I've got, so these DigiRig USB cables are fantastic. I'm switching over to all of those. He makes them in like a 14-inch and then a 2-meter. So I've got like 5 or 6 of those now, and they've got ferrites on them. They're USB-C to USB-C. They're very well shielded. So shout out to Dennis at DigiRig. Please make a 3-foot version of the cable. So that's kind of what we got for the evolution of the Go Bag there. And kind of the goal is, again, as we develop this muscle memory for portable operations, we really learn, 1, what we need, and 2, what we don't need. Because I think a lot of us go through the same struggle, I know I did, of having that mentality that I've just got to bring everything. What if this happens? What if this happens? And sure, I've had failed activations because I didn't have, part X or whatever. And it's a bummer. It sucks. But through that kind of muscle memory, and I really encourage people, if you're looking to get into portable radio, start in your backyard. Pack what you think you need in your bag. Go out in your backyard and set up your radio, because it's a whole lot easier to go back in your house to get that extra part or whatever it is that you need, or the USB cable if you want to do digital from your computer to your radio, than it is to drive. I mean, for me, I'm 11 minutes door to door to Huntsville State Park, but in Michigan, I was farther. And I know a lot of people around the country and around the world don't live so close to a park. There's nothing more heart sinking than getting set up at a park. You're excited. You're ready to get on the air. You go in your bag to grab that last thing, and it's not there. So that's all I'll have to say about that.
Good job. Good job, Mike. Thank you. That's amazing.
Thank you. And thank you again, everyone, for donating. Donate early, donate often.
Mike,
My name is Mike K5ATA.
Mike, what's your favorite Metallica album?
Oh, God. Puppets is up. I don't know, dude.
It's Master of Puppets for me.
We got a guy
That's
that said
tough.
they'll donate if we kick from the chat the person who said that Saint Anger is the best Metallica album.
So I like Saint Anger. Everybody razzes on him because of Lars's snare, which admittedly is horrible. But I like the load reload stuff too. I mean, Metallica is like the first heavy band that I really got. I mean, Guns N' Roses was first, but like for heavy metal, it was Metallica.
All right, I didn't. I thought that was a quick question. I didn't realize it was going to turn into a dissertation.
That's like what's your favorite antenna?
I know, right? Yeah, I'm sorry
that.
I asked. I'm sorry. I need to save that for later. We'll bring that back for later. You be thinking about it, Mike.
Yeah,
I'll be the odd duck.
I'll get right on that.
The best Metallica album is S&M.
S&M's great.
Mike,
All right, let's get back
I
on this, Mike.
I really owe you an apology, buddy. I know it's your birthday, but I started watching your presentation, and then it reminded me I had to go crap. So I did that instead of watching your presentation. I trust I didn't miss anything important, did I?
No, there were. Fortunately, there were no echoes.
Oh,
No,
that's
it's
good to hear. They reflect off of hard surfaces and shiny ones.
Well, reminder, everybody, we are driving towards $10,000 for the Teachers Institute to help in the next year Last year, we raised a ton of money, helped a ton of teachers go to the Teachers Institute, learn a ton, take that back to the kids. We call it a force multiplier of STEM knowledge, including amateur radio, that they learn about. And that's an amazing thing. So we love the Teachers Institute. And we have George here to talk a little bit more about that. Steve, do you have an intro or anything you want to mention?
Yep. George is our lab manager at ARRL, George Spada. He's going to cover a lot of what the lab does. There are a lot of times that, people like, we have a lab, but they're not sure everything that they do. So we're going to let George kind of run with it and kind of go into detail, and he's happy to take questions.
Oh, excellent. Well, George, the floor is yours. Thanks for joining us again. Appreciate you, and you take it away. Oh, you got to adjust your mic. I think you're on the wrong one. Maybe went back to the wrong one again. You had it working earlier, so I know you sound beautiful when we get it sorted out.
Thanks very much, boy. Oh,
How about now? Sound great. You sound great. You got it.
that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Don't know why that didn't work for a second time. So anyway, I wanted to say thanks a lot to all you guys. I'm sure Steve has said many times. So yeah, I'm the lab manager. We do a lot of interesting things in the lab. Probably the biggest one, or the most well-known thing we do, is the product review testing for QST. So really briefly, how that works is we buy our equipment from retailers just like everybody else. We don't ever accept anything directly from manufacturers. So we'll, wait in line when a new thing comes out and buy it at DXE or HRO or any of the popular places. That's just to ensure that we don't get a what we like to call like the golden unit or anything. So we just get any old unit off the shelf like anybody else would. And then when we get an item, it goes to the lab and we test it. The first thing we do is we check to make sure that it's FCC legal, that it's not that it's compliant for their rules for spurious emissions. And we also check to make sure that it doesn't transmit outside of the ham bands, which is kind of an ARRL thing, not necessarily an FCC rule. And then pretty much what we do is we just put it through a big battery, a test, depending on what it is. Typically, a full all mode HF +6 transceiver will be a good solid 2 weeks of testing, 8 hours a day. We have what we call the screen room, which is basically a big Faraday cage that it's got about 100 dB of isolation when we're in there with the door closed. So especially when W1AW is pumping away across the parking lot for the bulletins and with visitor operation and everything, we can't have that interfering with what we're doing. When we're done testing the radio, or I should say, before we're done testing the radios, if we have any issues, which we often find, we will get in touch with the manufacturers and give them an opportunity to fix things or acknowledge things. And sometimes that turns into quite a long time. We had a pretty popular radio that came out a couple of years ago, and I was going back and forth with them for almost a year. Many firmware updates. They'd fix one thing, we'd find something else. We went back and forth, and then we finally got to a place where everything was working, was supposed to, and everything. And then at that point, when the tests are done, then we send it on to the reviewer, who's supposed to play with the radio, and the review is basically just one person's opinion of how the thing operates, and talk about what buttons to press and this and that and the other thing. So that's pretty much the main thing we do in the lab, is the product review testing. We're also the technical department for the whole organization. So all the other departments, like Steve's department with education and publications, any technical questions about anything and everything, we will help all the internal departments with all that kind of stuff, helping people out. I've gone to a couple of the TI events that we've had at HQ, and kind of help them help solder and that kind of thing. So we generally just do anything and everything when it comes to technical stuff in the league itself with all the other departments. Another big thing we do is the spectrum defense. So I don't know if you all remember, about a year and a half ago or so, there was a big to-do with a big group of companies got together, and they basically were experimenting with doing some stock trading over the HF bands. So we put together a analysis of what they were proposing, and that was one of the comments that went to FCC for that. So I work very closely with our FCC attorney in Washington. If he needs anything, any information, any analyses to be done or anything to help our comments, or when he goes to talk to people at FCC about why they shouldn't be doing anything, we help with that. We also do, if there's a new advertiser that wants to advertise with us, they will, advertising will bring the ad to the lab. We'll check it just to make sure they're not making any ridiculous claims or anything like that, anything outlandish. So we kind of do a quick fact checking with anybody that wants to advertise with us. The RFI program is another big one, which you heard Conrad earlier talk about. So we are, as he said, we will help anybody, whether they're a league member or not, with RFI. So if you have an RFI problem, you get in touch with us. And then typically what we will try to do is, if there's a local team in your area, as Conrad mentioned, there's 3 pretty active ones in the country right now. There's the one here in New England, there's one in Florida, and then there's one in the LA area. So if you're in one of those areas, then we'll refer you to the RFI teams, and then they'll actually come out and come to your location and try to help out. Again, these are all volunteers. Nobody's getting paid to do any of this stuff. They're all just doing it to be helpful. And then you can, all the RFI cases that go through the FCC portal basically get referred to us, and then we go through them. So we kind of do all the legwork for FCC to try to determine what the source of the RFI is, and then we try to help the parties involved mitigate it. And sometimes things don't always go as friendly as you would like. So if somebody needs a little motivation to do what they're supposed to do to follow the law, then we can write letters, which a lot of the time will kind of give somebody a jump start to doing what they need to do. And then if that doesn't work, then the FCC eventually will get involved, and they will write a couple of letters, and then they'll take it from there pretty much. So those are the big things that we do in the lab. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. We have a couple of things coming up in the future. About 3 years ago, one of our directors, who's now the second vice president of the board, Mike Ritz, got together and proposed that we have something called the CSI, which stands for the Clean Signal Initiative. And what that is basically, we got a working group together, and a bunch of people, some other testing experts, some of the representatives from the larger manufacturers, lab staff. We all got together and figured out 3 metrics basically that we would like to propose that the OEMs try to make their transmitters a little cleaner. So we've over the last couple of years been meeting and talking and voting on these things, and we're at the point now where we're just waiting for a radio to pass at least one of them in our product review process. And then when that happens, we will begin the CSI program. And what that basically means is there'll be a little icon in the table 1 in the product review. If it meets, say, the composite noise mask, they'll get a little badge. And if it meets the transmit IMD, you'll get a little badge. And if it meets the CW sidebands, you'll get a little badge. And then correspondingly, we're going to have a gold, silver, and a bronze overall for the review, which you'll see. So once that rolls out, there'll be an article that is associated with it that basically explain more what's going on with the program and how it's going to work and everything like that. Also, I've been trying to get back to having regular product review videos. I don't know if you guys remember Bob Allison used to do them every month. I was quite fond of them myself, but we're going to do a little bit of a different spin on them. We're going to be focusing more on the technical in these videos. So they're going to be like a companion to the lab notes that you'll see in the product review. So we'll be kind of highlighting the good, the bad, and the ugly, if you will. I've been trying to put forth a great effort. There is a kind of a blaring problem that we've seen, which is that a lot of people really don't understand what a lot of the measurements are that we do and what they really mean. They're just numbers to a lot of people. Like, what do they really mean to me on the air, depending on my style of operation, and am I contesting, or am I just rag chewing casually? So we've been making an effort to try to explain that better. There's going to be a series of articles coming out at some point, hopefully early next year, that are going to be going through some of the receiver measurements. And again, along with the video series that we're going to be doing hopefully every month, which is going to be featuring whatever radio or device that's in the product review column for that month. And aside from that, we're going to be going and creating very in-depth videos that go through each and every one of our lab tests. So we'll actually show every test, all the different steps, the hookups, the equipment we use, and the instruments we use to measure. And with the idea being that hopefully when you open up a review, you'll be a little more educated. You really have an idea what all those weird tests mean and the numbers associated with them and everything. So we're trying to make a greater effort to kind of educate people so everybody knows what's going on. That in a nutshell is what we do in the lab. Like I said, I'm sure I'm leaving some things out. Steve, if if there's any blaring ones, remind me, but that's kind of the major things that we do. So if you guys have if anybody has any questions about anything and everything, I will do my best to answer.
I love it. Yeah, I love the idea of the little badging system you guys are going to come up with. So is there going to be more behind it other than just signal quality, or is it going to be based on a couple of things, like a rubric, if you will?
Yeah, we have come up with, as I said, there's going to be 3 different metrics, and I apologize. I had some graphics and everything that I could have pulled up, but unfortunately, they're on the network drive at HQ that I can't access right now from my house. But essentially, the CW sidebands is one. So one of the graphs that we print every month for a product review is the CW shaping. So we basically have a keying generator that keys the radio at 40 words a minute. And then we have a little graph, and there's a blue square wave that is the keying generator. And then there's a red RF wave that shows the keyed signal. The shaping of that wave will determine how much bandwidth basically your CW signal is taking up. So I think, as we all know, a square wave is just full of harmonics. It's all harmonics. Sine wave is the opposite, 4 milliseconds. When we measure it in the lab, it's really sometimes closer to 2 milliseconds or 1 millisecond. So we pretty much do the measurements, and then again in the graph that's published in QST every month, you can see in the text for the graphs that show all that information. So we have masks again, with it will just be a red line in the graph in the product review, and it'll be very clear it meets or it fails the mask. So that's one of the 3. The other 3 is transmit IMD, or what you might, a lot of people kind of fondly call the Christmas tree. And again, that's going to be a very simple mask to show with a red line over the measurement that we take, whether it fails or passes the mask. And then the one is composite noise. And we've been measuring phase noise in the lab for many years now. I think Ulrich Rhoda talked us into switching from composite noise at some point, probably almost 20 years ago at this point. And we've been measuring phase noise. But phase noise essentially is when you have an oscillator, okay? How much the oscillator wiggles around, essentially. I'm oversimplifying this, but if the oscillator does not oscillate just on its intended frequency, it creates noise on either side, a noise skirt. That's called phase noise. Phase noise, along with amplitude noise, summed together is called composite noise, and that's what you hear on the air is composite noise. So we're going to be also, when CSI rolls out, we're going to be switching over to measuring composite noise again. And then we have decided, again, there's a mask for that will either meet or fail depending on how far away from the carrier you're at. So again, what this is really intended to do is to kind of motivate the OEMs to make their transmitters cleaner. Receivers have just become amazing, as I'm sure you all know. I mean, even you can get a very inexpensive radio, and the receivers are just incredible. But the transmitters have not come along as quickly as the receivers have. So we're trying to kind of goose everybody to kind of kick up the game a little bit when it comes to the transmitters. And that's what the CSI is all about, basically.
I love that. Wow. I love the detailed explanation. I can't wait for the write-up. So we got a question, and the chat wouldn't stop asking. You got to tell the story with the box of Backstreet Boys CDs and the picture behind you, because everybody saw it and they're like, wow, that is quite a presentation. What is the story there?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm in a room here, and it's like a ham shack, and then you can see my workbench with my oscilloscopes and things like that.
Yeah.
I was a recording engineer for about 30 years. I worked in the music business. So that is a Backstreet Boys 12 million seller plaque for one of their records I worked on. I did 2 records with them back.
Wow.
20 something years ago. So that's
George,
what that
will
is.
it and
George, you're messing it up for me, man. I was perpetrating the fact that you are the 6th Backstreet Boy. If you had just gone along with it, man.
Yeah, well, you know, I know I look like one of the boys, but no. So yeah,
what shirt do you have on under that ARRL shirt though?
I had a Pantera shirt on earlier, Mike, as you had noticed, but I had since showered, and now it is just a plain black T-shirt. So yes,
I've got a question for you.
Sure.
It always interests me, and lately I'm seeing more interest in the community about how to properly test equipment. You know, what test equipment to use, how to use it, calibration beforehand, all of this stuff. You know, there's really, I don't know, a couple months back, a whole thing with the Nano VNA, you know, and people learning how to use it better. And it was fabulous. Is there any appetite or headroom to show what you're doing in the lab?
As far as using those lower cost devices, or
No. I don't go for the lowest not common denominator, but like, you know, here's a radio. We just got it into the lab. Here are the tests I'm going to perform. Here's how I'm going to perform them.
Like the methodology of what you go
Yeah,
through.
so like a video stepping through the entire process on a radio kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, using the lower cost devices. Like
No.
No. I was just
Yeah,
using that as an example to show that the community's interested. Use your stuff.
That's what I was saying, that we're going to be doing a whole series. So all those tests that you see in the table 1 in QST, my intention is we're going to go through and we're going to output power, you know, transmit IND. We're going to go through everything, how to test sensitivity, how to test for blocking dynamic range and reciprocal mixing, which basically is how noisy the radio is, and the two-tone, the third order intermodulation distortion dynamic range, which is another receiver test. So again, I've from talking to people at shows and for people that I talk to on the phone, there's a lot of some of these subjects are complicated. I mean, when I came to the league a few years ago, I hadn't done any of these specific tests, and Ed Hare, may he rest in peace, trained me, and some of the concepts took quite a while to really internalize. So I'm very sensitive to the fact that just the average person out there that, okay, they're picking up the magazine. They have a couple of radios on. My buddy told me about this one, told me about that one. How do I compare them? And you're staring at this gobbledygook in the magazine, all these numbers, all these crazy names you'd know nothing about. So we really are trying to simplify that, so to make it as understandable as possible. Which is a giant feat in itself, because you know, you can't judge a radio just by one number. A lot of these things, they work together and they intermingle and everything, but you got to start somewhere. So yes, we're going to be going through and explaining every test. This is what we're testing for. This is why we're doing it. this is what we need to do it. So, you know, signal generators, oscilloscopes, spectrum analyzers, attenuators. This is how we hook everything up. This is how we're going to be doing the test, and then we'll run a test. Okay, this is the results. What does it mean? What is it telling us? And then those in tandem, hopefully, with the again, I'll call them product review videos, that it's really going to be more of an extension of the lab notes, like I said, which is our chance to just describe things other than the numbers. Well, you know, when testing this radio, we noticed this, or this behaved really well, or be careful about this. This is a pitfall or a gotcha or something. That's the kind of place that the test engineer kind of has carte blanche to, you know, do a little write-up based on his experiences in the test room. So between the two, we're hoping to give people a better understanding, again, of what all these tests mean, because yeah, some of the concepts, they're kind of hard to swallow. I get it. Had a problem swallowing them myself. Like I said, there's, you know, nobody that comes to the ARRL and already has the experience of testing radios for the most part. It's a very first job. So you kind of learn it there.
No, I think that's going to be absolutely wonderful. I think a lot of people, and I know I'll like it. I know at least a couple other hams. And if there's any way you guys could make like a very simplified version, like a coloring book, I know of at least one ham that could make use of it. He's got a desk ready and everything.
Yeah.
There you go.
Let me jump
itchy.
in for
He's
a
itchy.
second. Their stream's taking a lot out of me, guys, so far. Let me jump in here for a second. Say, we hit 10,000.
What?
He's wearing a skeleton shirt.
We hit $10,000 this stream.
Stoner.
Okay? Amazing. Okay? It's taking a lot out of me, Carlos. This whole stream's taking
You're
a lot.
Cobra Kai, man. You're Cobra Kai.
Did we want to give a shout out to a certain individual?
We do. K5ATA, who's going to join us here in a little bit. K5ATA is going to join us with his hangout. But yeah, we gotta do a giveaway, right?
Hang on. I need to deliver a message.
Yes.
From Lou to Josh. Redraw, ham it forward.
Redraw.
He was trying to get a hold of you. He couldn't figure it out. He sent me a message saying, I tried dropping this on Josh, but I don't know if he got through. Tell Josh to redraw for whatever I won and let someone else have it. But I'd love it if he tell people to sub to my channel. I only need 31 people to hit 1K.
Oh, this is HNH.
Hiking and Hammond.
Hiking and Hammond. Yeah, Lou. Okay. All right. So
he needs 31 people to hit 1K. There's 280 watching. Y'all can make this happen. The man just said, hey, redraw it. Let somebody else have it. That's fair, ain't it?
I think so.
Yeah, hold on. Let me
Frank dropped the link to his channel. Go subscribe to Hiking and Hammond.
Let's see if I can find it. Oh, boop, boop, boop. I'm not on YouTube right now.
Sorry,
I mean,
I had to interject that before you made the next draw. That way you can incorporate this into it.
Thank you. So I'll pin that for a while here. So let's replace the pin message. Go sub to Lou. Appreciate you. All right, clear him out. So Lou just cleared up a radio. So that means we're going to give away 3 things before. Well, we're going to give away. Gosh, okay, no, this is going to be a big one. But we got George here. So, George, let me get the giveaway going, and then we'll keep questions going to you. So I need to make a quick change here because I had a major fail of Google Chrome. That's why the whole stream hiccup for a second. I lost Google Chrome completely. It's gone. So I have to bring up Nightbot on my my other setup. You got to love these really long live streams. They sometimes make your computer be unhappy because it's running.
I've been running Safari the entire night and it's been running fine.
Yeah, I'm running the live stream though. So what let's see, what keyword do we want?
And thank you for doing so, because Josh and I were like, who's gonna do the live stream? I'm like, well, you're better at this and you've got more subscribers, way more subscribers than I do, so let's do it on your channel. When really I just wanted you to do all the heavy lifting.
Well, okay. All right. Yeah. So let's see. I was gonna do Hiking and Hammond, but I think that's a hard heavy ass. It's a lot to type in.
Just do HNH.
HNH is the key word. So Hiking and Hammond, make sure to go support him. So I think I got that. And yep, there we go. Already happening. HNH. So George, going back to kind of the methodology of testing, I know the ARRL has a top class setup for everything they do, including the reviews. And yes, I want to see more of those reviews. So I love that. bring them back. Big fan of that. But if you were to talk to a ham, maybe a ham starting out or something like that, and you're like, this is the equipment you need. I don't mean necessarily test equipment, but what would you point them to as far as stuff they should have outside of just the radio, the coax, the feed, the power supply? What would you say?
I think some kind of antenna analyzer is a must these days. I'm a big fan of the Reg Experts. This is my personal one. I love them. They're great. The only thing keeping me from buying the little stick is that they don't do the transmit anymore, where you can basically set the thing up and then walk with a radio, so you don't have to keep going back and forth to adjust it. But something like the Nano, excuse me, Nano VNA, that's a great thing to have. It does a lot more than just analyzing antennas. You can do a million different measurements with it. They're so cheap. There's no reason not to have one these days. I mean, the VNA, a lab grade VNA, for years and years and years. I mean, it was this giant, full, like 5-foot rack of pieces of equipment that cost as much of a house, and it's incredible now. You can buy one of these things for, what are they, under $200, right? So I would say an antenna analyzer of some sort, definitely something like a Rig Expert, one of the old MFJs, Nano VNA. That would be my number one thing, because there's a lot that you can do with it to help you solve problems that you may come across, and give you a lot of information. I think that's I think everybody should have something like that. Again, you know, the Rig Experts, I love them. A lot of good stuff. They're very simple to use. Nano VNA, a little more complicated, but there's 20 billion videos all over YouTube on how to use them. So that would be definitely my go-to.
I agree with you completely. Analyzer was kind of like my first real-ish ham radio tool that I picked up, and I was like, oh man, that was world-changing, because it kind of opened up antenna building and all other fun stuff. Any other questions for George? Feel free, jump in the chat, and everybody here, go ahead.
I have a question. Talking about like testing at the ARRL lab and stuff. When and this is because I'm not smart, but we talk about spurious emissions a lot, in particularly like the Chinese HTs that come out. And I don't really review the Chinese HTs anymore, but everyone's kind of now, and rightfully so, checking for harmonics and things, which is great. And some of the Chinese companies are starting to put out cleaner radios. But my question is, what really are the ramifications when you're talking about, you know, your fundamentals at, say, 146, and then you have your second and third and fourth harmonics and stuff. When a spur is higher than the minus 40 dB that we're looking for, or whatever it is, realistically, how far, or I mean, I know it depends, but let's just say line of sight. What are the real ramifications of, say, keying up with a dirty Chinese HT on 2 meters or 70 centimeters, and then that frequency interfering or potentially interfering with other bands? Like, what are the spurs even that strong to do that much harm?
They can be, certainly, yeah. When you're talking about the UHF VHF stuff, the rule is minus 43 is for HF, so up to 50 megahertz, and then anything 50 to 200 and something megahertz, it's I believe the limit is minus 51, 52. Somebody will correct me. I have a chart next to me at all times at work, so I don't have a lot of the stuff memorized, but it's significantly they need to be significantly lower. And one thing to keep in mind too, which a lot of people don't realize, is there's no FCC rules for 70 centimeters and above.
Yeah.
So really, we're only talking about 2 meters here. And as to your question specifically, it really depends on how loud the spur is. So, and there isn't really a single answer for this, because it depends on who may be listening close by and how good their receiver is. So the chance for interference with another ham, not
Another
as
ham, probably not, but someone
not
else
as much as you would
using
think.
a
But
harmonic of that.
the real fear, and I think the reason for the rules is you don't want to be interfering with like the air bands and the maritime bands and things like that. And really dirty signals, if you look at them on a very wide spectrum, you can hear some of these things pumping sometimes several megahertz away. Like we see it in the lab. I see HF stuff all the time. We were doing a bunch of testing just this week, and looking at HF and looking at the, how a very strong CW signal on certain radios, or, where are you really going to hear that? And we could go easily 200 kilohertz out, and you could hear the effects. And that's where
But as far as like distance, I guess was now on HF it makes sense because QRP works. So you could definitely be refracting off the atmosphere and interfering that way. But yeah, I was kind of just more the VHF side of it and what that would, because there's not as many.
I demonstrated it up to a mile from my house. I used that TalkPod radio.
Oh, did you?
And I had my SDR on the second and third harmonic of that radio. I went a mile away from my house with a multiband antenna, like one would use for, tri-band stuff, and I could hear myself a mile from my house transmitting analog.
Wow. Okay.
Now the first generation TalkPod had like no filtering; it was everything.
Yeah,
it literally looked like it was just a curve. It was real bad. But yeah, no, it's on my channel. You can go back and watch it. It's a perfect example of like I am multiple blocks away from my listening station, my SDR that was recording, and I was picking myself up, no problem. Yeah,
and that's just one radio, and again, not to give anybody who may be lurking any ideas, but imagine if you had radios placed strategically around certain instances, you could create a pretty large amount of interference pretty easily.
Yeah.
So again,
so
the rules are there
with their bow fangs.
Yeah, the rules are there for a reason, especially up in the 2 meters. Hams are not going to be interfering with each other so much. I know there's a big thing again. A lot of people getting tiny SAs and things and doing the spurious testing and everything. One thing that to keep in mind, which is very important, is a lot of times when you're using those less than lab grade spectrum analyzers. A spectrum analyzer, if you think about it, it's really just a receiver, right? It's a receiver with a screen, essentially. You will be looking at the noise of the instrument a lot of times, and not really the noise in the radio.
Bingo.
So you're going to be getting a lot of contribution from your test instrument. If you're not using the proper amount of attenuation and putting a strong but not overloading signal. If you overload the input to these instruments, the noise is going to come up. They're going to generate their own spurs, or we call birdies. So you have to be very careful of that. And I see a lot of people online doing all these spurious tests and everything. And a lot of times I think they're really looking at the spurs of the tiny SA and not really the radio. So you got to be careful. And again, you can't overload those things at all. Even the lab grade, these. We have some analyzers at the in the screen room. They're very, very expensive, and they take like a watt at max, like for very short amounts of time. So even the expensive units, you cannot hit them with a lot of power. And we've done tests, and again, very easy to overload even an Allen or Rodian Schwartz or whatever. If you're not feeding them the proper amount of signal, you're going to be measuring the instrument instead of measuring the radio, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
totally. Because Mark and I deep dive this exact thing because of our questions on the tiny SA, and we ended up reaching out to the creator. The creator was very clear that he would like about 10 dB of eternal attenuation applied in the device, not completely provide the full amount of attenuation for like an HD or something like that, and let the device kind of handle softening out that last little bit. And it fundamentally changed the results we were getting. We were picking up probably, as you said, I think accurately, that we were picking up all the spurs from within the device itself, the tiny SA, and we were measuring those, and unfairly probably was looking at a radio that was clean as though it was, oh, maybe a little too dirty, and that was because the tool was not we were over attenuating, if that was the example.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think rule of thumb, typically is about 10 dB should be sufficient. And even the tests that we do, we certainly have the ability to have our ceiling on our spectrum analyzers at 0 dBm, which is 1 milliwatt or higher. But we do all of our tests at -10 because we want to have headroom, and we want to make sure that we're kind of optimizing the linear range of the instrument. Again, you got to think of it like a receiver. You want to be in that linear range of the receiver. You don't want to overdrive it, or it's going to start to fall apart and you're going to have problems. So got to be very, very, very conscious of that when using the cheaper test equipment, because they're going to be more susceptible to overloading these things than the expensive ones are typically.
Yeah, and one of the things that we found out is, you just said the linear range is the reason it needs to have that headroom, is so that it can see if there's linearity with attenuation, and if there's not, then it does some digital subtraction. Calibration is actually really cool. I would, within the Tiny SA, yeah, I would love to see that series you're talking about.
Oh yeah,
I would also love to see unit to unit variability statistics, because we've tested some radios that passed the ARRL tests that were reported for a single unit, but our copy was out of spec. And that would be cool to see.
And I think that goes again to speak to the quality control, where some of the,
and for what it's worth, that was a Japanese
the better
radio.
companies are going to, and I don't want to say better, that's really not the right word, but the companies that do spend more money on the R&D and everything, they have better quality control. The unit to unit, that sample variability like you're talking about, that's a big thing. The kind of lower down the price scale you go, because the quality control isn't there. So you can test one unit, and we just buy one and we test it. So that one that you see in the magazine is just one sample. Now, a lot of times we get something and it's acting really funky, and I'll reach out to the manufacturer and be like, yeah, this is what we're seeing. This doesn't seem right. And they're like, yeah, you got a bad one. So then we'll get another one. And then, there was an amplifier I tested about 3 years ago that we went through 5 of them, and even the 5th one had problems. And at that point we were like, all right, we got to call it a day with this thing. Yeah, that the quality control basically is what's going to kind of separate the better from the worse, in that there's going to be more consistency between the units. Again, the thing with the Baofangs and the big thing that blew up several years ago with the with them failing spectral, and when we the lab most years when we go to Dayton, we'll test radios. As a matter of fact, Josh, I think we tested your little tiny Pico a couple of years ago.
Yes.
And I have been keeping data, every radio that gets tested, make, model, pass, fail, and then I do we combine the data at the end. And what we're seeing lately is it's all over the place. So newer Baofangs are failing, old ones are passing, anything in between. So really, again, it just goes to show that the quality control for a lot of these, especially seems to be a lot of the Chinese radios just isn't there. They're just all over the place, versus where, the ICOMs and the ASUs and the ACOM woods, like what, Ed Hare used to say, we call them, very consistent. Like they all behave pretty much the same, whereas the other ones don't, and that's the problem.
Do you run a standard distribution graph on those just to see if they actually conform to the typical bell curve?
What do you mean, over like several years' time, or
over whatever length of time you have of data for? Just wondering. I mean, like the nerd in me wants to know if it conforms to your typical bell curve.
Yeah, and I would want to see it between
guys.
manufacturers.
Hold on. I know this is a great topic, but we got to give away some radio. So hold on for a second. Let George look into this, because we know this is a good topic, because the ham started over-hamming, and they're like, wait, we're here for a fundraiser. We're here to make money for the Teachers Institute. And we all just started going like, yeah, but wait, have you thought about, we got to do this? Let's get with everybody
in true ham fashion.
True ham fashion, completely lost focus.
We do need to educate the kids, but but we're at risk of educating ourselves.
Yeah, that's it. All of a sudden, everybody wanted to educate themselves really quickly. So, George, you're amazing. Hang tight. We'll get back to it. But first,
I'm in no
what I'm
hurry.
gonna
No
do,
problem.
What I'm going to do, Heiken and Hammond was so gracious to give up his prize. Now, I was going to put that on my next one, but I think statistically, no, I'm going to put it at the end of the ones we're going to give away right now. So the next thing we're giving away is a Boondock Echo. All right, Boondock Echo's in the house right there. He's he could
Did
be
somebody
holding up
say
yours.
Boondock Echo?
I heard Boondock Echo. Josh,
Boondock
your,
Echo.
your radio's starting to static a little.
You're
Boondock
kidding me.
Echo.
Right now? Is it doing it?
Yeah.
My
it is.
radio is in
Of
my...
course.
Your microphone.
Your microphone is static.
Your Baofeng is being
You're-
spurious, Josh.
You're giving spurious emissions, Josh.
Your
Yeah, we
boo-
need to ask
boofong-
George what's causing that. So the Boondock Echo, by the way, right now, anybody that's in the stream that's given, even if you've given $1, I hopefully set up a discount code for you. You can get 20% off a Boondock Echo for the duration of the stream. So that's till midnight. I don't know when he's leaving, but I'm shut it off at the end of tonight through midnight. So put in the code HRCCTI, all capital letters, and that should give you a discount. And if it doesn't, let me know about it. So
Okay. Restate what the
You're back.
discount is again.
HRCCTI. I'll
Okay.
put it in chat here in just a second.
Very good. Okay, let's click the button. Here's the winner for the Boondock Echo. It is Quiet. Wait. Quetico Ham 1465. Quetico Ham 1465. Are you in the chat?
You're on your own on that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna need
Huntsville.
somebody to ship it to.
Are you in the chat? Come back and let us know if you got a call sign. HRCCTI is not the code you need to say right now. So we already did the code you need to say right now. That is the discount if you want to go buy a Boondock Echo. Quetico Ham 1465. Need to know your call sign so we can or figure out a way to reach out to you.
While we're waiting for Quetico, I'm gonna say 73. It's my bedtime. I'm fading out. I've been up.
Ah, buddy. All right. Thank you for hanging out
What
with
a
us.
loser.
So 73, y'all.
Appreciate you,
I'm
Carlos.
glad we hit the goal. Y'all missed out on seeing
Later, Carlos.
Carlos without a beard. I finished it off, Mike. But cheers to you. Happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you.
And I'm glad that Ti got the 10K, and then hopefully some more by the time we're done. Adam, you rock. You're a beast. 7-3, guys.
All right. So we got, let's see. So we got our winner on that one. All right. Thank you very much. He did reply. Very good. Thank you. Okay. So next is going to be, yes, it is the G106. So this is for the Radioddity G106. At last call, it is ARRL TI. Right? Is that what I said? No, it's Heiken and Hammond. HNH. HNH. I'll wait a couple of minutes. HNH. Hotel November Hotel. That's what you need to type in the chat to get on the giveaway if you didn't. And we're at 149, 150. Okay, so there's somebody in there that didn't get in. So I'm glad we restated it. Oh, and there's a lot of people. Okay.
There's everyone.
Where was everybody?
I think
we
the
were
first
running that
one
run for
was
like
just
an
a
hour.
redraw. I don't know.
Okay. HNH.
Maybe.
So, by the way, Heiken and Hammond, this cost him more money to just take the radio and walk away. He got a number of subscribers. Give away that pinned channel right there, Heiken and Hammond. Go subscribe to him. He gave up his prize to give it away. So go subscribe to him. He's already picked up 60 subscribers. He deserves more. Go check him out. But then he ended up still giving $40. So he paid the cost of the radio he was going to get and just donated it to the TI. So thank you very much, man. That was very nice of you. So, okay, what did that? Okay, so 179. Now we got more people. All right, way better, way better. Are we ready? Do we want to do it? Yeah, let's click the button. And it is, no way, it's KE6J or GAE, the Hillbilly Ham. You got it, dude.
Nice. Did he win a Boondock? What did he win?
He won the G106. The
G106.
winner.
Okay.
The winner of the it was Wait, the winner of the first Boondock Echo was VE3PEJ. I think that's correct. Let me go back and look.
When did that drawing happen?
That was the first one we just did. Yeah, VE3PEJ.
Oh, H&H won a Boondock Echo?
No. But because of
I'm
the order of
confused.
operations, I didn't want to put the handheld above everything else because then it's like if you hit on the wrong card when you're playing blackjack, you hit out of order. I had an order.
Why I don't gamble.
That's it, because somebody will yell at you, and I didn't want to get yelled at, so I stuck to the order. So there we go. KG6 NLW, you are good on QRZ, he said, so you are the winner. So that means we get to go back now and give away the radio that Hyken and Hammond has returned. He's hammed it forward. Same code, HNH. You guys are all in. So we are going to give away the last HT. This is the choice between the Radioddity GS10 Bravo.
Hang on. You just put KG6NLW as the winner. That's Frank. He was relaying the message.
Oh, jeez.
That the winner. Gotta keep you honest, Josh.
Okay.
We certainly don't want to send Frank a prize.
No, we
Kilo
don't.
Echo 6, Golf Alpha Echo.
Hillbilly Ham. Yeah, Frank was trying to sneak in there and get a free radio. That's what he. No, because it would have still run to a. What was it? Golf Alpha Echo. Got it. Okay. K6JAE got the G106. Congratulations. Great radio. Fun little radio. Okay. Now, we're going to catch up on the HT. It is the choice, your choice, between the Radioddity GS10 Bravo or the UV25, the Big Chungus Baofeng. So if you don't know what that is, look it up, and we have links in the video description if you want to check it out. And that goes to Cranky Kong, KE9COV. Cranky, is that a good call sign for you? Are you good in there? Oh my God. There we go. Got it. Let's see if we get him back in there. We'll see if he comes back.
Oh, while he does, I noticed Interstellar Starman snuck in a donation, and that's a good reminder. We are still working on getting donations for the Teachers Institute, right?
Yes, we're still taking donations. So Cranky replied.
Very good.
But he said no, waiting on the FCC to update. So you do have a call sign or you don't?
I'm guessing you
He's probably not good on the
doing
Z.
an upgrade?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Changed. Government shut down, all that.
Shoot me a DM. Shoot me a DM on Discord, and I will also make a note to confirm.
And if he doesn't have Discord,
then josh@hamtactical.com. And
yeah.
Otherwise,
he
I'll have to look it up.
QRZ is out of date.
Look up FCC address. Otherwise, you're gonna show up at your FCC address. Okay. So the next, I'm gonna clear it out. I'm gonna clear it out because that was a big one. So we're gonna reset. Next, we're gonna give away 2 Boondock Echoes at. Let's see, how many do we have? Oh, we've got. Oh, I still got to do the Seed Studio, so we'll do that, and then 2 Boondock Echoes. We'll do that. I don't know. What do we set the next goal to, guys? What do we set the next goal to?
well, what did we do last year?
I don't.
40K or something?
Last year totaled at 21 off the stream after everything's said and done.
Yeah, it was. We hit 20. We hit 20.
So
Yeah,
we're really at like 15.6.
Well, now
right
that's
now.
the 21 was
factor that
including the match. Yeah,
okay.
It was 41 with the match.
So we still need another 11, say 13 to beat last year. Okay.
Well,
right?
no, you'd have to beat 20 to beat last year because we hit 20.
We need another. Right. So.
Oh, you want to go even? Okay. Yeah.
Well, if you're gonna shoot for the moon, you got to aim for the stars, right?
That's right.
So we're asking you to give. Now, we're not asking you to give over and over and over again, unless you just enjoy doing that. And it is a fun game to play to piss me off, apparently. Just give once. If all you can afford is to give once, to give $1, give that. No worries, right? We're not asking you to give $1,000 if you can't afford it. That's ridiculous. And it's one of the funny things that I learned with teaching is that actually some of the poorest students were the most generous. The people with
I
the
bet.
least to give were the most generous. Like Christmas time, they'd want to not it. This kind of died off over the years, thank goodness. But like I remember, I had students, they'd like bring me kimchi that they made at home. Like these little Ziploc bags, and I'd say thank you. And sadly, I always forgot to take them home over the holidays. I left them in long-term storage in the trash. But it was thoughtful. It was really thoughtful. We're just asking you to go out and give some kid an opportunity that they're not going to otherwise have, because Steve won't have the resources he needs to do his job. You can
And
help.
I'll tell you what, if we get when we get to 12,000, because I don't think anyone got the movie that I quoted. At 12,000, I'll reveal the movie quote.
I
that
think
said in
somebody
my
did.
presentation.
I think
Did
somebody
they?
said
You
something.
bastard. Nobody said anything. At 12,000, I'll
Okay,
reveal the movie quote.
12,000. He'll reveal the movie.
Following up on Boondock's comments, a lot of the investments that you make in kids will leave a deep impression, and they won't take action necessarily for a decade or 2 decades. Because I talk to a lot of hams, and they say, I have this one memory, this one time where I heard about radio, I saw radio, I was exposed to radio, and 20 years later, it occurred to me that would solve the problem, or that's a technical area I want to explore, or I was in college and I realized, oh, I had a good time with that. So don't think about this as buying just an education for the next year. Think about this as planting some seeds for the next 20 years, because this hobby constantly has people saying it's an old hobby. And you know what? It will continue to be until we throw the seeds in that bring that age down. We got to do it.
100%.
Yep.
I'm going to share a story of one of the people in my fire watch. His name's Dennis Swaney. And Dennis has, from what I can tell, enough money. He's got resources. But he drives around an old, I don't know if it's a 98 or 99 Toyota pickup truck. And, I'm like, Dennis, and he lives modestly. Like, do you ever think of upgrading your truck? And his answer, and he means this with all his heart, is, yeah, I could do that, but I take the money I'd spend every month on a car payment instead, and I give it to the LA Mission. And I'm like, that is amazing. That is a far better man than I am. Certainly a far better man than Mike is too. But I'm like, man, that's crazy. But for him, the joy of giving is just that powerful. The joy of helping others, the joy of doing for others, of being of service. Some of you folks out there may be faithful. Some of you might not. It doesn't really matter. If the only person you ever focus on is yourself, it can be a pretty miserable life, because then you're always comparing yourself to others, and but you're like, you have the power to go out there and make somebody's day better. Go do it. Unless it's Mike.
All right. Well, I like it. Well said. Next is actually Mark. Soda Plus has been hanging out pretty much this whole time. The first crew here hanging out. He wants to share a very special approach to what he does when he's on a mountain. How did you want to do this, Mark?
Well, could I briefly issue a rebuttal to Mike's presentation earlier, just to set the stage for mass?
Okay. All right.
So Mike showed his big kits, and then he showed his larger QRP kit, and then he showed his smaller QRP kit. And since Mike wandered off while I'm unsupervised, I wanted to show sort of one of my standard mountain kits. So that's it. That's the entire station.
Do you want to show?
Yeah.
Do you want to show your kit after you're done with your segment?
So I do, but the reason I'm showing this is this includes the battery and it's 400 grams. So this is under a pound for the whole thing, all modes, 3 bands. Okay.
That's pretty good.
Real,
The
real
thing
quick,
I
I,
wanted
Now
to-
I want to speculate about what's in there.
Go ahead.
if I
Steve.
could, real quick, I just wanted to say, George, thanks. I know that we kept you up late, so I
Oh, yeah,
appreciate
thank
you. You hanging with
No,
us
it's all
and
good.
doing that. So.
Very
I'll hang
much
out for a little
appreciate you.
bit if anybody's got any questions. If not, I'll silently slip away.
Yeah, so if you got questions for George in the chat, just make sure you hit me at Ham Radio Crash Course and then put in the question and I'll see it. So make sure we get that to him. But mention that it's a question for George too, because Mark's going to start talking about a very important thing that all of us care about, but some of us care about it when we're dirty and out in the field more than other people. I don't know. So how did you want to do this, Mark?
Well, I love coffee. I love coffee probably to an unhealthy degree. And based on some comments earlier today, I feel in good company. So when I go out to play radio, because I've saved all of this space in my backpack, I like to bring other stuff. And coffee is one of those things. So, Josh, I don't know if you have a video you can just sort of play over in the corner. I don't know if there's a way to do that, but I threw up a video.
I will try. Do you want to hear do you want to hear the? Do I play
Oh,
your
no,
video?
no, keep it on mute. No, just keep it on mute, just so people
Oh.
can sort of see what this looks like.
Okay. Let me work on how to do that, but you keep going.
Yeah, it may or may not be possible, but I made this video this week just for this presentation. It's not a generic video. It's a video to support the Teachers Institute. So what's in here is 177 grams of coffee making goodness. All right. Fully self-contained. And thanks to Adam for turning me on to these. Adam is your one-stop source for all things unreasonably small. And he had a good pointer. So this is a GSI reusable coffee filter. Folds out and it clips onto the side of the mug. Now, I'm not counting the mug as part of my coffee making kit weight because I tend to have one anyway for other stuff. So there's my mug. The maker just clips onto the side. 177 grams of cocaine. I will tell you what, if you had that much cocaine on a hiking trip, you would go very far. All right. So the next thing in here, this is just a little pot lid. It's titanium. And the pot, also titanium, with a wee bit of foil from my kitchen. Along with that, we have got the fuel tablet. This is a solid fuel tab, so you don't have to carry the weight of that tab out. It'll all burn up. Old Faithful is a lighter. I've got quite a few of these, but that one's been with me for a long time. And then the last thing is the stove. And there we go. That's the cute little guy. Also titanium. This one's from Kuvik. And the way you do this, now it's not fast. I will be honest. There are faster ways to make coffee.
Yeah, the SBIT is not fast either.
The SBIT is not fast. And if you are in a cold climate, it is not going to heat up your water faster than you're going to lose heat in the water. All right. So this is optimized for California. And you need to be in a place where you're allowed to have some form of flame. If there's a complete fire ban, then this isn't going to work. So minor caveats there. But yeah, so you've got your stove. Stove sits on top of this aluminum foil. This is not special aluminum foil. This is generic kitchen foil, and I've been using it for a while, so it's got burn marks on it. And then the tab pops out, sits on the stove outside of the wrapper, of course. Pot sits on there. You throw water. I tend to like water bags because they don't take up space in my backpack when I'm done. Water goes in there, and I don't really count the water weight as part of the coffee kit because I was going to drink the water anyway. In fact, I think it saves weight because since coffee is a diuretic, I have to carry the water for less time than I would have otherwise. So I'm counting this as weight savings anyway. And then, yeah, you just light this up to keep the wind out and to keep the radiation in. I'll tend to smush the foil around a little bit.
Here, hold that up still. I'm gonna switch over to you. Yeah, so people see you've got it's all baked in there right now.
Yeah, so it's all baked in there. That's the whole stove system. And and yeah, you let that boil, and then you take your coffee grounds. I tend to pre-grind right before the trip so they're fresh, and those go into a little plastic bag in my food kit. Those go in there. You pour your water in, and a couple of minutes later, you've got yourself a pot of hot coffee. For people who remember how to make pour over, there was a whole bunch of mythology about how do you pour the water onto the coffee to make it taste good. People would give all these fancy things about stirring patterns. You pour this way, you wait a certain amount of time. No. There was some science done recently where they actually looked at the turbulence induced by fluid flow within the grounds, followed by percolation through the filter. And it turns out that the best pattern is actually just a steady, slow pour right into the middle of the grounds, which is conveniently the easiest and the laziest. So you just do a slow pour. It should take, a minute or two to get your water through the grounds. And then you just pull your filter off. And then when I'm outside, I always practice leave no trace. You never want to leave anything in the woods. And I'll leave this standing on its legs and let a little bit of the water drip out and let the grounds dry while I drink my coffee. And then I toss them into my my empty bag that originally carried the coffee grounds. So my carry-in bag becomes my carry-out bag, and the filter is basically clean by the time I pack everything up. So that's the whole system. And the nice thing about that is the time it takes to boil the water on an Esbit tablet is almost the same time it takes to set up this QRP station. I brought it full circle. So you don't actually spend any extra time. You just have coffee while you activate. It's basically perfect. So that's pretty much what I wanted to share. And I also love talking about soda and equipment. So I figured if people want to talk about soda, equipment, or any of the other things we do on the Soda Plus channel, like how does one hike with Ormu, I would love to chat about it. And maybe talk to Mike about that micro kit.
I mean, we can just talk about cats for the rest of the stream, but I don't think that would garner as many donations.
It may or may not. Ormu is a remarkably friendly animal when we go outside.
I don't know about donations. We seem to have stagnated at 10,797. Guys, can we get it to 11,000? That's not that far away.
Yeah.
We're close, man. $203. 203. 203. Freaking, it needs to be an even number.
Well,
darn it.
Let's take that a step further. So if we can get to 13, then we will do another giveaway. We will do the last Meshtastic node, and we'll do 2 Boondock Echoes. So we're gonna try and get to 13,000. Not far off from that. So if you guys start pushing it, that's gonna be the way to get there. So we appreciate you waiting, but we got to get over that last bit hurdle here, because
and there is no compromise. If we don't get to $12.99, no, ain't happening. 13,000.
1301 would be
No,
great.
no, Mike. No.
1301
Mike.
puts you over.
No.
You see.
Mike.
Even numbers are the precipice. An odd number is going to get you over it.
I see. Interesting. Well, we got somebody joining us. K5ATA is in the chat, and you had a crazy day today, right?
I did have a busy day. Yeah, I'll see if I can find a news article link to what we were doing, but had a planned search and rescue call out for a cold case, basically a missing person case.
Oh, wow.
Looking for someone that's been missing for a number of years. So looking for clues at this point as to where they ended up. So yeah, it was we were bushwhacking through a whole bunch of poison oak, and I'm really hoping I didn't get too much of it today.
So a reminder for everybody watching before we go back to Adam and take questions for Mark. We are here for the Teachers Institute. You've heard me talk about this before. Steve Goodgame is right here, right there in the middle. It is a fantastic program that educates teachers to help them understand STEM better, like a lot of the time through doing practical examples of radio. And that turns into a number of other things that they can take back to their schools, their classrooms, and educate the youth of tomorrow. Does it help ham radio? Sure, there's some radio stuff in there, but just having smart kids and understanding beyond textbook level STEM type concepts is amazingly valuable for all of us. So we support what they do out here. Everything that you donate is tax-free, or no, you can write it off. No, it is tax-free.
Yes.
Yeah. And both cases are accurate. I again have taken a lot for me this live stream. I'm down to my bones here, getting this to go forward. So it's a tax write-off. You should definitely take advantage of that. But also, all of the money, all of it that gets donated goes directly to the Teachers Institute. We don't take a penny, neither does YouTube. Nobody takes a dime. It goes directly to them. And so far, we have helped bring a couple of teachers to the TI next year, and we're very excited about that. You were going to say something there, Steve? Sorry.
$4 away.
No, I was just going to reiterate my thanks. It's always humbling to see all the support and all the people that come out to help support it. You know, seeing people like Adam show up, and Adam has been supporting me in the classroom for, gosh, how many years now? 8 years or something like that, since I was teaching in Mississippi and doing this. So
yeah,
it's just awesome to see a lot of the same names keep coming back and keep supporting kids, because it's more than just teaching teachers to teach kids. It's inspiring teachers to inspire kids. Because like you said, a lot of times it's just planting that spark of inspiration that comes back around later, and they're like, that was pretty awesome, and then they come back to it. So we're playing for the long game.
That's right. Yeah, and so far it's been incredibly positive. Like, we already saw one of the alumni from the program, I guess as a child, was in the chat. You talked about Max earlier, who is didn't we have Max on a live stream before? Was he one of the ones that popped on?
No, well, that's a different Max.
Different Max. That was with Everett.
Yeah, with Everton. Yeah, we
Everton,
collect
yeah.
Maxes. But yeah, no, Max is the young man that we hired recently that is helping us with a lot of areas, but he's heavy into contesting. And contesting is an area that is very much under, I guess, friendly. Not really that's grammatically correct, but I've been up for 20 hours.
I think we're all getting there. We gotta change our shirts into what we look like, actually right now.
Yeah, so he's kind of helping serve as our subject matter expert on. He is still in that youth category. He's 21, I think, maybe 22. And so he still competes in the youth overlay category. So we're trying to change up some contests and add some perks and some features for kids to get them more engaged in that.
I love it. Yeah, somebody pointed out that my wife is now spending my radio money, which is true. My wife is actively donating, and I'm seeing the numbers fly up across the screen. So we're all in it together, kids. We want to keep raising money. So 13,000 is going to be the next drop for a giveaway, in which we're
pretty sure she's taken that out of your radio money and not her bag money.
Oh, definitely. It's definitely coming out of my radio money, not her bag
and
money.
By the way, Leia, I saw a comment very early in the stream about not being able to ship cookies, but if you wanted to try, I'm good on QRZ.
Okay. There you go. Yeah. Adam, did you find the thing you were looking for? Or? Uno momento, he says. So questions for Mark. Mark, I noticed when you did your video, you didn't go with the grinder in the field. You pre-ground before, because it's true, you were only a couple hours from where you were going. Do you have a coffee preference? Are you a certain type of guy looking for a certain type of coffee?
I really like a good Ethiopia Gigaparts. I don't know how to say it properly, but those things got me through grad school.
Okay.
They've got just the right blend of sweetness, bitterness, lots of flavor. There's some like fruit essences in there, a little bit nutty and very caffeinated.
Okay, there you go.
Now, for what it's worth, in the video, I didn't show this, but I did actually carry a ceramic burr grinder. And just in case something went wrong, I had a fully redundant stove system and an extra liter of water.
That's crazy.
I was not going.
Stove.
Look, my fully redundant stove. Okay, to be fair,
That's
my fully redundant stove is still not huge. This is the pot, the fuel, and the stove. So anyway,
Well,
it's not that bad.
I do want to give a shout out. We got another big donation from Nitro 45555. Thank you. And K5CFZ, thank you as well. Mike Kelly, KY4Y or LV, thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Keep it coming though, guys. 13 grand, and we're gonna give away more stuff. We're gonna give away Boondock Echoes, our last Mesh-tastic, and then we're gonna dip into some other stuff going forward. So
Yeah.
thank you. As long as you're watching, you're in.
And by the way,
found out what's inside his radio bag, though.
Oh,
You know, I was hoping you'd ask.
Well, I want to guess first. Can we have a guessing?
oh
round?
yeah, let's get. I think
yeah,
I
yeah.
can
We
guess.
got time to kill, right?
So what do we think
It's
the
gotta
radio
be a mountain
is?
topper. It's got to be a mountain topper.
Nope, it's a QMX.
Thanks for spoiling it, John.
It's not. That's
Gotta
what
be
I'm
a
guessing.
light-
He owns
okay.
that. He owns those radios. I'm just saying. I
Well,
think
he
it's a
said
QMX.
three band,
It's
though.
cheating.
He said
It's cheating
three
because
band.
Josh knows everything in my radio drawer.
But you said 3-band, so it's got to be a mountain top.
Oh, he did say.
There's
Did
gonna
you
be
say 3
there's
band?
going to be a tiny lipo battery.
Just
not
to be
lit-
clear, I said the kit is 3-band. There's a difference.
So your antenna's 3-band.
Or the radio.
Well,
You don't
that's
know.
what he's saying. Okay,
Frig
now,
off, lady.
now I don't know.
Yeah.
Now I don't know what's in there, Mike.
All right,
I
I'm
don't
saying
know
a
either
mountain
now.
topper, a tiny lipo battery, and a K6ARK antenna of some sort. Final answer.
Locking in. Do you need to phone a friend, Mike?
I don't have
Anybody
any
else
friends.
before I open the bag?
I say the opposite of whatever Mike said, except for Adam's stuff. It's awesome.
You know, I'm glad we have Adam here. Adam, considering that you're the one that originally told me about the solid fuel stove and that reusable brewer, it's only fit that you also be here when I open the bag.
Well, all right. So if K6ARK is involved in this, then all bets are off. Because then
Okay.
you probably have an Altoids tin in there.
Oh, no, I'm not that good. I'm not that good.
All
All right.
Go ahead.
So this is the antenna. It
Okay,
is
hold
a
on.
K6ARK antenna.
Let me get you.
Woo!
Let me get you full screened on here. So, hold it up. Hold it up. Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, but Mike, you were
And
just
go ahead.
guessing. I knew it in my heart.
All right, so this is the K6ARK antenna, as you would expect, with the addition of the N7KOM microlight traps, making this a non-linked tri-bander.
Oh.
That makes it very fast to set up and tear down, and the traps are built with a RTV silicone followed by a glue-lined shrink wrap. So this thing is bomb-proof. Conveniently, that eliminates the need for feed line. That saves some weight. All right, other stuff in the kit.
That's how you get to the 1 pound POTA challenge right there, kids.
There is my USB-C data cable.
Chubby
That's
cable.
where you learn that. That's where you learn that,
Okay,
Josh. I
you
bought
can
that 'cause of
shave
you.
some of that silicone off and save
True.
like micro ounces.
True. Here's the fun part. I have a Yaesu FT5DR. This is a Yaesu trigger cable, so this also lets me charge my Yaesu in the field. So this is a double duty cable.
Nice.
Your HT, you mean, right?
My HT,
Yeah.
yes. So that's my HT cable. The battery, I got to very carefully pull this out. The battery is a night core, so that fits into the lid.
Lithium polymer.
Conveniently, power delivery. So that can charge my phone, it can charge the Yaesu, and it can also directly run with this other USB trigger cable, the radio. The radio is as everybody would guess, mostly Josh, a QMX. I freaking love this radio, and it's got a custom printed cover on it. Cover pops off, and when it goes on the back, it turns into a stand, so it's perfectly angled when I'm using it. Very convenient. And then to actually use it, I've got earphones. Speakers are too big. A extendable 3.5 millimeter cable. Everybody loves these things. That's for the paddle. And of course, you've got the Atom QMX mini mic. These things are great. So that does sideband. And then, of course, you have to have Morse code, right? So this is the N6 ARA tiny paddle. So that's my Morse code paddle. So
Beautiful.
all of that together is about 14 ounces. And is also good enough to recharge the phone at the same time. So that will let me do FT8. It will let me do sideband and CW.
All right.
Well, I was 2 for 3. Got me on the radio.
Yeah, you're doing pretty well. I'm just a complete sucker for that QMX. It's such a good radio,
I am too,
and for the price, it's insane. And okay, Clay is saying no modern Morse paddle. Don't worry, Clay. Always carry a spare.
There it is.
But if you're wondering, yes, I saved weight with the K6ARK finger pads.
Yeah. So interestingly enough, the creator of modern Morse key is here. Aaron is with us.
Good to see you, Aaron.
Hey, how you doing?
And yes, if people are wondering, I paid full retail in genuine Ormu orange.
Ormu orange? Yeah. I think the official color
that.
is what is it? Tequila Sunrise is the Cerritos color we use. So
nice.
Don't worry. That was more of my activation approach.
And Roberto is
I like
also
Ormu
joined
orange
us.
better.
How you doing,
You
Roberto?
got Prison Pink. You got Ormu orange. You got Toxic Waste green.
I'm just saying, if you wanted to rebrand, Ormu orange is available.
Ormu orange. Yeah. Got one.
That needs to be a thing, Aaron.
Yes, it does.
I take suggestions well, so please throw them at me.
Yeah. Yes. Mass savings.
So, Mark, before we segue a bit, why the QMX? Why is that your radio? Because you kind of latched onto that one as being your go-to guy.
Well, first of all, it's cheap enough that if I destroy it, it's not really a problem.
Other than to have to. Oh no, you build yours instead of having to.
And I built mine.
Yeah.
Which is a benefit because I got to build it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's 5 bands, and even without modifying any of the hardware, you can make the high band version do 30 meters. And 30 through 10 is a heck of a combo. And I really wanted 10 because then you can use it as an IF radio for microwaves. So you can run 10 gigahertz off that. And most of the microwave guys like sideband. So I needed a 10 meter sideband radio that was small enough that I could carry it with a microwave rig.
That's awesome.
And then the QMX also has a built-in SWR meter with protection. The QCXs don't have that. So you get more bands, exact same form factor, same power consumption, and you get the full back protection. It's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And it also has one of the best CW decoders of any radio I've used, to be honest. It's a really good CW decoder if your brain starts to short out. You combine all of that with the price point, and I mean, everybody should have one of these. Maybe several. You should have several of these.
Indeed. So I in the background there's a chat in the background. We're trying to collect all this. I am also starting to get a little loopy here. So appreciate y'all working with me as we go through this. Again, keep supporting the Teachers Institute. That's why we're doing this. Keep going because
please do.
I'm getting a little loopy out here. But before we cut over the segue here to Aaron and Roberto, I thank you, Adam, for the link here. Can you describe what I'm looking at here? So this is you were involved in this today, this massive search for missing person conducted in Santa Margarita River Valley.
Yeah, the news likes to come up with creative headlines to
massive
grab
search.
attention,
You got
and
guys on horseback out here, Adam.
We did have a good crew out there searching the area, and unfortunately, I can't say a whole lot of details, but check out the article. It's got some decently accurate information about what we were doing out there and what we were looking for. And like I said, it's a case from a few years ago, a missing person case that we're just trying to close the loop on. So it was something that we had planned and are working on out there.
Well, good job. I don't know what the result was. You're obviously not talking about it, so I go keep an eye on the news and go read the article there. But thank you for being out there as part of search and rescue. All right.
Yeah, that was not me on the horse there.
No, that was not. Okay.
But Josh, he shared a pic in our private Discord.
Ah,
Oh my
okay.
Yeah,
God.
yeah, you can pull that up if you want.
That is some serious hiking.
Okay.
Yeah,
hold
that's
on.
gives you an idea of our search area. It's pretty heavy brush in the area there.
Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out what I was looking at. That's crazy. Okay,
Yeah,
let me
you
see
know
if
the old joke. I didn't see you at camouflage practice today, Private Johnson. Thank you, sir. That's what that picture looks like.
It
You
looks
can't
like
see.
there's someone wearing something orange in the brush, but I don't
That's
know how.
high vis in the brush.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's an orange shirt of one of the searchers in our search area there. So that's what it looked like. Pretty heavy stuff.
Well, bless
and that there was plenty of poison oak in the mix too, which is not so fun.
All right, everybody, we're still pushing towards 13,000 is our next giveaway milestone. I'd like to hit 13,000 so that we can do another giveaway, catch up on the Mesh-tastic, close that out, give away a Boondock Echo, and then yeah, maybe we'll have some surprises. I don't know. We'll see. But Aaron and Roberto, do you guys you wanna take a little time to chat right now?
Sure. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great.
Perfect. Okay. So I'm Aaron with Modern Morse. We're going to be giving away a couple of the keys like this one here today.
Yes.
I don't know. Did you already give one away earlier?
No, we've been saving them. You're kind of like our
Okay.
grand prize giveaway type of thing. So
grand poobah.
Yeah. Other than Mike, every time you turn around, Mike pulls another one out of his hat. Like, oh, look at that! It's a Modern Morse key behind your ear.
I
showing
didn't
up in
even
his
show
bag.
them all.
He's
Yeah,
got all of the keys.
Mike, how many
got a
keys
couple
do you
more.
have?
Doesn't matter.
How many keys do you actually have? I think we're topping 5.
I think we're 5 now.
5?
5 now, yeah.
Don't stop him. That's money.
Yeah, no.
Listen, I
no
said at the
shame.
beginning of my thing, I'm a stubborn German, and when I find something that works, I stick with it. I did a lot of work to get those keys.
Oh,
I
yes. Yes, especially with food poisoning involved. Everything was that happened.
We don't need to talk about that. We really don't. We really don't. But let me say something really quick though, because I saw a comment in the chat earlier. However difficult and time consuming you think it is to make a CW key, double that and then double it again, at least for the Modern Morse keys, because there's so much more that goes into it than what I showed in our video, kind of some proprietary stuff. And we didn't show making the arms and assembling. There is an obscene amount of time and labor that goes into making these keys. And that's why you're going to wait for such an awesome key. So be patient.
Well, that's nice.
Mike, with that many paddles, I expect you to chase me on Soda Summits more often on CW.
I never hear you. That's
I'll
not true.
ham harder. I'm sorry.
I've hunted you. I've chased you a few times, I feel.
You have.
I have K5ATA in the log in CW more than once.
Okay,
All right.
how about a donation challenge?
Okay.
Every $100, Satan gets a treat.
Do you have treats for Satan, Mike?
Oh, he's got it. He knows that word. Oh yeah. He left. Where is he?
He's gone.
Okay, every $100, a drink for Mike.
Oh, are we going? I mean, happy birthday, Mike! Happy birthday!
You don't want him to get parched, do you?
That's right. It is still my birthday for another.
Oh, that was it. TC Fitz is right in there with that one. Okay, there. Mike is our first.
I was born Eastern time though, so is it really 10:43 for me? Because my mom always calls me on at 12:10 when the time I was born, but it was like 11 o'clock. I'm talking about. I'm like, why is she calling me? TC Fitz is always there.
Yeah, he's always there for a challenge of someone to drink something. It's true.
He is a masochist.
Well, wait, is it a masochist who enjoys hurting themselves or watching someone hurt themselves?
However that works, he's one of them.
Would it be sadomasochist?
I don't know, man. I'm the dumbest guy on the stream here. What
then my wife just donated another 100.
Another drink?
Oh,
Another
by the
drink?
way, the Uber has still not arrived with my 15-pack of beer that we were talking about earlier.
Oh, the all-day
nobody,
IPA?
Nobody
Yeah.
sent me beer. Nobody
Yeah.
sent me beer, but that's fine. I would like the treat distributed by. I should go get my cat cup. I've gotten a little fatter though. I don't know if a cat cup shirt still fits me.
Oh, you do
Now-
have a cat. That you have an official cat cup shirt too. That is
Hell
true.
yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Now, in addition to getting Mike drunk, which will be hilarious,
Mhm.
every $100 gets us closer to letting Steve Goodgame go to bed, and he's been up since 2:30 a.m. People,
Oh, that's true. That's true.
do you, how
She
far
just-
away she left?
APRS.
How far away does she live?
It's about a 21-hour drive.
Oh my goodness!
She is definitely my child. She woke up at 2:30 in the morning and said, "I'm just gonna
Just
hammer
do
this
it.
straight through." So that's the way I roll. So that's the way she
gnarly,
rolls.
dude.
What
That's
state?
gnarly.
What state is she going to?
Mississippi.
Okay, she's moving away from the snow. Cool.
We-
So,
we-
yeah, she
Sorry, I didn't mean to
she
cut
got
you off.
no, you're good. She an eventful drive. If you weren't here earlier, she got a deer ran out and ran into the side of her car in Pennsylvania, and then she was in traffic in Virginia and got rear-ended. So she spent an hour waiting for the highway patrol to come out, and
Got to be
Give her
near
that
DC,
report.
I would imagine.
so no, it was. I took a screenshot where it was. It's like the middle of nowhere. So
Really?
yeah, but she's getting close. She passed through Chattanooga not too long ago. So
That is a really pretty drive from. I haven't taken Connecticut to Mississippi, but I know the routes.
yeah,
That's a good road trip, man. That's nice.
that road through Virginia is just beautiful. So I think that's part of why they timed their departure time. I say they because she brought the boy with her, and I'm not in jail today, and he's still breathing. So that's a start.
It's a positive direction.
So it's better than where I thought it was going to be when she announced she was bringing him. So
Well, that's good. I mean, that's positive, right? That's looking up.
positive.
That's looking
Yeah,
up.
he's so.
All right, we're not too far off from 13,000 for the next giveaway, and yeah, but until we get there, we have the wonderful creator of the Modern Morse key with us. Aaron is going to talk to us a little bit about CNE or CNC.
Woo!
Roberto is here too as well. Are you guys? This is a combo talk, or what are we doing?
Well, see, I didn't want to turn this into like a sales pitch for Modern Morse keys. And,
No, Mike already did that for you. You're good. You didn't have
yeah,
to do anything.
we're good.
It's already
Yep.
done. It's already done.
Yeah, we're already in the
and
books. with
he
that.
did well enough. I'm going to buy one. So
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. And actually, I think I'm sending one to Max here pretty soon, Steve. So
No way.
Oh,
Oh,
I've got
wow.
to get. I have to get mine before Max gets his. That's just a rule.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll confiscate his.
And I'm
Yeah.
hoping to win one tonight.
yeah,
Yeah.
you could.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's yeah, no, I'm trying to see if Max will take one on the boat with him. That's what I'm hoping for. So
Oh,
Well,
I'm
let me
sure
let
he
me see
will.
if I can give you the priority here. But you go ahead, man. Go ahead and start.
well, I talked to Roberto yesterday. I'm a member of a club called Flag and Torch Society. Robert's actually one of the founding members and the current president of the club. And we actually have a really cool program that we're doing during Winter Field Day. And I really wanted to kind of pass that on to Robert so he can kind of explain what we're doing, because it's a massive undertaking that we're going to be doing. Unprecedented. No other club's done this during Winter Field Day. We actually got special dispensation from the board that runs WFD for this year. So, Robert, do you want to go ahead and take it away? Kind of just
Yeah. Hey
explain
guys.
Flag and Torch.
Yeah. Hope everyone can hear me. I'm not a big presence on the interwebs, so hopefully I get a thumbs up. Hey, there we go. That's me. Yeah. I don't even know how this stuff works half the time. Hey, so Flag and Torch Society is an all military and veteran ham radio club. Years ago, a few buddies of mine, we were all stationed at 10th Mountain up in Fort Drum, and we really got into ham radio because we saw the practical application that is on our side as green suiters. And we're like, man, I wish everyone knew about this, especially in our line of work. because more often than not, it will save your life. So we got really passionate and we're like, what else can we do? So we decided to make a club, 4 founding members, and that was it. That was the only people in the club. And since then we grew, we promoted, we talked to people, and as we grew, our priorities grew, and our friendship and our community grew. We have a Discord where people from all over the world, they come and join us. And the reason why our club is so unique that it exists is, I don't know if anyone here has been in the military, but I've moved 5 times in the past 5 years. I cannot be at one place for more than 18 months. So we kind of promote it as, the club that goes with you. One of our members is going to Korea in a month. And he's working with other military members out there. We have people coming in the military, leaving the military, and then some staple veterans that stick around. Aaron recently joined up with us, but as Aaron's goatee gives away that he's probably not in the military right now. But we have some guys that are looking back at some of the service members and being like, I wish I could have helped somehow. And we get every once in a while that new soldier, sailor, airman, Marine that comes in and says, hey, can you guys just teach me anything? And we grow someone. So I love this initiative that's happening right now. I'll share a few pictures with you guys just to see kind of the things that we've done, because we love to educate as well. We love to teach as often as we can to promote the hobby. Not only that, but the technical aspect. As they transition from being kids where the ARRL TI is teaching them, I just get grown-up kids that still don't know what they're doing or where they're going. And I get to introduce them to a new life. And technology has been a great transition for a lot of these kids. So that being said, we kind of talked about how we've grown. We reached out to Winter Field Day and we said, hey, there are no events where we can operate as a club, because me as a president, I'm up in New York. Our vice president right now is in California, going to Korea, and everywhere spread in between. We had one opportunity for a Parks on the Air, the POTA plaque event, which sunset a few years ago. But that was the one time that we found an opportunity to operate as a club. So it's really hard. Luckily, Mike Kelly, he's in here, KY4LV. He's also a military guy, and he latched onto us. He works with the Winter Field Day board, and he's like, you do all the work for the documentation, and we'll get this through, and we'll see what can happen. And they really worked with us, and created a unique opportunity based on a scenario that I built for our club. And the basic concept is, we talk how hams are gonna help out the government when it comes to all these situations that might come up, whether it be natural disaster or, I don't know, all out chaos. But if you've actually talked to a ham before, you'll probably get really lost in what they're saying. We kind of like to see like translators, who can talk military and also who can talk ham. And it's a small set of us guys. So we came up with the concept of, hey, let's act as like EOCs nationally spread out across, and kind of have communications between us and hams, and then build it up to a national EOC where we're all live logging in real time, different contacts and stuff like that. And this is a stepping stone of how we like to see ourselves, of, military, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the whole military, but service members integrating with the community, integrating with how does JS8 call translate to military digital, and how do we actually understand the capabilities that the amateur radio community can provide. So we really look forward to it. We have this unique opportunity. We'll have a bunch of the sections activate at different times. So you might see a stroke call sign during Winter Field Day. But I'm really happy. Thank you for letting me be here. Really happy just to get the name out. Any veterans or military folks out there, would love to have you help out and participate, and help us get some more service members educated and trained. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, please shoot them my way. I haven't looked at if there's anything in the YouTube chat.
Well,
I'll keep an eye. I'll keep an eye on it. If anything comes up, I'll forward them to you. But yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
So I started my career off in a long-range surveillance detachment as an RTO. So 11 Bravo infantrymen doing the radio man job. And this will date me a little bit. We were actually using clear text HF radios in the Army. So as a 17, 18-year-old, that's first time I ever touched an HF radio making commo shots was that young. And at the time, I wasn't even aware that really ham radio was even a thing. And now we're starting to see younger soldiers that are getting involved that even couldn't spell HF when they got into the service, right? They're using what Flag and Torch Society is doing to actually increase their professional development, right? They're getting better at their job in the uniform by things that they do out of uniform doing ham radio. So I think that that's great. I'm really glad what Flag and Torch is doing. As far as for Winter Field Day goes, I mean, Roberto, I think kind of maybe undersold it a little, but like they produced like a 12-page operations order. Like this is the most coordinated ham radio event I've ever seen, because we're going to actually have, I think it's up to 10 stations operating simultaneously with a centralized logging system through a bunch of IT stuff. They'll have Starlink up so all the different remote stations can handle that. I won't go into any more detail because I don't know at what point I pass over Club OPSEC at that point, but I think it's absolutely fantastic. I've been a member of multiple clubs, active member, Ham Radio Adventures, and watching the coordination effort that Flag and Torch is doing for Winter Field Day, I think is amazing. So anybody that's listening or that's going to be participating in Winter Field Day, look out for K2FTS, and you'll see K2FTS stroke 0, stroke 1, stroke 2, 0 to 9. And so don't let that trip you up, because there's going to be multiple stations. And Roberto, I don't want to put you on the spot, but did we have anything if somebody actually like makes contact with all 10 regions? Are we doing anything?
Yeah. So we're going to keep track of the logs, and depending on how many regions get activated. Again, I don't know what I'm doing this week for work, let alone what I'm doing in 8 weeks. So we're going to have a lot of people pop up last minute to say, hey, my field got canceled or whatever. I can actually commit to this. But we are going to do something. We have our board working on QSL cards, building that out, and we're just gonna. We've done it before. We did an event before. I forget when, but we did QSL cards, and I don't know if anyone's ever printed off or have done 1,000 QSL cards at once. But I remembered that I'm not writing in pen anymore. All the information. That was the absolute worst. So we're going to figure out an efficient way to do it. But yeah, if we can get enough sections activated for long enough to where it seems fair and people hunt them out, do expect a QSL card coming your way, because we love that one thing about the amateur radio community. I'm sure a lot of people here have service members in their family where they might see old QSL cards. We have a lot of people that talk to us about their previous Mars operations, whether it's during Vietnam or any other time. Even currently, we deal with a lot of Mars folks, and it's such something has such rich history, and is so awesome to look back on. And we still work on it today. We still communicate with our higher organizations about, hey, how do we integrate on a national scale a communications architecture that is flexible and reliable, that can almost mimic some stuff that we do in the civilian world, but militarized.
Can
Yeah.
Can you talk about QRPX or Noble Skywave a little?
Yeah, so I shared a picture. I don't know how this thing works, but I shared a picture with you guys.
I'm not seeing that. You're gonna have to click the share button. I don't see.
Share.
There's a
share a file.
No, not share file.
Share screen.
Yeah, share screen. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. So if you click on the share screen, it looks like a computer monitor, and you can point it at a monitor or an application or whatever. Okay,
it's wild.
I see it coming up. I see it
I do
coming
technology for a living, and I still can't manage.
No, you're good.
This
you're
was
good.
this was
so
the last
hold
exercise.
On. I gotta link it all up here. So you got a new share code, so I just gotta add it to this. Let's see where we're at.
This is my favorite one. So there's a few military specific HF events that happen every single year. There's a low power one called QRPX. That's mostly US operators. There's a few skills challenges, but the big one to us, known as the Super Bowl, is called Noble Skywave. It's put on by the Canadian military, and it's open to all militaries across the world. This year we had even as far as Iraq military join in this competition. Yeah. Bunch of South America, bunch of Europe, the Pacific, you name it, and people are doing it. It's a 36 to 48 hour continuous competition where you're up. We did not sleep really ever. I think we took about 2-hour naps and then got some crappy food at the gas station and just kept going. But these guys were so resilient, and there's teams all over the place that are really pushing towards it. And this setup right here was just 2 military radios.
You're just in the gym.
Yeah, in the gym / garage. And we had just 2 antennas set up. This was done. I think we had a 3-hour notice, and the guys didn't have all the cables and stuff for their equipment. So we ran as fast as we could, and we got it figured out. But specifically the guy sitting in the front here, Novello, I don't think he slept. And once he saw that we had different team challenges and stuff like that, once he saw that he could win it, I don't think he left that seat for a solid 18 hours.
That's amazing.
And he just drove on that determination. And he placed first place in the team challenge, beating out one of our highest communications elements that the military has, who was expected to win that just from pure determination. But yeah, we made. I would say he won that. Yes. Yeah, I 100% agree. It was a team. Neither do I. I've been doing it for 16 years. I still don't get it. I just don't get yelled at as much, and that's about it. But these guys, just absolutely crushed it. They ended up getting 7th place overall against militaries internationally. And then when we racked and stacked who took, I think, the top 10 teams, 7 of them had Flag and Torch Society members holding their hand, getting them through it.
Wow.
So it's just like really proud of where we came from and the community that we grew, that we're pushing the way forward. But this stuff right here, this is like what makes it all worth it. This is, like a lot of the time that I've spent working to get us going. It's these young service members. And if you guys don't know rank, these guys are all, maybe 2 years in the Army at most, just trying to find it. And again, back to this kid right here. He reached out to me about a week ago and said, "Hey Chief, I heard about this ham thing. Do you know anything about it?"
That's awesome, dude.
Said,
That's so cool.
Brother, I got you. So he's got the bug, and everyone knows what it's like when someone gets the bug. So for us, it's maybe 1 every 100. someone gets the bug, but when they do, it's the guy who's just going to be absolutely fantastic and shape the way for communications for his entire organization. So that's the impact that I see that you guys may not see every day, but like that I see of the ham community, and referring, like all of your videos, all of your YouTube pages. I'm like, hey, go check out this video that this guy did. It's super awesome. You'll learn a little bit, and then they'll come back to me and say, hey, Chief, I heard about Squelch. What is this? And I'm like, all right, man, let's go turn this puppy on and learn a little something. So that's what you guys do, and I love it. Yeah.
So question from the chat is, what kind of radio is that? Is that a PRC 150? That's from Steve. What's up, Steve?
Steve, hello. That is a new ANPRC 160 made by Harris. So if you guys get into some of the more like P25 radios or anything like that, Harris makes a lot of those. But they also make a lot of the military radios, specifically on the Army side. And I'll tell you, though it costs probably $30,000 to $40,000, what that radio can do is absolutely insane. What that radio can hear is absolutely insane. Just things down in the noise floor. As you can see there, I had my ICOM 7300 set up next to it, and I was trying to listen in to make sure that we had a good antenna, that we had a good setup, and the things that they could hear on that, I could not hear on my 7300. Not even a blip on the scope.
Let me jump in. Sorry to interrupt you. Huge donation from our buddy Brooks, friend of K6ARK. We love Brooks. We're going to see you at the camp out next year, buddy. Appreciate you. So where are we at now? We are at 12,125. 13,000's the next giveaway. And yes, we will be giving away Modern Morse keys. It's still coming. But we need to bump those numbers up. We want to get the TI as much as we can. We want to get as many teachers as we can to the TI next year. Remember,
do it for the troops.
There was an anonymous of $100. Coco123 K1G donated 25. Every little bit is important. Every little bit is important. So we very much appreciate you. It means the world to getting more teachers to the TI. Again, what do we call it? Carlos isn't here. He can't say it, but it's a force multiplier, because you teach the teachers, and then the teachers go home and they teach it to all the kids, all the STEM, like they learn all of it. That's right. Yep. $100%. Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh,
all right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So that's right. Yep. So Roberto, you said no. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
2 radios, 1 antenna. Do you have a multi-coupler, or what were you doing there?
No. I had a separate antenna set up, same style antenna. I was hoping to maybe get different angles, different radiation patterns coming off of it. So I was adjusting it, and just the receive on those antennas is remarkable. And what's even more special is they're operating right next to each other, with the antennas maybe 100 feet apart, and almost no interference whatsoever. Maybe if they got on the same frequency, they would hear each other, which they did a few times, unfortunately. I said, man, I hear this guy really clear. I can get him.
I got him, dude. He's
yeah.
Get him in the log.
You joke, but yeah, that happened.
So is that your Go box that we're seeing in the picture? Or what
yeah, that's oh man, what are those called?
But it's a Go box with the 7300 in it.
Yeah, 7300, I think my Kenwood 710GA.
Oh yeah,
I
good
have
radio.
that in there. That was set up in my RV in the last place I was living, and but now I got a home. So, but I like to bring that around with me to show them both sides so they can see a spectrum scope. They can understand what the signal looks like and different levels, to explain squelch and the buttons that they're pressing on their radio. So they love it. They love seeing all of this at once and consuming it. Unfortunately, we didn't get around to really any digital modes.
Because you
to
guys
see
do
that.
ALE too, right? Like you got a lot of ALE stuff.
We do. And that's huge. I love it. It takes the guesswork out of a lot of the operators because our systems are they're so robust, and our ALE networks can be a little bit bigger and a little bit more flexible. But it works like a charm. And what's great is, we're in New York and we operate on man packs, and I get these guys on a station in Arizona every time without fail, between two military radios, and their minds just blown. Like, I just did this QRP with the stuff that was sitting in my closet that I said I didn't know how to use, so I didn't use it. And we just talked to Arizona, and that's another aha moment where they're like, man, I might actually do something one day.
That's awesome.
So yeah, so cool. It's such a great opportunity. And like, as you can see, these guys will work through pretty much anything. I've been to some field days where if it's a little too windy, that old guy who's a CW operator won't stay around. These guys, I told them they're not allowed to leave until we win, and they listen. So, but we got 7th place, so they had to take the lashings, but I eventually forgave them. Yeah.
I love that. Well,
but I think, what's great is the next one is, now that they're hooked, I told them, hey, Winter Field Day, we have this coming up. Let's us act as the national EOC and also the Region 2, and we're gonna go all out. We're gonna get the tent. We're gonna get the generator. We're gonna be out, and we're in northern New York, by the way. We're right by the Canadian border, so it already snowed. It's coming in pretty bad. By the time the end of January hits, I can anticipate a few feet that'll be on the ground doing continuous operations. I don't know if you guys have ever typed with mittens, but we got to get a really big keyboard, significantly harder, but it'll teach them a lot and really shape them. So really cool, and I'll have to send you guys pictures when we get through it and do it. But it's so rewarding, especially in today's day and age where there's so much technology being flooded our way, so much cool stuff that they don't understand. To really revert back to the basics and just say, hey, yeah, we do ALE, but like, you got to understand single sideband first. You got to understand some of this other stuff. Let's expose you to that. And then they're like, oh, so when I do ALE, it does this. Or when we bump up, we have more modes after just common ALE. Now all the digital stuff that's built in, integrated with these systems. It's like, oh, so I just texted a Black Hawk helicopter or an Apache to do a fire. Yeah. Calm down, bud. So it's really cool.
Is Winter Field Day, is it kind of like the closest thing to like a military kind of situation, in the sense that you have lots of different challenges that you can work through? It's almost like achievements. It's not so much about like the amount of contacts you make. It's more the complexity of a hard RF kind of pass kind of deal than, like, I don't know, explore the space, what I'm talking about, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's honestly the field days, both of them are the closest, or possibly even the easiest for us. It's what we do every time we go to work. Like, if we are going out to train, it is pick the season field day. It's fall field day, it's spring field day. We're going out. It's probably raining. It's muddy, and you learn the lessons to don't drop
the end of your coax in the mud and then spend an hour trying to clean it out, or hey, maybe my stuff should be weatherproof. So they learn lessons along the way. I think when they get out and do this, they're probably going to ask me, hey, like, what's so special about this?
Right.
And they're just going to realize that they do this all the time. So some people are going out and this is their one time a year to get out and do something special. My guys, they're probably just going to be really grumpy and have a lot of energy drinks.
Okay. Got the Zen on tap.
just zen in the fanny pouch and and do that. So
Yeah.
It'll be really cool for them though.
I love it. Oh, that's super cool, man. Well, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. So
I appreciate
Aaron, what's that?
I appreciate you having me.
Yeah. Was somebody else going to say something? Sorry, did I cut out? Yeah, did I step on you?
Oh no, I'm just while Roberto was talking, I was just reminiscing to my time as a commo guy back in the early 2000s, and like having to learn how to basically we would like pre-measure out dipoles for the different frequencies we were going to be on. And, we have a set list of like, because it's not like you don't call CQ, right? Before you leave, there's a mission brief. I'm going to call you on this frequency at this time, and I better make the commo shot or they're sending the helicopters to come find us, right? And so that was
and I think that's a unique thing to say about military communication versus amateur radio in a sense is I don't have many choices of where I'm talking to. I'm told to talk to a specific location. So if I'm told to talk to this grid zone from New York to Illinois, I can't just call CQ and then be like, oh, I got North Dakota. Isn't that cool? Yeah. The antenna works,
Yeah.
It's not broken. I talked to Hawaii before, that typical thing. It's you have to be very particular and precise and really know a lot of the things that you're doing, because not only do you have to hit that exact location, you're usually constrained by time that you can do it in. So you may have small communications windows. You may have an exact time period. You look at our reconnaissance guys, which you said you were part of, is you have a small commo window that you have to achieve that communication shot and make sure that everything works, or you're waiting until the next window.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. So, Aaron, this may be a good little spot to transition here. You got a Morse code key that's gotten recently pretty popular. What's that been like? How did that whole thing come about?
So I about 3 years ago, I decided I'm going to learn Morse code. Right, my father Brian basically, he says, he was he had to pass his code test when he first got into ham radio.
Yeah.
So maybe I got a little parental shame there, like got to learn Morse code, because I was a no code extra. If Mike's listening, right? So I was like, I'm going to learn Morse code. And I started like gobbling up Morse code keys. And I was like, well, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it portable. And I started looking at all the different keys that we had. And I was like, there's something about all these that there's something missing. And so being a design engineer, having my own machine shop, I started sitting down and just drawing out exactly what I wanted something to look like. I like this, I like that. It's got to be magnetic return. And I went through probably 20 or 30 prototypes. In fact, Josh, you handled one of the first prototypes I had at Hamvention at
before
the
limbs. You had before the limbs were made. It was just the little nubbin sticking out of them. Like, I like this, the part you hold on to and the magnet part. I'm like, what are you doing with this other side? He's like, oh no, we're gonna do the whole thing. And I'm like, okay. I assumed you were, but still.
Yeah. And at one point, somebody had like thoroughly abused the prototype, and then it fell into your hands, and you were like, the precision, the tolerance isn't what I would expect. And I'll tell you,
I did tell you that.
Yeah, the tolerance isn't what I would expect.
Josh sends me a Zyger radio.
Yeah.
Just
and
like
so
Mike. Beat the hell. I'll send it to Mike. He'll handle it. Well, here you go, Mike.
Yeah. So I took that personally and dove more money than sense and time and effort into figuring out how to make Josh happy and make the best key.
And I'm definitely the one you want to make
once
happy.
again, it is all Josh's fault. This is great. This is a great story.
This is what Josh does. This is what Josh. So I contribute some of the success of this to that. I also had a moment of mortality where I wanted to make a product. A lot of the stuff, I would say most of the stuff that I make in this machine shop is like under NDA, and I can't talk about it because customers don't want to know who's making their stuff, right? And I wanted to make something that got out in the world and would be there when I'm gone, right? I've got a Brown Brothers key, right? They're not around anymore. They were from St. Louis, and I'm using that key. And I was like, that would be so cool if when I'm dead and gone, if there's still people hunting down trying to get, oh, I want a modern Morse key. So that was kind of a legacy thing there for me, as I wanted to make something that lasted and would be there after I was gone. Hopefully, even after that happens, it'll keep going.
That's awesome.
So we went down that route, and obviously, I found so many fantastic like 3D printed keys. There's all sorts of great kits out there, and I don't have any like how do I put this? There was a maker that he was like a very secretive producer of keys, N0SA, Larry, and I saw one of his keys on a YouTube channel, and I was like, that's really close to what I want to do. How do I talk to this guy? And he happens to live 25 minutes away, like randomly.
Whoa, no way.
Yeah. So basically I reached out to Larry, and I was like, can I get one of your keys? Right. That's the first thing I'm going to do. Can I, pay homage? Can I buy one of your keys? And he was like, he makes them in very small batches. He makes them himself in his basement. He's got a nice little shop there. And, I was like, Larry, how do I get a key? He's like, I've got one left, and you can come pick it up today. And I broke land speed records driving to Larry's house. I, did the speed limit the whole way there. I showed up, I had cash, and then he was like, hey, come on inside. And he shows me, he makes anybody right now, if you go to, even if you want to, go to Larry's QRZ page. It's N0SA, and he has all sorts of pictures of all these different keys that he's made. And it's absolutely fantastic. And I basically was like, okay, this guy's my mentor. I'm going to learn from him. If you scroll down, he makes some of the coolest bugs out there.
Oh my gosh, yeah, those are some. He's a whole bug collector out here. Wow, look at those.
Yeah,
look at the fittings on those.
He makes absolutely fantastic bugs.
Does he also make the wood boxes?
Yeah. I don't want to misspeak, but he does some woodwork and leather work.
Because I was going to say, that is some nice looking furniture that he's got that thing riding in. That's crazy.
Yeah, he pretty much does everything himself. He actually just got a new Makera CNC machine to help do some of the work. It's an enclosure. I mean, it's a small desktop machine, but he's incredibly effective with it. And so everything's gorgeous that he does. And so having him as a local mentor that I could literally make something, hand it to him, and he'd be like, nope, not good enough, try again, maybe do this, so it was, nicest guy in the world, right?
Yeah.
And a big QRP fan himself. And so I was like, okay, that really helped formulate my design with what I was going to do. So it was really cool having him in the background helping out with that. And in fact, he sometimes, just a select few of you, your key was probably assembled by Larry, because occasionally he calls me up and says, hey, you want to have lunch? I'll come and help you assemble keys. And he comes in and we sit in the conference room and he's putting parts together for me. So it's a lot of fun. And I have a couple other local hams like Jim, KK0U. He'll come over and, maybe that's elder abuse that I have, retired hams come, assemble keys for me, but they're really good at what they do. It's something that I can't just trust to anybody, because there's a feel to it when you're assembling, and I'm like, oh, something doesn't feel right, and you put it off to the side, right?
Josh will know.
Josh will know. Josh will find out.
This is where I was saying, assembling these keys, if you look at it, it just looks like a piece of machine metal, right?
Yeah.
Putting them together we spent an entire probably 8-10 hours just making the arms for the keys that we made.
Okay, I gotta dive in and say a big thank you to Liberty Cave for $100, and Bob Itterbitson is in the chat with $250 donated. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate you.
Nice.
Appreciate you so much.
Aaron,
thank you.
I'll make you this promise. If
I'll
I
see
win
you in
one
Orlando.
of your,
if he's
if I
coming to
win one
Orlando.
of your keys tonight, it will last for generations, and I can prove that to you right now because nobody's ever going to find it.
I was going to say you're never going to use it.
Yeah, it'll be in pristine condition here, dude.
Where?
Yeah,
Where on that bench are you
right?
going to find it? My
Yeah.
God, man.
Just
right.
get the bright orange one, and then it'll stick out. So,
So
No,
look at
it
that.
won't. This is a mess.
We're not
And
far
I'll
away
tell
from
you,
13. We gotta still get to 13, and we're gonna do another giveaway, guys. So okay, sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say I do have several CW or Morse code contacts, whatever you want to call them, on the modern Morse keys. Even though I'm not a CW guy, I don't even know CW. I could send, but and
You
actually,
do know
Aaron,
CW. Didn't we
Aaron,
make a
should we tell
contact?
him
We
what-
made a contact on CW.
Yeah, of course we have. This is back in like JerryNet days, though, Josh. When they was you and you, me, Adam, K5ATA, who's here.
Yeah.
Adam Dennis.
Adam Dennis. Adam Dennis.
86DM. Jerry, KG6HQD. God rest your soul. Yeah, we've all made CW contacts. But when I was at the Modern Morse factory filming videos and making these Modern Morse QR zombie keys, who was it, Jim?
yeah, Jim, KK0U.
Aaron had an appointment, so we kind of had to stop production for a couple hours. So Jim and I were like, well, I mean, we're in St. Louis. There's parks all over the place. Dave, Meshtastic Dave is calling. We should answer. Let's
answer
finish
his
the
call.
story.
Let's do it
No.
live. We'll take it live.
Well,
call back in a second, Dave. Call back in a second.
Yeah. Call it mute your phone caller, mute your stereo caller. So anyway, so Jim and I go out.
Oh, he's saying your beer is at your door.
Oh, hang on.
Okay, now he'll get up. Now he's gonna get up. Now he's gonna get up. Now he's gonna get up.
Hang on.
Now he'll get up.
Hang on. Hold my beer.
Got my live stream on his stereo that's coming through his phone to go get the beer that Dave. By the way, Dave is a rock star. Dave has been supporting Seed Studios, right? So Seed Studios, when you go to Huntsville Hamfest and you saw Seed Studios, that was Dave. The guy was giving out holsters and all kinds of little accoutrements for their Meshtastics and all that stuff. Dave lined up like all the giveaways that we did for the Meshtastics tonight. Dave is awesome. He's been on a number of live streams out there on YouTube supporting Seed Studio because Seed Studio does make really good products, not just Meshtastic. They do a ton of other maker space type stuff that you might be interested in. But consider that you can buy a Meshtastic node with GPS for under $50. It's like $44 right now. That's unheard of in this space, and they do really good stuff. T1000 is the node that you're probably the most familiar with, the little credit card node. But apparently, Dave just airdropped some beer for Mike. So now we do officially have to have a beer challenge for Mike. He's going to start having to slam down all-day IPAs here in a second. I don't know where we're going to go with this
Frank
one.
says a challenge has been thrown down by someone.
A challenge has been thrown down.
I challenge
literally
any
a case of beer.
I challenge any of the other section officers to match my $5 or donate more. Is that it, Frank?
Okay. I don't understand the challenge fully, but
I
let me
don't
put it this
either.
way. Every $5 counts. It doesn't
does.
matter if you have $5. It doesn't matter what it is. We appreciate it. Again, this is to take a teacher, bring them to the ARRL, to come to the Teachers Institute. They learn about STEM, all of the curriculum that they have, which includes radio. They're given actually, Steve, go ahead, reiterate what they get when they come to the Teachers Institute. It's been a while. We should probably reiterate.
Yeah. For TI1, the introduction course, they get a directional antenna. They get a Fox. The idea being that as soon as they get back to school, they can immediately, get kids doing something with radio with very little prep for the kids. They get 2 handheld radios. They get a Yaesu FT70, as well as currently the UV K5 radio. And we did that because it's the hackable firmware. We want kids playing with them. They get an electronics kit. They get an Arduino kit. They get a Zoom spot, so that we have a network on Yaesu Fusion where schools can hop on the radio and actually talk to other kids instead of a bunch of old guys like me sitting around. They get what else do they get? It's late.
But check this out. We've got KA2AUB World donated 5. Cranky Kong donated 5. Daniel Bites donated 5. Hamming Farm donated 5. $5. If you just everybody gives $5, that's all we need. We just need yeah.
Yeah.
I just got it. So KA2AUB is saying the challenge is for ARRL section officers from any section to match my $5 donation. So there you go. And literally, it's all $5. $5. That's great. It'll get us where we're going. Cal Blades, $15. KC9 USB, $5. That's amazing. That's perfect. Anything you can give is fantastic. Doesn't have to be a big number. Jeff Cohen, $55. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. Look at that. The numbers going
when we
up.
hit that. Yeah, when we hit that 13,000 number, that pretty well pays for 3 teachers to come to Newington. It pays for more than 3 teachers to attend one of our road shows. So you're not wrong. Every little bit counts.
That's right.
And
Tom McMahon, anonymous, another anonymous. This anonymous chat is going off, guys. I appreciate you. Tom McMahon, though, appreciate you too. Look at Mike with his unboxing video that he's doing here.
Mike, good and drunk, and have him get his credit card out.
Well, I mean,
I've already donated. Thank you.
Just make a challenge for Mike in drinking through his case of beers, but I think
hence
he'd
the
rather
drinking.
savor them. I don't know. We'll see.
Founders All Day IPA, sponsored by K8MRD.
Honestly, that is a hard beer to get your hands on, believe it or not. As far as macros go, like that
in Huntsville, Texas, at 10 o'clock at night. Hell yeah, this is a hard. There's
I can't get that out here. I would buy that
so
like all the time.
I tipped her more than what this case costs. It's raining right now.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah. This whoever she was, unless she just got lucky, she brought me beer. So yeah.
It's pretty good. It's a nice staple
pretty good.
IPA.
Yeah.
Nice staple.
But I've got these Shure in-ear monitors. They're sound isolating. I can't hear anything. Freaking Meshtastic Dave's blowing up my phone here. And I can't hear. I'm like, what? Why the hell are you calling me? And then he's like, the beer's at your door, dumbass.
We might have lost Roberto. Did he head out? So I just wanted to say thank you, Roberto, if you're watching. So thank you so much. It was a fantastic time. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, he said he messaged me directly. He had to pop out. Duty called, so
no.
Run off.
Thank you, buddy. That was really cool. Thank you for lining that up, Aaron, for him sharing with us. That's cool. Awesome. Because I mean, literally, again, how the knowledge transfers go. Like if you're talking about these kids, to all of us, they're kids that go into the military. Just imagine if they had a little bit of a leg up with more STEM technology education, a little bit better understanding of radios and how they function. That goes right into literally careers in the science areas, which we need more of. We know that. That's a truism. And then also the effect of the military as well, getting more smarter kids. Not saying they aren't smart now. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when they get there, they already have a background. That's just value-added stuff, man. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, not smart now. I read an article the other day where it said 1 in 8, and I forget if it was all UC or if it was just UC San Diego students entered college.
It's Brooks again. Wow.
Without the ability to do Algebra 1 math.
Brooks just rocked another 500.
Nice, Brooks.
Wow, Brooks, you're the man. Brooks. Oh, you did it. You did it.
I need some of that Brooks / K6ARK money. Not to forget Hamman, Connecticut.
And Hamman, Connecticut, too.
Appreciate it.
Coming in right there.
What I wanna mention is really crazy, and this is just from my personal experience, is that the reading comprehension for kids in school has dropped significantly. So Where's Leia? We'll have Leia come on for a full hour
But-
to explain. That leave no kid behind basically meant that kids, sadly, with poor reading ability, have been continued to get pushed through. That my 10-year-old is now tested is reading at an 11th grade level. My
Yeah.
10-year-old. I don't. He's very intelligent. That's not even a question. He's very smart. But like that also is a little bit of the bar coming down a little bit, and that's from education in general. Policies at play for sure. Oh my God,
But
my wife is caps lock screaming at me in chat. Oh, he's
But
9.
you know
I
what?
keep calling him Ted. He's 9.
But you know what?
Even crazier. He's a 9-year-old reading at 11th grade level.
But you know what fixes that, Josh?
Yeah, he is a member of Mensa. That's a whole different thing. So okay, go ahead.
What Steve's doing.
It is. It is true.
You give a kid something to be passionate about, and you can't stop them from learning.
That's true. Actually, yes, yeah. Again, if you touch on something that they just love, or they didn't even know that's the biggest thing. How many of you stumbled onto ham radio and you're like, I didn't know that I would love this, but now that I'm here, it is the best thing that ever hit me in my life. Like I had no idea, but because of what I know now, it has touched me and made me, more fulfilled in my life. That's the attempt here, is that, well, if we get it to them early, and yes, it's not like, here you go, kid, here's your Baofeng, go nuts. It's in the form of all of the science, as we heard, space. They really love space and everything else that goes into it. All of that is what this is about. That's what we're doing here. We hit $13,000, which means we get to do another giveaway. I'm gonna start that. I'm gonna start that right now as we guys keep talking. So you guys keep talking. I'm gonna start working on the background here.
I imagine Leia and I could go on for a while about where
Oh,
school systems are falling short. And
Yes.
somebody made a comment that they sucked in school cow blades in 2010. And I don't want to get too much on my soapbox, but the problem is in 2010 you knew you sucked at school. In 2025 you suck at school, and you don't know you sucked at school because everybody tells you did a good job.
So right. You're so
And so these kids are coming out of school thinking, they've got all these great skills, and they're getting to college, and some colleges push them and some colleges don't. They have that same mentality where now we have kids with, a bachelor's degree coming out looking for jobs, and they're falling flat on their face in the workforce because they have no real skills. They, they're still reading at a 4th and 5th grade level. One thing a lot of people don't necessarily know about why I got into education was, many moons ago, I was actually a probation officer. I went to school for criminal justice. I was a probation officer, and we started administering reading tests to they turned it into a fancy word, clients, but our probationers. And the average reading level of people on my caseload, because I've always been kind of a numbers guy, the average reading level was a 3.2. So that's the second month. It's not true tense, but it's the second month of 3rd grade. And these are my adult probationers. And when you start looking at common themes, that everybody who's on probation in Dallas, Texas, was there because they had no real skills, because they couldn't function in society. So I figured out pretty quickly you're not going to fix the problem from inside the criminal justice system. So I was looking for another way to fix it, which was to go out and, because woohoo, me being the young person thought I could fix it all. Went out and started, went back to school and got certified to teach school and started doing that. And that's when I really started to see a lot of these teachers that just kind of push their kids along and they give them these grades. And I mean, it's happened forever. And I started looking for ways to really get them engaged in doing things. And that's where me doing ham radio stuff with kids, because they had something tangible, something they could create, something they could actually go home and do. That's where this passion kind of came from. And I often tell the story, my first group of kids I ever had licensed were in 4th grade in Texas, just my 4th year of teaching school. And those kids just excelled like you wouldn't believe. But then I also learned the valuable lesson of if you don't keep those kids engaged, every one of them let their license expire, because I moved away to Mississippi and those kids were left without somebody keeping them going. So anyway, that's kind of my brief soapbox. I like Leia, and I could probably go on for days, but the education system is very much broken.
Let me add really
And
quick. The
I
secret
agree.
word is boondock to get on the giveaway. If you want in on this $13,000 giveaway,
Yeah.
you're not winning $13,000. You know, boondock. Post it now. Go ahead, Mark.
Aaron. Well, first of all, I was just going to say I agree with Steve with the caveat that administration sets the tone. But anyways, going over to Aaron.
Amen.
Did you investigate the Cerritos linkage, and does it solve your vertical action problem?
Wait, what?
The Cerritos linkage, SARRUS.
Oh, yes. I did look at it a little bit. Yeah.
Wait,
Sorry,
what?
we got back to.
Yeah, you threw it for a
radio.
loop. We were talking about something completely different, Mark. You changed gears like.
Yeah.
I did.
Oh, man.
Hey, buddy, I've been with you here for 9 hours 40 minutes.
You have.
I'm
man.
fading.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Just so everyone knows, if I look sleepy, I am now 1 week and 24 hours completely off caffeine, cold turkey. So
Wow.
that is
you and Steve should get together and form like a help group or support group or something. However that works.
Steve's been caffeinating tonight, so
yeah.
Whenever I hear my wife
he's
go
off
down
the wagon.
Well, whenever I hear Cindy go downstairs or not pay attention, I sneak in and grab another one.
How does it feel, Steve? Does like a Coke just give you a buzz now, or because you went from 7 pots a day of coffee, you said?
Yeah.
Probably not weak cups of coffee either.
No, weak coffee is kind of communist.
Yeah, it's water. So you're drinking black tar coffee type stuff.
Yeah,
just sniffing it even.
So you had a coffee earlier. How did that make you feel?
I had a few coffees earlier and several teas, and I mean I have to. I've been up for 20 hours, so I warned Josh ahead of time. If I fall over, that's why. But yeah, I mean I've got that nice little buzz going, and I did send a screenshot of my little EKG on my watch to Kevin at one point because I was like, look at this. This is kind of funny looking.
Oh, did it
Kevin
freak out?
again?
Are you
Is that your
in
doctor?
danger right now? Are you in danger?
No, I'm not in danger.
Okay,
I just
jeez. Good Lord.
It just
making
gets so fast.
money for the
We
Teachers
can use
Institute
that.
is important.
We can use
but
that.
do not kill
Steve's
yourself.
in danger. He's having a heart attack. Donate to the
Oh,
ARRL
let's not do that
Teachers
because
Institute right now.
Because Bob's in the chat and Bob will tell David, and then they'll call me and tell me to get
will
the heck off of there.
Hey,
Bob, I'll
just
send
blame it
you a
on
link. Send it to
KMRD.
David. Get him in here. Let's get
Okay.
David in the stream.
I've been a scapegoat my whole life. Just use my call sign and all's forgiven.
So going back, Aaron was on Frank's YouTube, and they were talking about, would he ever develop a straight key? And Aaron said he would if he could figure out the linkage, I think. Was that correct?
Yeah, I have several different prototype linkages I've been looking at. So,
and I love linkages, so I recommended the Cerritos linkage, and that's where that came from, because it allows it's a dual hinge at 90 degrees opposition that allows vertical movement. So
did it happen? Did it happen?
I don't know.
Oh, Mark, you're telling him about linkages that you haven't tested?
What happened?
Uh-oh.
Wait, no,
Did
what
we just lose
happened?
Steve?
I don't
See,
know.
you guys just took Steve out. Steve, okay?
Oh,
Somebody
K murder.
back.
It's all.
That
it's
was
all
Oh my
Mike's fault.
goodness!
We killed
all
Okay.
Mike's fault.
He's dialing back in. He's
Oh,
back.
we're
Oh
good.
my
We're
gosh.
good. We're good. He's
oh
back.
my God, Steve literally
Does he
just
have a
crashed
pulse?
out.
You all right, Steve?
Okay.
You okay?
We gotta give
Yeah.
this away so we can get the next milestone. So we're gonna do. Let's see. I gotta go back here. We're gonna come back. Hold on.
Oh yeah, I need to pull up my notepad now.
So I gotta Meshtastic T1000. I want to say a big thank you again to. Well, hold on. Where is it at? There it is. Water resistant. Water resistant T1000. The stack of like 3 credit cards. Fantastic. Boondock in the chat right now if you want to get in on these giveaways. This is a great node. It is a good first node. But then once you get an external antenna, it's very convenient. But once you get into external antennas, you'll always keep this. It'll always be in your back pocket, in your bag, whatever. It's a great node to just have on you all the time. Giving it away right now. So that's what we're picking. Where did my where's my Nightbot? There it is. Okay. Picking a winner. Here we go. T1000 is the Bearded Ham. Bearded Ham.
That's a lot of us, though.
Yeah, which one is it? Can you give us your call sign? Can you prove? By the way, you don't have to be a ham to win this. It just makes it a little bit harder. If you're a ham, we can go on QRZ and figure out where to mail this thing to you. But Bearded Ham, are you in the chat? Let's get you this node.
What is it in Spaceballs? I'm the bearded lady. He's like, I'm the bearded ham.
And who are you? One of the freaks?
I'm so glad we got to get a Spaceballs reference in.
I got it. Hey, he's in there.
That's
He's
great.
in there. We
That's
got
great.
it. It is KD3BZJ. KD3BZJ. My keyboard is very much giving priority to the character free.
I'm looking at the Google thing to make sure you don't
know.
do the dyslexia thing. But yeah,
Thank
you got
you.
it.
Thank you.
You got it. I know it's been a long night here. We had to correct you a little
I
bit
appreciate
earlier.
the backup. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate the
Yeah.
backup. So
We're
looking
back.
at the next
Bros,
okay,
man.
So what are we gonna do? Oh boy. Okay. We're gonna give away 2 Boondock Echoes right now.
2 Boondock Echoes.
Okay, so
Echo.
the first Echo. The first goes to Boondock Echo. Big deal. Mike N2MAK. I know that man and that call sign.
What?
Is he in the chat? Where's he at? Is he there? Oh, let's see. I'm gonna write him down because I know we're good with N2MAK.
Okay.
That's
sure we
another
could
dude who
probably
has
get a hold of
supported.
him.
Yeah,
He's
that's
good on-
that's
he's
another
good
guy
on
that has
Zed.
supported us for a long time.
He
He
says
has,
he's good on the
yes,
Zed.
yeah.
And then 45 Auto sends some tacos.
45 Auto sent some tacos. We love it. We love
$20
it.
is $20.
I'm not entirely unsure that he doesn't already have one. I'd have to go look.
Oh,
Well, he's got one he can give away on his channel.
He
then.
might. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you
Or he can
have
ham it
to.
forward.
True.
Connect another
I don't
radio.
know. I'm not sure.
Oh, so they do this with AI. What would happen if you connected a Boondock Echo to a Boondock Echo?
It's like the
Interesting.
Furbies, 2 Furbies
One of
talking
the
to each other.
one of the very first things we did was connect it with AI, and that gave us an idea for if we ever have enough money to be charitable in like far off places, you could bring a lot of knowledge to illiterate populations through that.
I was looking for just they hate each other and exploded, but
Oh well, that too.
that's the more humble and
Illiterate world.
awesome answer. So
Yeah.
Oh, but you are passing information via the Boondock, like knowledge
Yeah,
kind of thing.
so
Like
you-
almost like a teacher in a box kind of deal.
Exactly. So Starlink,
Yeah.
Starlink Internet, Boondock Echo, and you pass out a bunch of bow things around the village. Whatever.
see, there you go, doing good things and making
Yeah,
me
do you see
look
what he
like
did? Do
the
you see what he did,
asshole.
Mike? He just
Like,
jujitsu'd your.
I'm
your-
just trying.
He just
I'm just trying to
judoed
hang
your
out, man.
negativity right into the most positive place.
Just
He's like,
trying
we're just
to
gonna
throw
use
some
AI
shots
and
where
some
I
bow
can.
fangs and a Boondock Echo to.
'Cause, dude, I'm not a fan of AI. Yeah, I've watched Terminator. It's happening. It's
wait.
happening right now.
Wait, you
But-
could do that though. I hadn't even really thought about that. So hypothetically, you could have a Boondock Echo, which had internet, and then anyone that RF'd into it, it could respond to answers to your questions over RF.
Sure. And now with the ability to do local language models or large language models at the local level, you don't even need internet.
Oh, because you could have.
And
it
this
locally.
is how Skynet is formed. Make my
Yeah.
words.
That's pretty cool. That's actually the most. Oddly enough, I think that taking the large language models and moving them offline as like a knowledge repository. The problem is updating them, of course.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
when you have them updated, I guess even with like Wikipedia, and you can condense it down to like a prompt that came via audio. That's actually really helpful for kids because they work well with the language, and just have them PTT the thing, ask the question, and all of a sudden they get the answer back through the box. That's a fantastic application.
Yeah. I mean,
I didn't
it's
really think
all
about that.
theoretical at this point, but that's one of the first things we tried. Just because AI was all the rage, that it had just come out, and we're like, oh, this would be cool. So Casey just showed up one day. He's like, hey, you want to see something? And I'm like, what? And he starts doing it. I'm like, oh my God. So Casey moves fast.
So I wanna add Dave here. Dave is in the chat now. Thank you, Dave, for joining us. Dave's the guy who sorted out all the
Finally.
the Seed Studios giveaways. Thank you so much for not just helping out the live stream, but all you've been doing and helping people out. Sending Mike a whole case of beer. That's crazy.
Actually, it took him 12 minutes. I sent him a text message 12 minutes ago. So.
Well, it took me probably a couple of minutes to get him on the live stream, but
No, we're blaming him.
no, he doesn't deserve the blame.
What was
he
the
does
text
deserve the
message?
blame because Dave, Meshtastic Dave, KB5U2I, someone I actually call a friend. I don't know what the hell you did to get that girl to show up my door with a 15 pack of the most delicious beer in the world, Founders All Day IPA. Founders is in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Good Michigan beer.
He probably tipped her more than the cost of that pack of beer.
Well, I did. I just said that.
I know you did. I'm just saying he probably did too.
Oh, it's just DoorDash. I just tipped her, I think 20%. And they had it at Kroger. It surprised me.
They had it at Kroger.
Sometimes
dude.
they have it at Kroger. Yeah, they do.
You got Krogered up.
So
real easy.
Thank you, Dave. We can say
You're
this
welcome.
in front of each other now and instead of over text.
All
Did
right.
you guys know we're still doing a telethon?
We are, but I got one more
ARRL
giveaway.
Teachers Institute. Excuse me. Go ahead.
I got one more giveaway, and then I'm throwing it to Mike to do the pitch here because I'm getting a little hoarse. I'm getting a little verklempt. So here we go with the next Boondock